Countdown, Nick.
Last time, we opened with the kids ambushing Rippa and some of his goons. Upon slipping in, Rippa was able to get away from them, leading them on a lengthy chase through the city. After killing multiple civilians, he was cornered between Ricky, Carter, Memory Ann, and Elizabeth. He taunted and prodded at the kids, pushing any button he could until Elizabeth snapped and struck him, giving him the ability to get away, get a hostage, and use that person to get on a train before killing him. The chase continued on the train, with Rippa eventually sealing himself in a room that couldn't be accessed, while Fortune, up top, disabled Ricky and forced Carter's surrender. But not before she used her cannon to shoot down Laz and Oz. Rippa got away on a mysterious fighter with her, and the kids went home dealing with their failures and the memories of what had happened that day. Back in JSOC, the parents were discussing what they had just seen over the kids' live feeds, along with Soul. They discussed some of the shortcomings that they had seen on the mission and decided on how to correct those going forward. At Clive's, discussions were had about the YouTube war and the need for it to calm down. But, more importantly, the filming of The Perfect Storm was set to happen later that day. The kids were picked up on an SIS ship that Towns, Pequod, and Icy were on. While on the flight, Sam ripped into Carter for surrendering to Fortune. Other discussions about what went wrong were had, and it was a pretty somber atmosphere for a good chunk of the ride. The parents in JSOC had a discussion about getting down and dirty and matching the ruthlessness of their opponents, and they discussed they were dealing with an enemy that can't be beat through normal means. At the apartment, the kids dealt with the mission failure in their own ways, with Carter being extra frustrated with himself. While down in the gaming room, he was dealing with self-doubt. Memory Ann came down and they had a conversation. They came to an agreement that he could not show self-doubt anymore and had to have resolve in his convictions as a leader. The parents arrived shortly after and whisked the kids away to filming. At the academy, Davine slipped into pretentious director mode and gave a speech to all the crew, sans the kids, who would be working on The Perfect Storm. That happened right then as the kids arrived, and they went down to film the movie. Pequod was successfully able to get Julius to take her back home to have a good time, and filming got underway. It turned out that she was debatably missing out because everyone watched a masterpiece be filmed. The final scene that they filmed that day was the climax of the movie, and it brought nearly everyone there to tears, with a standing applause after it was filmed. Another Oscar in the bag, and some redemption for JJ was secured, and I believe that is everything.
Yes!
So long, JJ. We start week to week. Friday, next Friday, following Friday. General Lorelai's coming up for breakfast. But Tommy and Yuri and the staff are not here. The whole place rented out before the rain falls. Julius, smart man, in the kitchen cooking, knowing what Lorelai would want the most. Out here, Sasha's playing the newest Clive video. Clive. So, Krellin, Frederick, Samuel trying to be nice to Clive, mend broken bridges and fences, but new Clive wanted a Ratchet and Clank game, and well, they bought every single one on all available markets, spending up to 30 million credits, because it's a relatively cheap collector's game, compared to most of the stuff Clive wants, but Clive, yesterday morning, so that would be Thursday, because today in-game is Friday, walked outside his house and saw over 10,000 copies of Ratchet and Clank Essentials. Go!
Let me tell you something, guys. A bit of a story. You might see this game I have here, Ratchet and Clank, and you might say, "Wow, Clive, you actually got it. Good for you." Well, there's a bit more to the story than this. My roommates, yes, you, Fred Shed Boy, Crowtooth Gaming, and Samuel Fighter 2, I know. You found out that I wanted this game, and you decided to get a copy for me. And, well, that is nice of you. I didn't need 10,000 of them in my backyard! Jesus Christ, mate. They decided to give me 10,000 copies all stacked up in my backyard. I went outside just to get some fresh air yesterday morning, and I saw them all stacked up there.
Suletta appears in the video. Clive, they were trying to be nice to you.
They're trying to make fun of me. They didn't even stay to, like, at least set them all up, or at least put them in the house.
They have children's shows to produce, Clive.
Well, maybe they should have thought of that before they got me 10,000 copies of Ratchet and Clank.
She sighs and exits the video frame as it continues, the rant growing in frustration as, out of the corner of Clive's eye, he sees Scar, a pile of the Ratchet and Clank games, fall on top of him. You can faintly hear "Aah!" in the background.
Yeah, and now it's hurting my best friend and all that, so thanks a lot, Crouchy's Gaming, Fedshit Volume 742. Thanks so much. What the hell am I even gonna do with 10,000 copies of Ratchet and Clank? Can't set them up. My game room isn't big enough. Maybe I can put them in the goddamn pool house in the back, but I can't do that either, can I? I can't do anything with these. Maybe I should just sell them. I don't know. I'm gonna get you all back for this one. That is for sure.
He sets the game down on his lap, flips the double birds once more.
That's all I gotta say to you. Lick my shirt from the back and stop making fun of me, goddammit.
Sasha is drinking tea, not even paying attention to the video. Icy's fighting back laughter, Pequod shaking her head. Hunk is wide-eyed, watching the video as Julius comes out with the food ready. But I imagine the video caught his attention before he could start setting out the bacon and egg.
Oh, Jesus. He starts to set out all the plates and everything. He's just getting worse and worse. He looks at Pequod. The kids did that out of the kindness of their own heart.
They didn't have to buy him every copy on the market. Her head slumps into her shoulder.
And to be fair, they could have helped with the mess they made.
It just had to buy him one.
Well, what Suletta said is true. They did have children's productions to, deal with and film, but, well, they could have helped afterwards, after it was filmed, or, only bought him one, which, is somewhat, forgive me, Pequod darling, foolish of them.
Lick my sack from your back, Julius. Giving Julius double birds.
Nice, Nicole, very nice. He sits next to Pequod.
Hunk laughs at that. Oh boy. We don't need another Clive, thank you.
I just want to know, have you guys just left things out about what they did to him? Because to elicit that reaction, they must have been ruthless.
No, I mean, they make fun of him. They were. Now they're trying to be nice. I think they really just poked fun at him. I see. Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, it's nothing worse than what, me, Pequod, and Icy used to do to you. Sans the, wishing death on him, but we squashed that one real quick.
That's true. They did wish death upon the man. They also broke his, putting his arm around Davine. Capcom PS1 fighting game collection. Frederick sat on it. At Memrian and Carter's behest, and they definitely almost botched up his first couple dates with Suletta. Ash, there's a little more than meets the eye here.
Okay, now that's fair to elicit a strong reaction, but you said they aren't anymore. Is that they've been doing anything?
They're trying to be nice to him because they want to be friends because they need him for some movies they're making in like 20 years.
I mean, yeah, they haven't even really been posting on their YouTube channels at all.
They asked me for help last week, and I don't think there's any way around it. I don't think there's any answer that can fix this, dear. I don't know.
Davine shakes her head. I actually think this one is more on Clive than anything.
Well, they backed that man into a corner. And you know what happens when you back something into a corner? It's gonna come out swinging. Or in this case, he'll put up the double birds at the wall. This way.
Okay, that makes sense. So they just harassed him and some of it got very strong at times.
Also, he's jealous their YouTubes are more successful. Sipping her tea.
Yeah, even Samuel Fighter 2, who's uploaded like 4 videos overall, has more subscribers than him.
Samuel Fighter's 2 in-depth video exposing Clive for not being in a relationship with Suletta was great. Pequod, oh.
It was like 3 hours long, and honestly, some of the evidence was very compelling.
They forged paychecks!
Did you hear the part where Samuel said beep 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 beep? Come on, that's really compelling.
They forged paychecks? We haven't gotten to that one yet. Oh, God.
Oh, in light of that, and in light of it being posted on the YouTube channel that surpassed the intensity, I can understand completely now.
God, I can't believe they forged fucking paycheck.
That is quite surprising. Did you two have a conversation about that one with them, Doc?
We did. We tried. Taking Julius's hand, we did. We tried.
Is that a conversation parents normally need to have?
No!
Oh, I had to ask because I was waiting for the day that I'd have to sit Ricky down and tell him no more committing federal crimes.
Yeah, no, but it's difficult to have how should I put this, in-depth conversations with them because it's Krellin. He's a star child. He still doesn't really understand human considerations and everything like that. Fedwick is Fedwick and Samuel is Samuel. So yeah, it's a bit difficult to have a serious conversation like that with them.
They also forged pictures of Clive with another woman, so, yeah.
Oh, God.
A fat lady. A big fat lady.
Oh, God, we have not gotten to that part either.
Oh, we need to. Looking at Davy.
And Suletta wasn't upset by that at all.
No, Aunt Suletta knows how to deal with trolls. Clive doesn't.
Fair, and very fortunate for Clive that Suletta is such an intelligent woman and didn't believe it for a moment.
I think we'll be watching that tonight, dear. I'm way more interested now.
Oh, as am I. I need to see Clive photoshopped with an overweight lady.
It's the lady from Starbucks that called Samantha a bitch. Got fired or something. Something like that. Leogan woman.
Oh, yes, of course. So not only is he with an overweight lady, but with a bitch.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I'll watch that with Saris to unwind after today. So boy, I think I'm going to need it.
She sighs and just waits for Lorelai. Nobody starts eating till Lorelai comes, so.
It is intimidating. It's the first time that I'm going to have seen her in, God, damn near 18 years, I think?
Maybe she can help with the Krellin, Frederick, Samuel, Clive problem.
Maybe she could, but I don't think she really wants to talk to any of them, considering they left her how many messages, Pequod? On
10,000.
10,000 messages saying to come to the greatest child of Julius's birthday party, or the wedding.
I wish death on the fucking guy. Good God. Just joke.
Well, I really do think they need to learn that sometimes a joke can go too far, and like you said, honey, can push people to do things not necessarily within their personality. I don't think this was in Clive's personality before the Stooges began to do all of this to him.
That guy never knew what he was signing up for when he put on the scarf.
No, he didn't.
Oh, it's going to be a wonderful experience. I'm getting to go into Krellin, Frederick, Samuel. Yeah, you can move in. Famous last word.
Yeah, although I would hope he'd say that the benefits have outweighed the negatives, given whom he's with.
They bought him a bunch of games. He should just be happy.
I'm sure he was happy when he found, the first one. But I can understand the 10,000 games irking you a little bit. I can't understand that.
Yeah.
Just picture it. You open your front door there in the morning, and you see a game you've been looking for, and you pick it up, and then you see the trail of them leading to a mound in the center of your lawn.
The way they see it, if they buy all the games on the market, then Clive has a one-of-a-kind item.
Davine sucks some air in through her teeth. That is very considerate of them. The logic is flawed, but they have the spirit, I suppose.
Morons. Looking at her coffee cup. Because
Dave-
they are kind of moronic at times. Even I can admit it.
Always have said it like it is, Nicole.
Just saying.
Oh no, I agree. For Krellin being a star child, he acts and seems rather, yes, moronic at times.
Julius nods. Yeah, even I, as their legal father, can admit they are not only moronic, but I would just say straight up stupid at times. Davy nods. But honestly, whose kids aren't? She looks at Pequod, giving her a smile that indicates she's trying to comfort her.
Elizabeth isn't really, now that she's over the hump. Nor is JJ. There's that.
Well, that is true, but that's not to say my children haven't made mistakes in the past.
What mistake has JJ made?
Passed up Samantha the first time.
Okay. There's that. She'll point at Davine. Fair enough. But since acquiring Samantha.
None that I can necessarily think of.
Exactly, mother.
I'm staying out of this discussion because, we all know what happened with Ricky.
He's a lot like his dad, smiling at Hunk. Thank God.
Julius nods. Learned a lot of stuff from him. You should be proud of him, Dad.
I am. Tell him all the time. I see they even do this weird... Samantha calls it their Chad moment now, where they grab hands and squeeze hands and lock eyes and tell each other how proud of each other they are for like 10 minutes. It's our little thing, yeah.
No, I respect that. That sounds really sweet, Dad. I quite enjoy that.
He deserves it.
I would say so. Everything I've seen of him, he's a fine young man. Samantha's very lucky to have him, as he is her, and he's a good soldier too. You should be very proud, both of you.
Not gonna have her for long. Pequod, today's that day.
Davine looks down at her lap and just shakes her head.
You know, it's going to be hard on the boy, but I must say I'm very impressed with him for going through with it. He could have taken the easy way out.
Sure could have. Probably should have. But oh well.
Julius nods. He could have, but he's his father's son. He looks at Hunk and smiles. Does things the right way all the time, so another thing to be proud of him for.
I think I don't want to see him go. But I do think it'll be good for him. It's in his blood to go to the military, so.
I think so, and while he is already a fine young man, Basic does help build you into a better man.
I think he'll excel at basic, get out, and I don't see him staying in the military, but I'm proud of him for going.
And it
Indeed.
always looks good on a resume.
Davy nods, especially for the reasons that he is going in. It's not poor reasons, such as, wanting a Lamborghini or something like that. It's to protect his family and most especially his wife, which is very good reasoning.
The best reasoning. That and to prove a point.
I mean, all of that is far better reasons than my son had, so I'm kind of jealous.
Julia shrugs. It'll be good for him. He will start to pour everyone a glass of water. It will most definitely be good for him. I know he's been in combat and he can do some pretty impressive stuff, but it instills in you a certain feeling. Like, there's a reason why in combat people say, let training take over. Basic is that training. So, he shrugs. It will be good for him, especially if he's joining the squad he's going to be joining.
Not for Samantha, but we'll be there for her.
If you need anything, I'm only a phone call away. I'll do anything I can to help with that.
We should be okay. I'm sure she won't take it well, but the family's big. Can help her, support her through it. I feel sorry for her. She's a victim in all this, but the point needs to be made. Nobody's special. Looking right at Davy.
Davian looks at Pequod and nods. Nobody is special, darling.
Nobody should sit in a gym. Icy, here we go. I'm just gonna start eating. She can't be mad at me. She starts eating.
That's true.
Julius starts to chuckle as soon as Pequod starts about the gym.
You know, when we first moved into our house, Ash, maybe you've heard, but we actually didn't have a gym. Believe it or not.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope, every house on the lane had one. Even the Cole's house, and she still to this day has a bigger one than us, and only Banksy in that household works out because she doesn't. Icy, nah, I don't do that stuff. Eating. She doesn't like doing it, and she doesn't need to. Meanwhile, our gym, you can fit. We have a leg machine. We have an all-in-one machine, a Bowflex, basically an all-in-one. A bench, or no, I'm sorry, a sink, a water fountain, and that's all we got. And we're the heads of the family, right, Julius?
Julius nods. You are the heads of the family, Dad.
And I mean, our Bowflex actually, it is the most uncomfortable bench to sit on ever. To stop prolonged sitting.
Well, it seems like it's a gym that's very hard to sit in, then.
Yes, very uncomfortable. That's why we work out at the academy gym more. And it's been that way for a long time. Pequod shrugs and looks at Davy.
Davy nods. The academy gym is far more accessible than the one in our home. She smiles at Pequod. Not that I mind, though, as long as I get to spend time with the family, and even at the ODM Academy, it can be enjoyable.
Could use an upgrade.
I would not mind an upgrade, as my husband just said, though.
I mean, Mother's Day is gonna happen again. Father's Day coming up right after that. Pequod just drinks her coffee.
Julius just starts to click his tongue. Will start to drink some of the water he poured. Davian looks at Hunk. I don't think we're going to manage to convince them of this one. I messed it up for us.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
Never give up. After all, there's eternity to try.
Maybe if you're on your best behavior for the next 40 years, Mom.
Davian looks at Pequod, and she actually starts to get some hope in her eyes, and she nods. Thank you, darling. Yes, of course. I'll be on my best behavior. Don't worry.
40 years. Come on, Julius. Do something about it.
Julius shakes his head. I think it's fair, Dad.
It's better than the rule I was going to implement at Rainfall Lane, where one cannot spend more than 2 hours in a gym at any time consecutively.
That is better. She didn't implement it because she knew it would, mess some stuff up for me. So, because my wife is a very loving woman, she didn't want to mess stuff up for me. Davian will hold Icy's hand, start to rub the top of it. Julius looks over at her. Oh, look at you, defending Mom as always.
It's been like 20 years. Pequod shakes her head and drinks her coffee.
And I would appreciate it if you didn't go, me. I don't sound like that, thank you.
Nah. Sticks her tongue out at Julia.
Oh, real mature, Nicole. Davine looks at the two of them, smiles, and starts to giggle slightly while putting her arm around Icy and hugging her.
I swear it feels like we're back on Alpha 9 again. Reminds me of those days.
Good feeling. And no gym you can sit in this restaurant.
No, there isn't. I have not sat in a gym like that in a very, very long time. Since Alpha 9, I believe.
I never really thought anything of it by the time I came around. I just walk in, see you in the gym, walk by, walk in, see you in the gym, walk by, walk in, see you in the gym, walk by, see a Pequod starts death gripping her coffee cup.
Julius puts a hand onto her hand.
See you in the gym, walk by, see you in the gym.
Yeah, it was quite like that, Towns. I agree.
Then some days I'd be like, you'd think she'd come out and talk to people, especially the girls, and Pequod slams her coffee cup down.
Julius, looking over at Town, starts to do the cut it out thing with his hand across his throat.
He stops and awkwardly starts drinking his water.
Yeah, no, it was a very interesting time. Very interesting. Here, let me help you clean this up, honey. He starts to wipe Pequod's hand off.
Well, we're not going to ever do that again, dear. So, she's not going to do it again, I should say.
Davine shakes her head. No, never again am I going to do that. I refuse to do so.
Depression can do that to you.
Davine nods. That is very true. She holds Hunk's hand. But I'm not depressed anymore, so... Once again, she smiles at Pequod. As long as I have my family and my loving husband and my children, I won't be doing that again.
And Clive, don't forget Clive.
And Clive, who's very interesting when it comes to trolls, but a very loving man who's very good for my loving sister.
Gives us a lot of good content.
That is true. He actually doesn't really use any of the money from his revenues. He always gives it to us. The family, I should say, not me and Pequod, but the family. He gives his revenue to the family.
He is a very charitable man. Laz picked well.
I should say so. He's also the ambassador of Earthgov.
Yeah, kind of.
Davine looks over at Sasha. I thought that was his, official position, darling.
What has he done since talking to the Anovians in terms of ambassador? Besides coming up to our office in a bathroom. Pequod, nothing.
Nothing at all, honestly.
So, kind of the ambassador. Mostly maintenance at Rainfall Lane.
That's fair. I mean, you could...
And it's not a good look that our ambassador is flipping double birds on every YouTube video. I'm just gonna put that out there.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Might be best to see if we can get him not to do that now that I think about it.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, no. Me and Pequod have tried to explain it to him. Suletta definitely has tried to explain it to him. Mom has tried to explain it to him. None of us have been able to get through to him.
I'm not even gonna touch that situation.
Fair enough.
Gods, I can see it now. We find an intelligent race. We say we're sending our ambassador over. They look him up on our eNet, and they see him flipping the birds to them.
Take my sack from the fucking back, mate.
When this is all said and done, Towns, do you think it might be a good idea to not have those available to people?
Yeah, I'll take care of it. But, I mean, he's got a lot of traction on his YouTube account, and that r versus people with no teeth Reddit.
that is true. He does have a lot of which just means he'll be useful when re-election season is going to be coming up and stuff. But hopefully, what Ash says does not come to pass, and people find his very unique videos.
Vote the Primarch, Mom, or lick my sack from your back!
Davian starts to laugh. Oh my god, Istrom. You just have the most wonderful voices, don't you?
Icy will rub her nose against Davine's. Going,
Oh my god. Eskimo kisses have a sweet darling. She starts
starts
to rub
clapping. Go ahead.
She starts to rub her nose against hers, and some butterflies for you, and blinks her eyes so their eyelashes start touching each other's. Julius puts a hand on Pequod's stomach. Do you want to go into the restroom so you can throw up, honey?
You okay, Patricia? Morning sickness, Thomas. You know.
Yeah, no, it's been getting worse and worse. You know how it is, Dad.
Shit. Okay, you want some? Here, he'll pour her another cup of tea. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Stop them, Julius.
Icy.
Hmm?
You you look really stupid right now, you know that?
You're just jealous.
Oh yeah, no, I'm really jealous that I don't get Eskimo and butterfly kisses from my mother when I'm a 40-year-old man.
See, they always pick on me.
I know, Strum. It is terrible, isn't it? Well, don't worry. I'll never pick on you, darling.
Lay off. Stepping on Julius's foot under the table.
He sits up straight. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Oh, how is Soul coming along, Nicole? I see. Oh, perfectly fine. Limited in what we can do, but she's studying hard.
Good, very good. She's like, listening to you and is very adamant about studying and everything.
Yes, nodding her head. I think time off the squad is hurting her, that's for sure. Kind of you to let her go out on a deployment today, training exercise. Pequod, they're in good hands.
Yeah, they're in good hands, and we thought it would be nice for both Colt and her. We realize it's also rough on him to not have her around, especially during training missions or deployments like this. Davy nods. Oh, I'm sure it is. As an example, I'm sure it would be rough on Hunk if I wasn't there, and especially vice versa, if either of us, for whatever reason, were not on a mission.
Can you imagine back in the day, you stuck sitting on Gateway pregnant watching us fight Epsilon Squad? Good God.
It would be absolute torture.
Murder. I'd rather be out there with a broken leg trying to fight those guys.
I think it would make it even worse when you remember that last fight that she was in with them. Colt got severely injured.
Yeah. Hunk shaking his head. Blowing himself up along with Samantha. Not high on my list.
Nor mine.
It worked. Kind of, but I don't condone.
Oh no, I taught it to her, but it's a last resort. You're going to die if you don't type of thing.
I told you she'd protect them.
Julius nods. Hey, I didn't doubt that for a second. I just, I care about her and I care about Colt a whole lot. I don't condone it either, and let's just say that.
She is constantly worried about him. Lately, almost any time they do anything, I'm nearly levitating any time.
That is true. I've had to start holding Ash's chair down onto the ground whenever they're on something or we're discussing them with her in the room.
Eskimo kisses are the best.
Davy nods. Oh yes, they are, don't you think, darling? Some Eskimo kisses for my Istrom.
Immediately starts clapping again. Peacock.
Julius just leans over to Peacock and shakes his head. Why does he clap every single time?
Like a father seeing his child take his first steps. Butterflies, Icy says.
Butterflies. She starts to do them with her.
Oh,
Dave-
Lorelai walks up with a smile, watching, not interrupting. She'll pat Ash on the shoulder.
He's gonna look up, see her sit up straight, and actually salute. Mom, it's been a long time.
She'll, smiling over at Davine and Icy, lower Ash's hand. Remember, it's former Ranger General.
Well, you'll always be the Ranger General to me, ma'am, and reflexes.
She'll smile and nod at Ash and walk up this way, not interrupting Icy and Davine. Pequod, God! Nothing stops them, not even the presence of Lorelai.
It's impressive, really. Julius will set the plate down he made for Lorelai for her. I kept it warm for you.
Thank
former
you.
Ranger General.
Bowing her head slightly, taking the plate. Uncle dear, Lorelai's here.
Oh! She stops butterfly kisses with Icy, turns to Lorelai and bows her head. It's very nice to see you, Lorelai.
Lorelai nods her head at Davy. We've come a long way since questioning whether you were in it or not for the right reasons, I'd say.
Davine smiles at her and nods. I would like to think so, ma'am. She will hold Icy's hand and give her hand a kiss, and then Hunk's hand a kiss.
Hunk smiling, kissing Davine's hand, as Lorelai, well, I bet there was a time and place you thought you'd be the favorite. Wrong. Looking at Julia.
Julia starts to laugh. Honestly, yeah, a little bit. Is it weird that I'm just a touch jealous about it? I would never admit this to Nicole, but she can read my mind anyway. But I am a touch jealous of it.
Well, you should be. Patting him on the shoulder. But she needs it more.
That is true. I love my sister very much, but she's always needed this kind of thing more, so I'm happy to let her have it. Not that I'm not gonna make fun of her just a tiny bit.
You wouldn't be a good pair of brothers and sisters, siblings, if you didn't.
He smiles at her, nods. It's nice of you to join us, ma'am.
Yes, I've been called up to teach, well, not teach, but discuss helping your daughter learn in the ways of spellcasting. Do we really have to do this? She'll shrug at everybody at the table.
Julius nods. We would appreciate it, ma'am, if you did assist Nicole in the teaching of soul, ma'am.
Is she cut out for this? I mean, really, cut out for this. Of course, look at her parents. She bats an eye at both of them.
Davine looks at Lorelai. Do you mean, does she have a killer instinct, ma'am?
You have to want to kill to be successful. Would you disagree? Looking at Icy, no. When she freaked out, I think everybody here was present. Correct. Pequod, I was on the ship watching, but yeah. She killed those people. Brutally. Dropped one into an endless chasm. You have to want to kill. Your children have grown up in a life of luxury, and there's nothing wrong with it. They deserve it. You worked hard to give it to them. So is his child, pointing at Ash, to a lesser degree, of course. But perhaps he was a little more worldly in some senses, but there needs to be a want to kill. The evil.
Julius nods. I think she has the want, ma'am. She just needs some assistance drawing it out. Have you ever seen the video of her freak out, ma'am?
Oh, I have, and it's quite impressive.
He nods. I think it's always... I don't want to say always been in her, but she has it there. It's sitting idly by. Something needs to happen to draw it out for her right now. He shakes his head, but that won't cut it, so we're going to the best person we know for it, the same person that instilled in most of us here that same feeling, that same want to kill the unrighteous feeling. He nods. And we would appreciate it if you drew it out of her more naturally than how it is right now for her.
I can try.
Julius nods. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. He chuckles a bit. You can have some of my eggs as a thank you. I'm not super hungry right now.
Oh, she'll take them off Julius's plate and start eating. I see. The brutal way is the best way, especially given recent events. I'd say Carter's surrendering and all this weirdness. Your son surrendered to the enemy?
Julius clicks his tongue and nods. Yes, he did, ma'am.
Claude, I was so angry at him. But I didn't say anything. I didn't want to pour it on him. But I was so angry at him.
I think all of us were. It was, I gotta admit, it was slightly disappointing to me, ma'am. Well, more than slightly, but you know what I mean.
What a shame. What a waste of a sword.
He clicks his tongue. All I can say is I hope after that fight and some of the conversations he possibly had with Samantha, something clicked in his head, ma'am.
Carter's never been the most manliest of men. He's far and away removed from his father and grandfather and Ash and people like that. He's baby steps to get there, I think.
Julius nods. I would have to agree. He's always took a bit more corrosing than other people in the family. Davy nods. He has been rather. Oh, well, we're all thinking it. I'm just going to say it. He has been rather bitchish before.
Chuckles eating her potato or her hash brown.
He has been. He has, and well, I think it's a bit of a journey to draw him out of there, but I'm sure he can grow out of that, and I'm sure he will, and I'm sure he is.
Well, he'll have to, or one day he'll encounter an enemy that doesn't let him survive.
Agreed. I think that will come with seasoning. All things considered, despite the odds they faced, those kids are still rookies. He's just gonna have to learn quick.
Julius nods. No other way to learn when you're in the military. You gotta learn quick or you die.
Agreed. I do think, from what I heard Samantha really yelled at him, I do think that's a wake-up call, and I think he's going to pick it up, much like his father did, quite fast.
Sometimes the old ways are the best.
Julius nods. I actually have to agree in this circumstance, ma'am, and most circumstances. Pretty much every one of them, ma'am. When it's a time of peace and everything like that, it's understandable to be a bit softer, but I would not consider this a time of peace anymore.
There's never a time of peace. She keeps eating. Hungry. Looks confused.
Davine tilts her head. Do you mean there's never a time of peace because there's always conflicts going on throughout the galaxy?
There's always enemies. There's always going to be enemies. Why ever let your guard down? Why ever take your foot off the gas? Galactic empires always face enemies. Empires on planets, on Earth. The Romans faced enemies as they expanded. Space will be the same, I assure you. Whether it's creatures or an alien race or a void entity.
true. Always be ready to get as vicious as your enemy.
Julius leans back in his chair, crosses his arms, and looks over at Sasha with a knowing look on his face.
She shrugs and shakes her head. Maybe she thinks she's been too soft all these years and keeps eating.
Julius nods and will start to take some of his hash browns and feed them to Pequod.
I do think setting up almost a monarchy. That's what I would call the Rainfalls at this point. I think setting up a royal family is smart. It gives people something to look up to, instead of leaders in suits and ties that lie to the public, as it was when I was a child, hundreds of years ago. And I don't think monarchy should be seen as bloodthirsty or warmongering, but at the same time, it is said monarchy's job to protect their people and all the lands, in this case, planets.
Davy nods. It needs to be known that the monarchy will, in fact, protect the people below them. She starts to stroke her chin, nod, and looks at Hunk.
Hunk nods his head. Well, we don't have too much say in the military nowadays.
No, I would actually say I never really had any say in the military. I was a civilian contractor after all, so...
It was a lot more brutal back in the day when I was coming in, and Ash and Julius, I mean, hell, you guys got beat before you even went to basic, because they thought you were UIR spies, I guess, but... He thought that wouldn't happen nowadays.
Julius shakes his head. No, it wouldn't. We spent how many hours in an interrogation room, Ash? After we got beaten, and then interrogation, and then we were, like, offered the choice.
Oh, for me personally, nearly 20 hours in an interrogation room?
Yeah. He leans forward on the table, shakes his head. That's not gonna happen anymore.
You always should play dirty. All's fair in love and war.
Julius nods. It's something that kept me alive during, some of the worst parts of my life. Something that I think I've sort of forgotten over the years. There's no rules in an actual fight. Bite, scream, throw dirt in their eyes, anything you can do to survive.
Save for the once honorable king of men of Anova. Most enemies aren't going to care whether you're honorable or not. You die the same, honorable or dishonorable.
Julius nods. Thank you for the advice, ma'am. We all greatly appreciate it.
And I would say it's a trickle-down effect to your children. Would you have surrendered to Tewaz back in the day, Ash?
Once I had become part of Alpha 9, no.
Do you think you could have taken him one-on-one when he wounded you and broke your spine? Did you think you had a fair chance?
In the bottom of my heart, I hoped it, ma'am, but I wasn't an idiot. I knew I was screwed.
Yet you still fought.
Better to die on your feet than to die on your knees, I suppose.
Maybe have a talk with your son. Looking at Julius.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, his squad. I'm sure his squad will attempt to set him right, but...
Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure to have a talk with Carter about this.
I think it'll be good to have that discussion because he needs to learn that you should almost never surrender.
I talked with Elizabeth last week. I told her next time just take the shot. Even if there's a civilian in front, Lorelei, that is the spirit.
Julius nods. We need to instill in those kids some Alpha 9 philosophy, I believe. He looks at Hunk and Davine. I wouldn't mind if you guys could help out with that where applicable, please.
I think JJ is good, but Elizabeth, maybe and the rest of the squad, absolutely, yeah. I'm gonna give him a talk about safe sex.
I specifically requested it, ma'am. You know, the whole situation with Colt and Soul, and, well, I think they're gonna get the safe sex talk, I think every week, right, Dad?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's no one better.
Oh, I believe there isn't.
Got the talk when I was pregnant and had been married. Lorelai laughed.
Yeah, me and Pequod were there after we had 3 kids that were above the age of 5.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you gotta put your foot down.
Julius covers his mouth and sort of chuckles. I guess you do, Dad. I guess you do when it comes to that kind of thing.
Even Laz, she could have blown, maybe at least tried to blow Fortune away. Fucking gunship. Pequod. Oh.
Julius clicks his tongue. They did give him a chance to surrender, didn't they?
Orders were alive if possible, dead if necessary. Lorelai, maybe orders should just be dead if necessary.
Julius closes his mouth. Opens his mouth, closes it, and shakes his head.
They're a shadowy, former military organization. They're compartmentalized. I'm sure of that. Which means, sure, you can get Ripa, but do you think he really knows anything of that grandiose of importance? Probably not.
No, given that man's disposition and seeming intelligence, ma'am, you wouldn't give him anything of importance.
Yeah, that's true. Save for, the black woman. I forget her name. Fortune. Yeah, save for her, from what little I understand. The rest of them are probably compartmentalized drones. That's how shadowy government military organizations are supposed to work, and work most efficiently.
And this is not an insult to the children. Even if the whole squad was there, I think they would have struggled to bring her in alive. I think the only way they were getting her out of there is in a body bag, ma'am.
You don't need intelligence on your enemy if you just wipe them out. You see, people make too big of a deal out of it. We need to kill, capture, command structure, take apart the enemy's command structure. No, you don't. Not if you just crack the planet and kill them all at once. He sips his coffee. Then they're all dead.
We always used to go off the terms, take no prisoners, and you know what, I think we did pretty damn well for ourselves. We saved the universe after all.
You know, if EarthGov didn't have you, gesturing at Julius, or your sister, as Icy's eating her food looking at Lorelai, and it operated the way you operate nowadays, and you encountered, what, an alien race of greater technological superiority, you'd be pretty well fucked.
Julius nods. We most definitely would be. We wouldn't have the ruthlessness or the tenacity necessary to fight against that kind of Op 4. Especially if we didn't have me or Nicole around.
Most definitely. Dragons are wonderful, majestic creatures, but when they can't fire on their own citizens, well, that creates a problem. Or soldiers, or friendly fire creates a big problem. Yeah! Looking over at Ash!
It can, yes.
Just stood there like a fucking useless rock.
Davine reaches out and holds Pequod's hand and starts to rub it.
She nods her head. At least he saved Ash and Sarah. There is that.
I may be biased here, ma'am, but I am quite appreciative of that.
He did something. Shaking her head. Something good.
I've been thinking about that a lot, and while I do prefer to not get absolutely vicious if possible, I think that's the only way we can kill these people.
fight dirty with dirty. I mean, they're certainly not going to stop. They're certainly not going to stop setting ambushes for the kids that summon beasts from another realm or fucking take hostages and then just straight up kill them in front of them. He shakes his head.
Except it's not us fighting, it's the kids.
I know.
If it was us, it'd be easy.
If it was us, we'd have it done by the afternoon.
But we have the kids that are fighting this one. He starts to rub his hands together. Which is all the more reason that I think we need to start going harder on them. Not as soft as we once were. We need to instill in them fight dirty. Anything you need to do to survive. He looks at all of them. And take no prisoners. He holds his hands up, but that's just me. This isn't, I forget the type of government, but the one where somebody chooses for everyone else.
Dictatorship, but I agree. Yeah. Nodding her head. I agree.
I think the children need to learn the meaning of the term speak strongly and carry a big stick. Or speak softly and carry a big stick, I should say.
Yeah. I don't think Mom would have hesitated to take out Ripa back in the day, tugging Davine closer to her.
Davine laughs. I don't think he would have managed to get a word out before I cut his head off.
Back in the day when enemies would probe you, try to play mind games with you, you all would just ignore it, and almost some of you would fly into a rage and then kill them even more brutally. Not so much. That's what comes from being raised in wealth and a soft upbringing.
I think the children do have a killer instinct. I just think, like you said, it's blunted by compassion, ma'am.
Well, it's something that, if they do have it, which I think they do, we just need to sharpen. And once it gets sharpened, they will be formidable foes for this Op 4 we're going against.
I think, looks over at Davine and Hunk, I think Elizabeth is sharpening hers rather quickly.
Yeah.
The intensity with which she trains when I'm trying to teach her how to shoot is admirable. You should be proud of her progress with the Maulers.
That guy got under his skin on that last mission out there for sure.
Davy nods, scratches her cheek. He most certainly did. She looks at Lorelei. I'm sure the children have showed you the combat footage. Do you think it was only because it was the man who killed Bash that was saying all that to her, or do you think that's a overarching problem she has?
I think it's just because it's the man that killed Bash. Left an impression on her. Put a muzzle of a gun in her mouth.
As someone who's had a similar feeling to that, it's because it's the man who killed Bash. She's got a little bit of revenant in her, I'd say.
Davine chuckles. That is for sure, if what Memory Ann was telling us is true, and I believe her wholeheartedly, and especially some of what we saw of the combat footage. Hell, you would think she had rabies at some point when she took her helmet off and was staring through that door of the window.
You need to get those children so brutal they will do something like this. I see. Oh no! Looking at Nemesis!
Julius covers his mouth looking at it and starts to laugh.
This is one of my personal favorites.
It is very nice, ma'am. Although every time I look at it, I just think if she'd waited 2 hours.
That is true, Lorelei nodding her head, but gunned him down right on the pitcher's mound in front of, probably more than a couple handfuls of young boys and girls and elderly folk, and didn't bat an eye.
Julius points over to Icy. Didn't you even show that during one of those podcasts that we went on all those years ago?
It was one of my more prouder moments, yeah, looking at Nemesis. Man! And he just slumped on the mound.
It was a very good series of shots, darling. All straight up the back. Even back then, I'm very proud of you.
I learned from the best, looking down at hung butterflies.
Julius looking back at it, shaking his head. You know, out of all the Nemesis, I'm most glad that one is dead.
Yeah, but I'm most proud of Laz. She got the last one. Butterflies!
Julius looks over at Icy. But butterflies?
Mom.
Oh, Davine will lean forward and start giving her butterflies.
Lorelai laughs. Always like that? Looking at Julia.
And Julius nods. Yeah, no, they're always like that.
Starts loudly clapping.
And he's also always like that, ma'am.
I miss my mother's embrace even, so. As hardened and callous as I am.
I think everyone does, ma'am.
Julius looks at Lorelai and nods. I'm sorry, even though my children are spellcasters, I might not be too familiar with it. Or is that a spellcaster thing?
I don't think it's a spellcaster thing. I think it's just spellcasters tend to find themselves infatuated with people. My mother was a simple farm woman, really, but she was stronger than I was in every way imaginable. At least the ways she'll shrug, respected.
So, spellcasters almost graft onto people they think are...
Oh, clearly, look at them, pointing over here.
I mean, yes, obviously, they graft onto people who they think are, forgive the uneducated term, but cool.
God, Mom is not that cool. Fighting back again.
Julius holds Pequod's hand. Oh, but Icy thinks she is, most definitely.
She's just a woman with swords and a willingness to fight and protect her family. It's admirable. I've never had to fight without my magic abilities. Not once. Neither has your sister.
And in all honesty, Pequod, I find her very cool as well, because what I do with guns.
You don't have to see this every day, Ash.
That is fair. But, I mean, you should be happy. You have debatably the coolest mother in the world.
My God, last Christmas he dressed up as Santa, she sat on his lap, and then she sat on her lap. It's the most disgusting Christmas photo we own.
Julius immediately pulls it up on his wrist computer and shows Lorelai.
I think it's cute.
I'd say it's sweet enough to give you a cavity.
Oh God, they're still going with the butterfly kisses. He squints his eyes. Oh no. As Davine suddenly grabs Icy's face, turns it to the side, and blows a raspberry onto her cheek.
Her eyes start sparkling. Pequod.
Okay.
Runs into the bathroom. Huh? Oh, morning sick. She's pregnant with Thomas. Yes. Nodding her head.
Julius nods. Yes, sir. Morning sickness. I'm gonna go check on her. He'll stand up really quickly, go in, just knock on the door. You okay in there, hun?
Good God, Sasha shaking her head.
Okay, I'll go let them know. He comes back to the table, sits down. She's gonna be a couple minutes.
Her eyes will stop sparkling. I'll go help her with the morning sickness thing, Mom.
Oh, okay, darling. Go right ahead.
Poor Pequod. Walking into the bathroom. Shaking her head.
Davine smiles, watching her leave. Looks at Hung. I'm very proud of my daughters.
You know, I'm proud of them too. Proud of all the kids.
As
You
in-
do make a good mother. I'm very much so surprised.
When she says that, Hunk sees Davine start to blush, and she puts a hand on her chest and looks at Lorelai. Thank you, ma'am. She bows pretty deeply as she can while sitting down. I'm quite touched that you think so about me.
She always had it in her. Sometimes you just need somebody to bring it out in you. Sasha eating her toast, or like, oh, and I'd say 2 little redheads definitely did, with the assistance of that poor woman in there vomiting.
And Julius clicks his tongue. Yeah, it was a pretty bad case of morning sickness this fine morning, I believe.
Coming from the bathroom, louder and louder, as down at the lane. Today's the day they get the engine, the grandkids hanging out with Scar. Clive looking over Scar's shoulder. Scar hits a key on the keyboard. Alright, we're good to go. All we need is Hunk to fucking head off to teach his, whatever you call that class, and we've got like a 50-minute window to get to this cocksucker's house, make the deal. Scar looks at Clive, then Fred, when he says make the deal. Cleanly make the deal. Because listen to me, boys, we've been going over this. This cocksucker is gonna milk us for everything we're worth. I tried to talk Davine out of it, Fred, Clive, Hale, Jace, Integra, Snuffles. I tried to talk her out of it. She's coming one way or a fucking another.
Well, I'm sure she just wants to be, quality assurance, even though it's gonna make it so much harder on us, mate.
We're fucked. This cocksucker's gonna see her face, and we're screwed. And I mean, Patricia, I think it was Wednesday, ran a media piece on Fox about the production of The Perfect Storm. So in the recent news, Davine's face is everywhere. So we're fucked.
Fledwick nods, puts his hands in his pockets. Oh, jeez. Well, maybe I could help out with the negotiations. You never know.
I don't. Maybe we could try to convince Davine to stay in the car, even though we all know it's implausible.
Clive shakes his head.
I don't even think Suletta begging on her knees could convince her of that, mate.
Well then, we're gonna get milked for everything the family is worth.
Oh, God.
He rubs his face, shakes his head.
Well, thankfully, Peakwater's given us the line to the credit, but we'll just need to figure out a way to explain this huge charge to her without making her angry about it.
Well, it's for her father, so she'll do it. Probably, regardless of costs, but if it was for Davine, I don't think she would.
No, she definitely wouldn't. I still hear her sometimes talking about the gym and her sitting in it and stuff, so I really don't think so.
Well, I mean, that gym thing was a little bit before your time, Fred, but let me tell you something, partner. It was a sight to see.
She would just sit in the gym and not do anything, not even really work out, just like watch TV, right? I heard Suletta told me about it.
TV. Yep, watch TV. She would occasionally come out for meals, but most of the time Nicole would bring them in, or like, Sasha or Julius, good son Julius, Zab would, I would every once in a while. Patricia never wouldn't because she was seething with anger even back then. And and that's why we find ourselves in the conundrum we are today of we have a miniature, but in my opinion, more, I'm not sure, high maintenance version of Sasha spending her final day with JJ because of Davine's action.
I gotta admit, mate, I feel really bad for those two. If there was a way I could get them out of it, I would, but there is no way, I don't think.
I feel fucking horrible for JJ, leaning back in the computer chair. I feel god fucking awful. That boy, if you line up every Rainfall kid of adult age, now, and you go down the litany, if there was any kid that had a sparkling record and didn't deserve any punishment ever, in my opinion, it's JJ. Carter, big time fuck up, crashed the production company. That kid, there's days I still want to fucking clock Carter clean across the nose. Soul, she's lucky she's a girl. Letting another guy touch her. If she was a boy, I'd punch her and step on her fucking groin. Even Laz, a little bit of a fuck up there. But that's okay. No physicality involved, in my opinion. Maybe a harsh talking to. Elizabeth, well, enough said. Davine Jr. I'm not convinced she's not going to ruin things with Benny like other people are. I think she will. It's in her blood.
Oh, I mean, fair enough, mate. And yeah, I haven't been around nearly as long as you will. I wasn't around watching those kids grow up or anything, but from what I know, JJ definitely seems the least dramatic out of all of them, let's say.
And he never did anything to deserve this. He was a good student at the academy, learned well, carried the academy's name well, poster boy for the academy, worked hard to get his position. So, I feel terrible for him.
Clive shakes his head.
Yeah, sure do I. It's gonna be really tough on him, I think. I mean, it's gonna be tough on both of them. Don't get me wrong, but we're all gonna be here with Samantha through better or worse, and not trying to minimize the pain she's gonna go through. It's gonna be terrible for her, and it's gonna be rough on her, of course. JJ's going to have no one. He's going to be in basic training all by himself with no family member, no way to contact us really, and I think it's going to be really tough on him.
If I had a beautiful girl like Samantha, I wouldn't be able to walk away like this, even if I was being forced. So, oh yeah, he's screwed. He's up shit creek without a paddle.
Yeah,
And Memory Ann too, I forgot. If Memory Ann was a boy, I'd punch her in the jaw. But, moving on.
yeah, don't call it walking away in front of him. He's still quite terrified about that, I think.
No, walking away implies you have to do it with choice, in the Davine sense. This is he's being forced into it. There's no way out.
Yeah, especially since he's a good boy and wants to do it for the right reasons. And now it's been said over and over, even in our circle, but he wants to be there to protect them.
In another place, Clive, in another time, he could have just signed his name on a dotted civvy contract line, and if that fucking nutsoid fucking bitch didn't sit in the gym and ignore people, and she was depressed, and there were some things going on with Hunk there, and I think a lot of her depression came from that, because Hunk was married, and clearly they wanted to get together. And that man used to bound down the steps to get to the gym every morning, like a kid running to see his favorite television show on the TV, Clive. Like that. He had, but still, there's no excuse for what she did.
Yeah, I mean, depression does not mean you're allowed to do stupid things. Just like how insanity is not an excuse to commit a crime. If you plead insanity and you're good to go on that insanity charge, you're still going to be sent to a mental asylum for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Frederick, in his head, is thinking about sometimes what he's noticed around Scar. When he sees Davine babying Icy, Scar has a big smile on his face, but sometimes that smile turns to a I want to punch that woman in the face look, as Scar is listening to what Clive just said to him.
Hey, Scar, I have a question.
Yeah, what up?
You know when Davine, babies Icy and stuff?
He smiles big, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you get a face that looks like this, and he'll try to mimic the face that Scar makes.
Ah, yeah. You know why I do that? Looks at Frederick, then Clive, then back at Frederick.
Why?
Because she should have just been doing it from day one!
I like to imagine Clive gets super surprised by this, so he like stumbles back a couple steps.
Dumb bitch! Looking at the computer monitor! Oh, I fucked up with my child. I have a second chance. He's here and there's another one. I'm Davey and I'm gonna sit in the gym. I could take this monitor, and he starts smashing.
Scott, mate, calm down.
Smash it right over that elf head. Hell, holy shit. Looking at Scott.
Oh my god, he's really angry, isn't he?
Meow, 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 meow. The effects of Davine are everlasting to the children.
Yeah, I could certainly tell that much, Mr. Snuffles.
Is that why Grandma and Grandpa's gym is like so tiny? Meow, patting Hale on the head.
I mean, like, yeah, from what I've seen, they basically only have like a Bowflex in there and one of those all-in-one benches.
Meow, 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 meow. They're lucky to have that.
Integra nods. I agree, Mr. Snuffles. I agree.
Meow, 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 meow. I feel sorry for Hunk, not Davine.
You just taking the words right out of my mouth. She leans over to Hale. Can you tell I'm trying to be like my mother?
You're doing a good job at it. Looking over at Hale.
Thank you.
Make that angry face she makes sometimes when looking at Grandma.
She starts to like grit her teeth, looking forward, and just tries to make the face Pequod makes.
Fuck! Kicking over the fucking tower to the computer. Okay, I feel better. I was brain damaged, Clive, Frederick, and I could see it. I had an aneurysm in my brain that bled for months. The only reason I'm alive is because I'm a Leogan, and we heal fast, but it never fully healed. And I was trapped on that planet with hardly any food and a teleprompter to my name. That's how brain damaged I was. And I could just see it, and pick up on the general vibe of things. Meanwhile, the elven maiden of the fucking universe decides, you know what? I think I'm gonna sit in the gym today. Again!
Clive has his hands put up in a surrender.
Yeah, no, mate. Yeah, no, she should have been smarter, that's for sure.
As he'll walk over and...
I could take that scarf and strangle her with it! Wow, Hale! Head bounces back.
Oh my... He is really angry. Holy crap.
I guess Grandma really did fuck up back in the day. Hale pointing at Scar and laughing.
And JJ nods, his eyes wide, leaning forward, looking at Scar. Integra still doing the angry Pequod face.
Yeah, no, mate. But we probably shouldn't do that, but
He picks up the tower and pats it a couple times.
it's probably destroyed. But it's okay, mate. It's okay.
Settle down. We done are in the presence of fucking relics from like 800 years ago. Scar, oh, sorry. Sits down and pats Hale on the head.
Yeah, that is true, mate. We don't really want to mess anything up, and I understand the outburst. I really do. Probably needed it. Probably been building up for a while, but
They used to make fun of me for staring at Sasha's thighs when she worked out, Meanwhile, the only person worth making fun of in that apartment was fucking Davine. Forget about Ash being fucking older than King Tut.
I get it. Sometimes I stare at Quelwyn's thighs while he's walking around.
Slowly turns his head to look at Frederick. Yeah, you do, huh?
I mean, yeah. Have you seen those things? Frontal thighs, man.
Pretty thick.
Oh, one could say so. Yeah, one could say so.
Speaking of Krellin, where is Big Red?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
coming with us today, right?
He is coming with us, but he has a little bit of a surprise for you guys.
Oh, good. Nodding his head, still playing with the mouse as if the computer is working.
Clive looking at it.
yeah, no.
He's like unscrewed the side of the tower.
Yeah, no. Motherboards my bud's destroyed. I could fix this up in a jiff, man. Don't worry.
Stupid mouse. Looks at it and bangs it on the table twice.
Flitwick looks at Scar, down at it. But that's weird.
Huh? He limp-wristedly throws the mouse off behind Clive because Scar realizes the computer's fucked now.
Scar sees Flitwick's eye actually twitch a little when he does that, and Flitwick himself seems confused about it.
Davine, getting to you, buddy?
Maybe. I don't know why. When I saw you throw the mouse, that made me angry.
What makes me angry is you have kids that need you and want you, and you willingly neglect them. And then, you just think, oh, I messed up, but I can make it better. What makes things better is punching somebody who deserves it in the face.
Well, I don't think any of us can do that, mate.
Ask Carter. When he came back to the lane after Drama 101 with Carter for 4.5 years, I threw his ass through a couple walls. Then we had a civil discussion, but his ass went through a couple walls.
I mean, hey, that's completely fair, mate, but I don't think any of us could punch Davine in the face without getting killed by Hunk or her.
Oh, no. It's just when I try not to think back to the gym days too often, because when I do, I get angry, so.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair, mate. Just, whew, I would hate to see any of us die because we made a bad decision like that.
Oh, wow, Jace. Patting Jace on the head.
I like to imagine Jace turns around and the three adults here, Flitwick, Scar, and Clive, all see him, sit back, start to push himself back, and start to cry in fear.
Oh, sorry, Jace. Patting him on the head a little lighter. Didn't mean to hurt you in head. But so ugly, you green hair.
Jace in the Rugrats heads. What the hell is that?
He looks like overcooked bacon.
Oh god, I have no idea what that is. Is that... She squints her eyes. Is that Krellin?
It's Uncle Krellin with a lot of paint on him. Some type of spray paint, I think.
Why is he painted black?
Is it Halloween? Do we get free candy? Meow, 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 meow. This one's a bigger idiot than Davy.
Clive turns around because a child just started to cry. He turns around.
Is everything okay? Oh my god, Scar.
What you think, Scar? He was putting a cigarette in his mouth and it fell out.
Oh my god. Skywinder?
What the fuck? Coming on! What the hell you two think you're doing?
Flitwick puts his hands up.
This ain't 1960s. What you mean? Looking at Zap, then back at Clyde.
What happened in the 1960s?
Jesus fucking Christ! Leaning up against the hood of the car. What is the meaning of this, me Skylander?
Flitwick puts his hands up. Doc Edition, Skylander.
This is my fault. Looking at his paws.
No, it's my fault. I wanted it. You were just being a good friend, mate.
I didn't think they'd... You are not Spyro the Dragon. You look like him, right, Jay?
Jace still looks pretty scared of him, and he slowly nods. See? Even Queen Hair thinks so.
Here, have way to make Jace feel better. Ansu, let her teach me. Pull up picture of species girl he like.
Jace will look over at the picture of Samantha and start to smile slightly.
If only was here for you, but she no like green men, hair, ugly man. Putting picture away.
Jace looks down at his lap and his bottom lip starts to quiver slightly.
Poor baby. Patting him on the head.
You do know we can't go out with him looking like that, Scar, right?
I don't want to be seen in public. We We might be less known to the public, well, me, but I do have a reputation to uphold with this goddamn scarf and last name.
Yep. Yep. Oh God. Okay. Clive will go over and walk up to Krellin. Krellin, how are you, buddy?
Me good, preparing for Skylander. Need outfit.
Oh, what kind of outfit is Skylander going to wear?
Me think Kate.
Oh, a cape. Yeah, no, that would look amazing on you, mate. He puts his hands together. You know, you should probably actually get cleaned up out of all this paint. You don't want to unveil Skylander to the public without your costume, do you?
Oh, hand on his chest. Never think of that, Frederick.
Oh, I didn't think of that either.
Should me get showered?
I think so, mate. Get showered up, get nice and squeaky clean and everything. Get all the dark edition off of you, and hold off on presenting this to the public until you have the Skylander costume. Okay?
Krellin nodding his head. Is Jace's lips still quivering?
Yes.
Stop crying, Jace.
Jace will look up at him and stop crying. His eyes wide in fear, and he starts to nod quickly at Krellin.
Skylander here for you. Give these to Samantha. Gives him hardtack. Jolly Ranchers.
He'll hold the Jolly Ranchers, look at back up at Krellin and nod, give him 2 thumbs up.
Give her red. Red one's her favorite. But don't eat because you choke on them.
He nods again, and then will shake his head, put the candy up to his mouth, and shake his head again.
Be at big deficit cause green hair if want a girl as beautiful as Samantha. So make sure to always give gifts like Aunt Suletta tell you. Especially food.
He nods in the Rugrats' heads. Why does he always have to insult my hair?
Jealous that you actually have hair and he looks like an idiot looking at Krellin.
Oh,
But he's
man.
kind of intimidating.
He is. They said Skylander? I don't like this guy, I really don't.
Watch me, Jace. Me, Skylander, gets on all fours and starts running away like Spyro. Ah! Charging off the way he came.
Fudwick starts to clap. As he walks over here, Scar hears him say, "You hate to watch him wave, but you love to watch him go."
Yeah! Oh man, yeah, the way he protruded his buttocks there was quite enrapturing, you know what I mean? But I'm more of a Sasha guy myself.
Oh, no, I understand. Not everyone can handle Quentin.
No, it takes a special man. Special men like you and Sam.
Thank you. We appreciate you saying that, Scar.
Patting Frederick on the shoulder. And yeah, Jace, yeah, keep your chin up there, Jace. Don't listen to him. He's playing with. You're a rainfall, trust me. You'll get a good-looking girl. It's good genes attract good genes. Trust me.
Jason nods towards Scar. It always feels nice to have Uncle Scar comfort you through something like that.
And he never talks about beating us up like he does Uncle Carter.
Yeah, thank God about that. Oh my God.
Just don't eat those, Jace. Hardtack candy, not for children. Actually, I'm taking these. He takes them from Jace.
Jace will put them in his giant paw, hold one of his fingers, and nod at him, and then let go of it.
We'll give you them back when Samantha comes around today. Though I don't know if today's a good day to try and woo Samantha with gifts.
Jace shakes his head. In the Rugrats' heads. Yeah, no. She's gonna be pretty upset today, I think.
How come? Petting Mr. Snuffles on the head.
Have you guys not been listening? JJ's leaving for basic today, you know that, right?
Oh, 'cause Grandma petting Mr. Snuffles on the head more.
Integra. Yeah, 'cause of the idiot. Well, I mean, let's not be
rude about it.
Wow, you sound like your mom, Mr. Snuffles. Meow, 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 meow. I see great things in your future. Looking at Integra.
Integra looks back at Mr. Snuffles, smiles, and starts to pet it like a baby would pet a cat.
Meow, 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 meow. Your generation will be the greatest generation of rainfalls, free of relationship issues.
That's actually quite comforting to know. I don't really want to deal with any of those.
Meow, 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 meow. And all thanks to Suletta and Laz.
I do love my mom quite a bit. Yeah, your mom is quite cool, I have to admit. She just lays her head onto Mr. Snuffle's stomach. You're quite good as a pillow, I have to admit.
Meow, meow, meow. It's the fat.
Yeah, no, that's what I was getting at, Mr. Snuffles.
You want one? Fred, you want a blue one? Blues are good. I like the way they're eating Jace's fucking candy.
I like the purple ones, actually.
I think there's one. Here, there's one. Want one, Clive? There's only green left. There was only 2 cherry here, and yeah, you want one?
Oh, yeah, mate. I haven't had Jolly Ranchers since forever. Not since I got my teeth back, and even before that, they always bothered them. Green apples were actually my favorite, so thank you.
Well, there goes that. Watching Clive eat the last one.
Well, I can't say that I didn't see that one coming.
I hope Uncle Krellin runs around like that everywhere. He looked so retarded.
He did look quite stupid, didn't he? He's a little bit scary, don't you guys think?
No, he's totally intimidating when he's the Sky Boss.
Skylander, hail.
Skylander, as Krellin comes back out normal. Wow, eating children's candy. Looking at everybody. Still soaking wet with water. Hi, Jace. Like you hair today.
Jace squints his eyes in disbelief as he's looking at him.
Don't want to make baby cry.
Jace shakes his head and then gives Krellin 2 hesitant thumbs up.
Picks Jace up, starts rocking him.
Alright, this is really weird and I'm getting a little wet because he's still dripping with water.
Being held by a naked demon.
This is really weird. Do you think stuff like this happens in other families?
Nah. Looking at Krellin. Krellin holding Jace. Unfortunately, Jace, have to go. We have big plans, and then we go get engine for Grandpa. White Frederick. Fredvis.
Fredvis will be making his appearance in Palo Alto.
Hold the fucking phone. Putting his paw out way. Whoa, 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 whoa. Since when?
Since today.
Patricia okayed this?
Frederick looks over at Krellin and nods slightly.
Patricia say yes. Nodding his head.
Yeah, we asked Mom about it. Yeah, and everything's handled with like the police and the guards and everything like that. We don't want another riot happening, lads.
Everything under control, Clive. Setting Jace back down.
Okay. He looks down at Scar, raises his eyebrow like, are you sure about this?
Samuel comes up beeping. What's he saying? He say doing this for Saris, Ricky, and Ricky girlfriend. Oh, I get it now.
Okay, as like a gift for them, because I'm assuming Frederick is their favorite artist.
Yes, nodding his head. Scar, yeah. Saris is big into Fredvis. Okay, we won't keep you guys. Go for it. You gotta be back quick, though. One and done, Fred. You sing the song, and we have a limited window. Hunt and Davine are not separable, my friend. We have a limited window of time to operate. You got me? So one and done song, get the hell out of there.
Yes, sir. I was only planning on doing one song anyway.
Come on, have leotard ready. When you older, Jace, you can come help us.
Frederick starts to clap as he joins arms with Samuel. Jace, eyes widen. Does that sound like torture to anyone else?
Yeah. Watching them walk off. Yeah, it really does. Because that guy is no Elvis.
No, he is most certainly not the king.
As they disappear, Scar. Alright, how about we set up a new computer and then go find Suletta.
Yeah, I'll go get another tower, mate. You get the monitor.
And mouse. Mouse, I think I broke it with my limp wristed throw.
He walks over to it, picks it up. Oh yeah, no, it's shattered.
Alright then. The Scar stands up, flashing down to Integra's flower shop. Lorelai's left. Breakfast over. Icy is slowly polishing a picture of Fredvis. Sasha is polishing a picture of Integra. Pequod's petting the cats. Saris is on the phone doing a business deal back here. Ash is wheelchair bound, sitting in the middle of the store trying to relax.
Well, I will say it is good to be home.
I mean, it's certainly a very beautiful shop. I'm surprised. Well, not surprised, but yeah, surprised, taken aback by the beauty every single time I enter it.
Should have more cats at the lane.
We should. They're all. He looks at Pequod. Did you know that I was always a cat person?
Really? Looking at Julie.
He nods. Oh yeah, for sure. It started when I was really young. I had this pet cat, I guess you can call it, even though he wasn't really my pet. I had like this pet cat that would follow me around and stuff. But before Mom found me again.
Well, would you like some more cats? Looking at Julie.
I wouldn't mind some cats, especially black ones. They were always my favorite.
Think you can get us some, Major?
Oh, I can easily get you some. I just need to let one of the girl cats out and you'll have some within a few months.
They do breed quick. Icy like us.
Julius starts to chuckle. He looks over at Sasha. Thank you for polishing that, Sasha.
No problem. As Town squirts some polish on the glass, and she continues to polish.
I do very much appreciate it. Looking down. I just wish I could get up and do it myself.
What's she doing? Looking over at Icy, who's slowly polishing the picture of Fredvis.
Julius bites his bottom lip, shakes his head. Hey, Nicole.
Huh?
What you doing over there?
She looks up at the picture of Fredvis. That is a good fucking question. Drops the rag and walks away from it and sits down here on the counter.
Yeah, you were starting to worry us doing that.
No, I don't know why the hell I was polishing that.
You were polishing the same spot for like a minute, Nicole.
It's important to Saris. I wanted to help, but at the same time, it's fucking Frederick.
Julius starts to laugh.
Well, that I do appreciate at the very least.
Yeah, no, for sure. I bet Saris will be very happy when she sees the newly polished picture.
Oh, I know she will. And I hope everything is going okay with her phone call.
I see. Yeah, just a business deal. Reading Saris's mind.
Good. I know.
And see, Lorelai didn't kill you on sight. She's hippie now, kind of, but still scary. Doing the sound to a cat, and it comes over, and she starts petting.
Oh, I agree. Still scary, but I would be lying if I didn't say I was surprised to see the first thing from her be a smile.
She's grown soft in her old age, but not as soft as us. Doing the butterfly, trying to do the butterfly thing with the cat. Pequod. Oh, that has to stop.
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose. Nicole, I don't think it'll work. You do realize cats only really blink at people who they implicitly trust and love, right?
And this cat's blinking at me.
Oh my god. He looks back at the cats and shakes his head. I really thought that would get her to stop.
Animals are really good judges of character. Looking at the cat. Sasha spoken like the true favorite of Miss Davine Rainfall.
Yeah, that's for sure. Jesus.
I am so sick of hearing that. She just leans into the counter and listens to the discussion. Like, it's so tired of hearing that.
Julius turns around, leans on the little place where the cats are sitting. Are you kidding me, dude? How many times have you ever seen Davine Rainfall come up to me and give me Eskimo kisses or butterfly kisses.
Did she ignore you behind the door of a gym for months? No.
Did I was about to say something that I would have regretted.
Say it. Pequod, just say it.
Did she carve runes into your skin?
Fair point.
Julius's eyebrows raise and nod. Yeah, that's what I thought.
But in the end, it helped save the universe, so she was doing it for your benefit. Oh my god, she's completely indoctrinated by that woman.
Come on. He rubs his temples. Just admit it. Nicole, you're the favorite. She loves you the most.
Julius is. Right, Ellie? Ellie picks up the phone and starts dialing numbers.
Pequod, come on. You know as well as everyone else does. You're the favorite, I see. Everyone knows it. You can ask your sister, you can ask Sasha. It is how it is, and it's something to be happy about.
I deserve to be, pointing back at herself. Pequod laughed.
Nobody said you don't.
Yes, Nicole, you do deserve to be the favorite. You are favorite worthy, Nicole. Just Jesus.
If I admit it, will you give her a bigger gym? Pequod looks at Julius. I'll leave it up to my husband.
She sees Julius start to think.
He has to always admit it, Julius.
You deny it one time, and we take the gym away, Nicole.
Okay, I will never deny it. I am her favorite. And you know what? I'm glad I am. Blech. Sticks her tongue out at Julius. Sasha, you wouldn't think he's a colonel and she's a general. You really wouldn't. Still polishing the picture of integrity.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be the other way around. You would think she was like a corporal or something.
I don't want to be a general. I never wanted to be. Right? Looking at the cat. Pequod, they'll have a gym, whatever they want. I'll tell Scar to give them whatever they want. Good job, Julius. Patting him on the chest.
Julius smiles. He takes Pequod's hand, kisses it. I'm sure Dad will be very happy, my love.
Why does your father do that clapping? I just don't, get it. Pequod, he's proud of his daughter, and, leading Julius over here to this cat, his wife, and I think it goes back to when we beat Tewaz. Well, what were those guys called? Epsilon Squad back then. I think it goes back to that. My girls.
He is living the dream in that regard, you know?
Yeah, and I'm very happy for him. And Mom. It's just sometimes I can't control my anger when it comes to Mom.
Julius crosses his arms and shakes his head. I have no room to talk about controlling my anger, so yeah, no, honestly, fair enough.
Sasha, well, I'd say you do a better job at controlling your anger if you take the totality of everything into equation when it comes to your mother. Because there are times Pequod is salivating at the mouth looking at your mother, looking like she's ready to punch her. She gave the man a heart attack.
That's fair.
And she had the nerve to try and turn it on Suletta.
Julius shakes his head, puts a hand onto Pequod's shoulder. I think it's better we stop this train of thought before you do start salivating at the mouth, wanting to kill Mom.
I don't want to kill her. I could never. Just one punch would. One of these days I will. It's hard to break. She is my mother at the end of the day. It's hard.
That's true, but if it's causing you this much mental distress, just get it over with.
Well, I think really I wish Dad would. He should slap her at least once, but I say that ain't never gonna happen. Look at the cat.
Julius lets out a whistle and shakes his head. No, it will not.
Why not? Towns looking at the picture. Sarah's coming out, standing next to Ash, listening to the discussion. I see, because he tormented her by being married to Laz.
And
yeah,
I think the god of the mind could come down and use powers to mind control him, and they still wouldn't be able to make him hit her.
Could you imagine wanting to be with a man, but he's with somebody like... Sarah clears her throat. We actually don't mention her name in our house. Sasha, yeah, good call. I see. Fair.
Fair enough. We most of the time just call her the hag.
I like that. Nodding her head. Could you imagine wanting to be with a man and he's with a hag? Maybe that's why she sat in the gym. Never think of that. Pequod, still not excusable.
Not excusable, but semi-understandable at that point.
I'd say it's at least you can maybe be sympathetic about it. Nope. Crossing her arm.
Julius will put his arm around her waist and lift her stomach so he takes some of the weight off for her.
Well, either way, those were interesting days, Davine in the gym.
She did make for a hell of a spotter.
No, she did. She did, but you imagine people... She didn't even have a game man or anything.
No,
She was kind of used to being isolated from the Majestic, probably.
Yeah,
The Majestic, and you'd be surprised at how isolated she was back in Gallia as well. Not that I'm making excuses for her.
Well, she'll have her grandiose gym.
honestly good. It's a sign of progress, and from what I've seen, she's trying very hard.
Maybe it'll help her. She's gonna be going through a hard time with JJ gone.
And they all will.
Maybe her and Samantha working out can be a bit of a bonding experience for the two of them.
Yeah, but not that she can't be. If she starts camping out in that gym, it's game over.
Oh, no, I wholeheartedly support that. If she starts sitting in the gym watching TV, then I wholeheartedly support her just not being able to use that gym or us just taking it away.
And think of it this way, even if you are hesitant to give it to her, it's also a gift to your father.
That is true. That is true. I do wish Dad would slap her, though, Julius. It would bring a tear to my eye. Kissing Julius on the nose.
He smiles at her. I know, honey, I know. I mean, sadly, I think that is only a dream at this point.
If the hag picking up the cat wasn't in the picture, I think he probably would have.
Julius starts to laugh. I wouldn't doubt that for a second, actually. Probably when he yelled at everyone while he was in the hospital bed.
Oh, that was crazy. Sasha, glad I wasn't there for that.
He yelled at everybody. I heard from some of the boys that he yelled, but that bad.
He yelled at everybody except me and Pequod, actually.
Julius nods. Yeah, me, JJ, Elizabeth, Dave, my mom, everyone.
Huh. You can see him nod a bit, look over at Sirius. Good for him. We're going to have to send him some bottle of alcohol as a gift, and a congratulations for that.
Peanut brittle. Patting Ash on the head.
Oh, good choice. He'll enjoy that. In all
I see, yes he will.
And in all seriousness, I think him stepping up and doing that was a long time coming.
He was just lashing out. It was crazy. Julius!
I mean, not to say that we didn't really deserve it. He scratches the side of his head and looks at Pequod. What did he yell at me about again?
Carter's issues, and we were arguing at the time because Sol and Carter being stupid.
Right.
One-sided argument on my part, but Dad believes it's the man's job to, help raise the kids.
Right, I'm sorry I keep bringing it up. But yeah, no, he yelled at us for each of our, he puts up quotation marks, special reasons.
We didn't get yelled at. Pequod, big smile on her face.
Well, the way I see it, even if the reasons were unfounded, which I know him they weren't, it's a good thing that he did, because bottling all that up is just going to drive you insane or kill you, whichever comes first.
Heart attack. Nodding her head, playing with Julius's hair. Actually, I've never really gotten yelled at, singled out. I have. For not, oh, Sol's pregnant. Yeah.
And Julius shakes his head. Like, you know what? I am... You should have gotten yelled at for that one, Nicole. Come on.
Maybe the bitch should have just told us. How about that? Nodding her head.
Well, that's also true, but if one of us finds out about that kind of thing, don't you think someone should bring it up if they do decide not to tell us?
Saris, it's gotta be hard to discipline those kids when you're pretended your first daughter was your sister's daughter, and Pequod, oh god, it is, trust me.
Yeah.
We kept up that lie for a long time.
Julius holds Pequod's hand and nods. Yeah, you guys really. Basically, the entire time we were on the Majestic after Laz was born, right?
Yeah, and it only worked because Laz's hair color kind of vaguely matched her.
Yeah, and you can use the excuse of some of her other features were just from the father and that kind of thing.
Yep. Pequod nodding her head. Yeah.
Poor old Rico, getting bamboozled and then finding the truth out.
Julius shakes his head. I'll never forget that dinner. And it's not for the reason you might think. He looks at Pequod. That was one of the first times where I really noticed something between Mom and Dad. Of course, they would be in the gym together and stuff like that, but do you remember when he reached out for a second helping and she slapped his hand away because she was trying to help him lose weight and stuff?
Oh, that's back when he was kind of fat. I see. I remember that. Looking at Julius, holy crap.
Yeah, no, that's the first time I really noticed something going on between the two of them.
The sexual tension in the air, rubbing Ash's head.
I think back now to that time period, and all I can think of is seeing them together and thinking that in another world they would have been perfect for each other.
They were adorable together, especially when Laz was, Hag was starting to get eased out of the picture. He would come up with smoothies and purposely take our children and use them to his advantage.
Oh yeah, so holding them on his hip because the man is a genius, let me tell you. He could tell that it did some stuff to her.
I remember right around when they got together, you were all out doing something else, and him and I sat down and we had a drink together. And we talked about it, and I remember telling him that even though I was close to the hag at the time, that he should follow his heart and do what he feels is right. I'm very happy he did.
Me fucking too, thank God. Petting the cat under the chin. 'Cause the family days were cool, but there was something missing, mister. Looking at the cat.
I mean, yeah, most definitely. Like you said, they were always cool. It was nice to spend time with the family and everything. It was quite fun scaring people with Arnaki at the zoo and everything, but I always felt like something was missing.
Every family needs a dad. She shrugged.
Agreed. He really struggled with that decision. And not because he didn't not want to be with the hag, but it's just because he's a good man.
Always has been. Nodding her head.
Always has been, always will be. I mean...
Too good for Mom sometimes, I'll leave it at that.
I'd say there's very few women who he wouldn't be too good for sometimes. He's damn near perfect.
Walk away from the fucking girl.
Julius shakes his head. Honestly, it's... At times I didn't feel like I was good enough to be his son,
I am a nearly 70-year-old man, and I still look up to him as a role model. I'll leave it at that.
Icy shrugs. I never felt like I really deserved him in my life. Looking at the cat, Pequod, I wanted him to be my dad, so I deserve it. Looking at Julius.
Julius smiles at her. Yeah, you deserve it. He holds her hand and kisses it.
An actual dad.
An actual dad.
One who is something to aspire to who is something whom young men should aspire to be like.
As Ash says that, speaking of aspire to be like. Wow, Palo Alto, long time no see.
Fledwick is strutting. If I had to equate it to something, imagine Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man 3. Him strutting down the street.
Putting the sweat towel on his neck.
Alright, guys, let's get started with this. You know what I mean? Hoo-ha! He does like a point thing and moves his hips back and forth.
Samuel placing a large ladder against the side of the building, drawing the cat's attention, actually, that Icy's playing with. And Icy, looks at the cat and... Julius, move.
Oh, sorry. He'll take a step back.
What the fuck? As Frederick is climbing up a ladder, Krellin clapping, imitating Hung.
Is that what I think it is?
Is that Fredvis?
Julius.
I haven't seen that sequin suit in like 20 plus years, or it feels like she moves closer. Fredvis runs outside. Aquad's face turns red, immediately anger. Red.
Julius runs up to this group. Did we agree on this date? Did I just not get the memo?
Where Ricky's not even here. Sasha, oh god.
Ash's face has turned white as snow. No, I was not informed of this.
It's Fredvis! Ellie from outside the building. Krellin now scaling the ladder, and Samuel ignites his jetpack, waving to Ellie, well, in his feet, his boots, and flies up to the top of the building. A crowd begins to draw around the building.
Oh my god, this is not good.
Saris runs out with Ellie. Icy will... Oh shit. Looking out... He's not even here!
He's not. Julius.
Teleport him! She glares at Icy. Icy. He ain't by a sigil! Oh my god. Looking out the window.
Julius looks at these three here. Okay, guys. I don't think any of the police know about this. I think we're about to be on some bodyguard duty, okay?
Loud roars of footsteps hitting the ground quickly, and people cheering as Fredvis, Krellin, a mini speaker, set up and hands Fredvis a microphone.
Well, hey there, beautiful people of power out there. I see you all working out this. Man, it just brings me just so much joy seeing all you out there. Viva Palo Alto.
Yeah! Fredvis! 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 Fredvis!
Fredvis puts his hands up. Alright, we'll start to bring it down a little bit. This whole concert is meant for these two beautiful ladies right here, courtesy of Wicked Rainfall.
At least he remembered that. She's... I'm not going outside, but...
Apparently Ricky's a rainfall now.
He starts laughing.
Julius starts to laugh. We called him a rainfall.
I guess he got adopted on set last weekend, shrugging.
I'll have to congratulate my son when he gets home.
Saris and Ellie are in awe. Fredvis continue.
He'll grab the microphone. This little ditty is called Jailhouse Walk. He takes a step back, waits for the music to start, and as it starts, he takes a step forward. The wonderful party in the county jail! The prison band was down, began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You showed the heard those walked out jail boys sing, West Walk! Everybody, West Walk!
Krellin, with his telekinesis, lifting Ellie and Saris up, putting a force field up to keep other people from getting up.
Everybody in the whole South Walk was dancing to the Jailhouse Walk. Spider Murphy played the tenor saxophone. Weirdo Joe was blowing on the slide trombone. The drummer boy from Illinois went crash boom bang. The whole rhythm section was the Purple Gang. West Walk. Everybody, West Walk. Everybody in the whole South Walk was dancing to the Jailhouse Walk. And as he finishes that chorus, he takes his sweat rag that is somehow extremely sweaty and he'll put it around Ellie's neck.
She almost faints. Samuel has to grab her.
He then will grab the microphone again, wink out to the crowd. Number 47 said to number 3. You're the cutest jailbird I ever did see. I sure would be delighted with your company. Come on and do the Jailhouse Walk with me. Let's walk.
Everybody was woke. Everybody in the hotel walk was dancing to the jailhouse walk, 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 as a guitar solo starts. And Julius is just rubbing his face, looking at everything happening. As long as at least he put a force field up.
Pequod looks like she's about to erupt.
As the guitar solo ends. Sad Sack was sitting on a block of stone, way over in the corner weeping all alone. The warden said, "Hey buddy, don't you be no square. You can't find a partner, use a word in jail. Where's woke? Everybody where's woke? Everybody in the hotel walk was dancing to the jailhouse walk." Shifty Henry said to Bugs, "For heaven's sake, no one's walking. Now's our chance to make a break." Bugsy turned to Shifty and he said, "Nix, Nix, I want to stick around and get my kicks. Where's woke? Everybody, where's woke?
Krellin and Saris dancing together.
Everybody in the hotel walk was dancing to the jailhouse walk." And as he takes a step away from the microphone, the speakers start to play the outro, which is just dancing to the jailhouse walk over and over and over and over again.
Krellin spins Saris out, pulls her back in, and dips her as the crowd roars Fredvis's name louder and louder.
Fredvis takes Saris's hand, pulls her up next to him, so both Ellie and Saris are to his sides, and he puts both their hands up. "You two were wonderful up there, absolutely wonderful. I'm proud of both of you."
You gotta play more songs? Starstruck looking at Fredvis. No, just one.
"Oh no, sorry, sweetie pie. It was a one and done type thing."
Fredvis work in mysterious ways. Get them! Pequod turning around to Icy. Well, a snapper finger. We'll pay for the damages. God, time to leave. Have displacement grenade at pedovan. Farewell, Saris. Grabs Frederick, grabs Samuel, pushes a button, and they poof with a displacement grenade like SIS tech that Hunkin' Towns used to use back in the day.
That's fine. It could have been a lot worse.
They're gone. She stopped smoking before she transformed.
Where the hell did they get the displacement grenade?
The crowd starts chasing in random directions, looking for Fredvis.
I'm so... Oh, God.
Icy, can you do me a favor?
Uh-huh.
Can you please help my wife and future daughter-in-law down from the roof?
Yeah, I'll go get them. Going up to get them. Oh, you are having a talk with those three. How dare they operate with impunity?
I'll have a talk with them, don't worry.
Poor Ricky doesn't even get to be here for his gift.
Well, he doesn't really like Fredvis anyway.
No,
So I'd say this was a good gift for her.
possibly, but I'm sure he would have loved to see Ellie's face when she's had a good time here.
How dare they?
Julius looks at Pequod, puts his hands on her shoulders. We'll get them. Don't worry. We'll get them. Just need to have a discussion with them. Don't worry.
Are the favorites going to get mom-voiced?
Perhaps. She's looking out, trying to see Icy bring down Ellie and Saris as the crowd. Basically, the whole town came down upon the flower shop and is now dispersing in random directions, causing a lot of damage to storefronts looking for Fredvis. But Fredvis shall not be found on this day. Flashing out to Wayfair City, a small city I should say, built into a mountainside, beautiful, could be a resort or a retreat someday, but today it's just a town, frontier colony. The kids came here with Okir for training exercise, and that's about it. The exercise is over. Samantha's sitting here, not talking to JJ. She hasn't said a word all day. Memory Ann is wiping sweat off Carter's brow, mountain climbing, except Soul, she didn't get to mountain climb. Soul is in a big hover pod, basically like Hale, Jace, and Integra have, but an adult-sized one. Colt has taken her out of it, but the pod is still here. Memory Ann is, well, that was a good day, Carter, JJ, Samantha.
It was. It was a very, very good day. Glad the squad handled the training exercise with no problem. He looks extremely not nervous, but just uncomfortable.
Memory Ann will give a I'm sorry look to JJ.
JJ looks at her and shrugs. JJ has been holding around Sam's waist. He looks at her. As am I. Aren't you glad the squad didn't, come through much trouble when it came to the climbing exercise?
She'll take a drink from her canteen, swish the water around in her mouth, and spit it out this direction.
Okay, understood. He looks at Memory Ann with an almost tired expression on his face.
Memory Ann nodded, giving him a knowing nod. As down here, Soul is waiting for Colt. He went to go get her a soda, and she is pregnant and Pequod's daughter. That means she's gonna scream her name. His name.
She paces around for a split second, walks over to the hover chair, starts to grit her teeth, stomps her foot. Colt!
Ah! Falls off the roof in fear, tumbling into a tree. He comes running up. Soda?
Yes, please. She stomps her foot again and puts her arms out.
Yep, he will come up into her arms and hold the straw up to her mouth.
She will take a sip, a drink from it, and will rest her head onto his chest and hug him tightly.
Oz opening his MRE down here. Elizabeth, Benny, Ricky, Laz eating MRE. Well, that's getting old.
Yeah, I knew she could be loud, but Jesus Christ, I didn't know the set of pipes she had on her.
Good fucking God.
Elizabeth shaking her head. Points to Soul. Yeah, no, that's a lot like her mom, believe it or not. When she was pregnant with Integra, she would do that quite a bit. Apparently, it was even worse when it came to Colt and not Colt and Soul and Carter, because twins, more hormones, everything like that.
Oh, may God have mercy on Colt's soul if he gets a pregnancy with like octuplets or something.
Oh, I think even Julius would start to cry because of the fear he would have, because if that happened to him.
Oh, great. Beef patty jalapeno. Are you gonna do that when you're pregnant?
Laz looks at Oz, takes a bite of her MRE, and just slowly starts to nod at him. Honestly, honey, I think you could count on it.
Yep, I'll be ready. It's not annoying when your wife does it, but when somebody else's wife, it starts to get old.
Yeah. At the very least, it's not the worst thing we've had somebody do a lot since we've been a squad.
Who the hell cares about her screaming Colt's name? Stay away from JJ and Sam. Awkward! Handing a drink mix to Elizabeth.
Dude, you can cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah, I feel really bad for JJ, honey. Kissing Laz's hand, I feel horrible for the guy.
Laz shakes her head. Oh, as do I. She bites at her lip and looks over in that general direction. It's certainly rough on him right now.
Opening his pack of candy.
And it's only gonna get rougher for him, I think.
Yeah, well, Davine's reach is long. He glares at Benny. Oh, aren't we just the, what do you call it, brown-nosing, my mother-in-law, who I love. Betty, just saying, learn from the mistake.
Although, damn, did the poor guy get dealt a shit hand.
He sure did. Playing with the Laz's wedding ring on her finger, he sure did.
Laz holding onto Oz's hand as he plays with her wedding ring. She shakes her head. It's actually a real shame because he's like the best behaved kid out of all of us. He really does not deserve this. It should have been pushed on to like me or Carter or someone like that.
Well, you are not Davine's child, though. And she's never, gesturing to Elizabeth, should have been pushed onto you, actually. Pointing at Elizabeth! But you already went to the military. So, yeah.
Elizabeth nods. Trust me, I agree with that, especially after I was stupid and left for a year.
Patting her on the head. I agree. But you beat JJ to the military, so.
Yeah, you did it on your terms.
Is it weird that I feel bad about that? Like, she points to him and then to herself. I should be punished. If he's older than me, so if he signed the dotted line before me, it would be my responsibility, I guess you could say, to prove a point to Mom and everything like that.
Well, you couldn't have known. None of us could, I mean.
And in all honesty, you can feel bad about it, and that's completely normal, but I mean, you're gonna end up paying in your own ways, aren't you?
Personally, I think, really the person who should have been punished is Grandma somehow. Not you, really, the more I think about it, and not JJ, but. Damn. Just my 2 cents.
Well, Laz nods slightly. I agree with my mother, and in fact, I actually think most of the family. She should have gotten slapped or hit or something like that by Grandpa specifically. As much as my mother would probably enjoy doing it.
Maybe he would. Maybe he will someday. Yeah, right, dude. Eating his MRE.
Yeah, I don't think so. I never hit Ellie, and with the way he looks at your grandma, dude, he is so fucking in love. More so than even me.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Yeah, no, I don't foresee my dad doing that to Mom. Laz clicks her tongue, shakes her head, looks at Oz. You know, something weird that I've started to notice about one of my younger siblings in Integra. Whenever she sees Mom doing, her angry mom face, she impersonates it. Have you noticed that?
I know, actually, I haven't. She's always in Uncle Scar's arms or Nicole's arms or, the people who like to. No, I will look out for her though. Well, hey, if she's already impersonating her mother, I say she's probably going to turn out a lot better than anybody could predict, like Krellin and his predictions. He air quotes.
Oh man, Krellin thinking he's Nostradamus again?
Nostra Krellis.
Nostradamus. Don't say that around them. They're gonna get ideas and try to make a psychic TV show or something.
Maybe she'll try to take the mantle from Thomas of the second greatest child of Julius.
Laz starts to laugh. Maybe. She just shakes her head. I don't believe for a second that what they're saying could come to pass. Like, I have faith in my siblings, don't get me wrong. I hope that Integra goes to Harvard and Thomas is as good as they say, but honestly, in my opinion, they're just sort of setting them up for failure, right?
Harvard is a lot to ask, in my opinion. I mean, like, you didn't go to Harvard. Any school is good school. Any higher education is good. Where you go doesn't matter, in my opinion. But I did come from a poor family.
Laz nods. No, I totally agree. If all you need is to seek higher education, where you go doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's Harvard or a community college. She shrugs.
What the hell if Thomas wants to grow up to be a mechanic or something? If that's what he wants to do, as long as he takes care of Hale, who the fuck cares?
Yeah,
Meanwhile, Krellin, he's going to be the leader of men.
Yeah, my thing is, I don't have faith. I have faith in your brother and her that they could do anything that's predicted of them, but nobody can be as perfect as what they said about Thomas.
He might as well be a fucking messiah the way Krellin paints the kid out to be, and he's not even born yet.
It's an impossible expectation.
Elizabeth starts to laugh and shakes her head. Yeah, he explains him like he's the second coming of Christ, for God's sakes.
That makes Benny really laugh. I believe him.
Elizabeth smiles at Benny. Yeah, you do.
Thomas ain't gonna let us down.
She smiles at him, puts her head onto his bicep. If you believe it, then I do too.
And if he does let you down, handing Laz his candy from his MRE, then I will beat the living shit out of that kid.
Elizabeth nods. I may be small, but I'm feisty, and I could surely kick his ass.
To be
Well, I feel sorry for Thomas then.
Yeah, with the expectations Krellin set, it's pretty difficult not to let anyone down.
Laz starts to chuckle. She'll take some of the candy and then open up Oz's hand, puts the rest of the candy in his hand. I like sharing with you. And
Thank you.
she'll eat the candy.
He'll put some in his mouth. Oh well, at least she's done yelling. Looking over there.
Laz nods. Yeah, now they're just... It's always nice to see them hugging. It might just be a big sister thing, but it pleases me to see my little sister happy like that.
Yeah,
And not screaming his name.
that
And
too.
not screaming his name. My ears appreciate that.
She looks like a big baby in that hover chair. Reminds me of Hale, just with brighter colored hair.
Oh my god, it does. Yeah.
And she has the drink now. They're watching her get into the chair, Colt handing her the drink. She looks like Hale, just with a soda instead of a baby butt.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. She really does. Oh my god.
Oh, he's even kissing her like Grandma kisses Hale.
Yeah, with those, like, she takes Benny's face, brings it down to her level, and starts, like, giving him multiple kisses and, like, rubbing her nose against his cheek.
Jesus Christ, how do you people put up with that on the weekends? Sitting down here.
Laz shrugs. You'd be surprised how quickly you get used to it, and on top of that, everyone in the family does that sort of thing, so we are really used to it.
Can you hear it from your houses? Benny, we can hear it from Mom and Dad's house. And can you? Oz, yes, we can.
I'm pretty sure there are times when I'm at home and I think I can hear it on the wind.
Good God. Rubbing the back of his head. Doesn't she look like a big baby?
A little bit, yeah. But hey, they're happy.
Oh no, they are. But that is really funny. Take a picture.
Elizabeth will take a picture, and as she's taking the picture, you know, there is one thing I fear about her screaming like that. She looks at everyone. Pequod never had access to the spell Thaumaturgy. She does, and I think because of what she focused on when she was first learning magic, her Thaumaturgy spell is a bit more powerful than others, so if she casts Thaumaturgy and then screams, she points at Ricky, you might actually hear it from where you stay.
Oh shit, she'll blow out all the windows on the lane.
All of our expensive china at home.
Oh god, I really hope that doesn't happen.
To be fair, it'd suck like hell. But given time, it'd be the funniest shit ever.
Look, she's even closing her eyes for a nap. Good God.
Well, Colt's treating her like a very good man right now. Also treating her a bit like a baby, but I'm not going to say that to him.
Hey, I think treating your pregnant wife like that is being a good man in general.
Happy wife, happy life. Giving more candy to Laz.
Laz smiles at him, giving her candy, and she winks at him. You know how to make me very happy, don't you?
Yes, I do. Kissing her lightly on the lips as up here, Memory Ann's still awkwardly playing with Carter's head, drying him off. Well, he's been dry for like 20 minutes. I'd say you're dry now, Carter. You sweat a lot.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Goddess. Thank you for cleaning me off.
You're welcome. Anything for you. Just
Yeah.
like anything for Samantha, right, JJ?
Oh, always and forever. He smiles at Samantha. Anything for you, my love.
She's just sitting with her arms crossed, eyes closed.
Carter slowly turns to Memory Ann and starts to mouth, oh my god.
Memory Ann looks in shock as a couple EarthGov guys are mumbling to themselves walking by. Troopers.
Carter watches them walk by. Can he try to listen in on them?
Yeah, he's higher rank. You could just ask him what's up.
Oh, hey, guys, what's going on?
Sir, turning to see Carter. Cave Drake operation, sir.
Cave Drake, you say? What's a sit rep?
Apparently there's a cave drake that lives in some old ruins that the citizens of Wayfair want to occupy. Our troops here to get rid of it.
Understood. Do you guys want help with that, or we're spec ops? We can assist you. I think it would be a good squad training exercise.
Yes, actually, as long as Okir, since he's overseeing our training, is okay with it, then yes, we could easily deal with it, right, Carter? Samantha? She just keeps her eyes closed.
Carter looks down at Samantha, looks at Marianne, and nods. We can deal with it.
Oh, well, hey, I mean, your captain rank, looking at Marianne. Marianne nods her head. You want our goss hogs?
Carter's eyebrows raise. How many you got?
3, sir.
He looks at Marianne. Split the squad up into thirds.
Yes, we'll leave, our resident infant in her hover chair behind. I guess somebody will have to stay with her. Okir can stay with her. We just have to round up the troop, Carter.
Carter nods. He'll get onto the his wrist computer. B squad round up.
Oh, okay, well, here we go.
Elizabeth will put her arms out to Benny for him to pick her up.
I hope we're going home. Grabs Elizabeth and walks off. Come on, honey. Taking Laz.
It'd be nice to head home, wouldn't it, man?
Yeah, sure would. Get the hell away from Samantha and JJ.
That's for fucking sure.
Time to leave, sir? Looking at Carter, Benny.
No, Benjamin. There is a bit of a situation on this planet. These EarthGov troopers, they were sent here to deal with a cave drake, and we are going to be overtaking them. If that's okay with you, sir. You are overseeing our training. I thought it would be a good training exercise.
Wouldn't mind cracking a cave drake's skull, reaching for his hammer. Marianne, somebody has to stay with gestures to soul. Is she napping or is she awake?
I like to think she's napping, holding on to Colt's hand, giving it kisses every so often.
Colt, I guess I should stay. Marianne, no. She'll have to do without you for a while. Okir, Laz, Oz, would you watch over our infant?
She'll hold Soul's hand, look over at Colt. We'll take care of her.
Alright. Planting a big kiss on her forehead. She'll be fine. Go kill your cave drake. I'll stay. Mumbling, looking at her in the big baby hover chair.
Carter looks at her in the hover chair. Yeah, she'll be fine. Don't worry. They have access to gosshogs, so we will be riding in those.
Oh shit! Looking around, looking for the word hog. Go ahead.
We're going to be riding in those. They're going to be used to fight it, and yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Let's go deal with a fucking cave drake, B squad.
Yeah. Sounds fun. He's gonna lightly punch Colt in the shoulder. Look at it this way, mate. We'll be there and back so quick.
I'm driving. Looking at Ricky.
I'm down, man. I want to shoot.
Looking down at Soul. Looking at Ricky and then Benny. This was the only way her mother would let her come on these. But I think she's actually starting to like being in that thing.
You know, there are times I'd kill to sit in that thing instead of training, man.
God, looks like, well, like Benny said, it's like looking at an older version of Hale with silver fucking eyes and dark red hair. Don't wake her up. Looking down at
JJ looks at Soul. You know, when she was first in it, you could sort of tell she was sort of annoyed with having to be in it and possibly self-conscious, I'm not sure. She's definitely starting to enjoy it, isn't she, love? As he looks at Sam.
eyes closed, not looking at Soul.
JJ just looks down at his lap, and Colt, everyone around him just sees him rub his face with two hands, drag his cheeks down so the reds of his eyes are showing, and then stop doing it and nod. I agree, love.
Move out, Samantha. She won't respond.
Samantha, move out.
She kicks her leg out, gets up, and shoulder checks this guy. Oh, shit. Looking at her, walk away.
Looks at Colt. I hope we're not riding in the same car.
Nah, I don't want to be in the same car. Benny rubbing JJ's shoulder. Your mother deserved to get punched in the face, dude. That's all I'm gonna say.
JJ opens his mouth, closes it, then opens it again, looking at Benny. I love my mother dearly. He stands up. I just so happen to agree with you, Benny. And he'll start walking off after Sam.
At least she listens to one of us. Storming off after Samantha, checking on this guy because he got checked to the ground, then moving out.
Carter helps him up quickly and will start to run after Memory Ann.
He'll kiss Soul one more time. Don't wake her up, motherfucker. He shrugs and runs off with Benny and Elizabeth.
Ricky will follow.
Oh, good luck. Looking back at Soul, sleeping in the chair. Big fucking baby. Looking down at her.
Laz starts to chuckle. It reminds me of when she was just born, honestly.
I mean, it is cute and all, but my god. He pulls up his wrist computer. Starts taking pictures of her.
Laz also starts taking pictures of her.
She's drooling, honey.
Just for a little bit of, I don't want to call it blackmail, but that's basically what it is.
Put it on your fucking TV back in your kitchen. Yes. Nodding his.
Oh, we will. We most certainly will.
Now. They're coming down from their lunch with Lorelai, Davine, Hunk, and the kids. Suletta meeting up with Scar and Clive, the grandchildren here. Blaze here. Hunk sitting Davine down on his lap here. All done with classes for today, Auntie? Suletta. Yes.
Davine will lean forward, give Suletta 2 kisses on the cheek. I'm very happy. She smiles at her and leans back into Hunk's chest.
How was lunch with the former Ranger General Blaze? Yes, did she scold you? Looking at Davy.
No, actually, she complimented me multiple times.
Oh my, hand on his chest. High praise, Scar. Oh. There was a time, Clive, where that bitch was gunning for Davine.
Really? You had to former Ranger General. Trust me, there was a whole section about her in school that we had to learn about her and everything. It's quite a scary woman to have a gunning after you.
Oh, trust me, yes. It is. It very much is. Did not stop me from being an idiot at one point and standing up to her. Well, I wouldn't call myself an idiot for it. I personally believe I stood up to her for the right reasons, but standing up to someone like that is quite idiotic.
It earned you respect.
I believe it did. It was some iota of respect that I earned from her during that point in my life, in our lives.
What did she compliment you on?
Being a good mother.
That is high praise.
Oh, yes, I suppose she saw me doing the Eskimo kisses and butterfly kisses with Icy, and she said that I was always a good mother, and, well, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but she looks at Hunk. I'm sure you saw it. I even started blushing a little.
You always had it in you. You just needed the daughter. Kissing her on the cheek.
She smiles, hugs him around his neck, and just lays there with him. It's good to hear that from, especially her. It's good to hear it from everyone, don't get me wrong, but especially her when she's questioned my motives in the past.
Oh, yes, I remember. Scratching her cheek. Hunk, huh? Looking at Davy.
When we got to get the Time Tombs crystal, she...
Yeah, you never told me what she said.
Well, she questioned if I was doing what I was doing for the right reasons. Giving the kids, like, a good mother and being with you for the right reasons and not just for, like, I'm guessing for your body and stuff like that.
She wanted to know if she was just in it for the dick or not. Hunk.
She points to Scar. Thank you.
Because, the woman kind of camped out in a gym when her son was in the same building and this girl that wanted to get to know her. Okay, enough. Scar stops talking.
Well,
Just saying it's a valid question. At the time, he keeps cutting Davine off. That is enough. Scar stops talking and lights a cigarette.
well, I fully admit, yes, it was a valid question at the time. I would completely understand why people had doubts about my capabilities as both a mother and a lover at that point. She bites her bottom lip and shakes her head. But apparently I've proven myself to her, and she smiles very widely. That makes me quite happy.
Oh, there is not a shadow of the doubt now, I mean. Especially knowing Nicole as a child and how depressed she was, and Hunk agreed, nodding his head.
Davy nods.
How
Clive,
many people can say they make a deity's eyes light up and sparkle? Not many. That's a good way to look at it, Integra. Looking down at Integra.
Integra slowly starts to nod at Scar, and Davine looks at Hunk and smiles. You always know just what to say, my love.
Well, he'll kiss her on the cheek. Unfortunately, parting is sweet sorrow. I gotta teach a class. Unless Auntie would like to fill in for me. No. Blaze? Shaking his head.
Davine sighs.
What about Clive? Clive's in good shape. It's PE, physical education. Clive?
Oh no, I'm sorry, mate. I have to fix a PC, sorry.
Scar? You'll just have to let her go for 45 minutes. Hunk will. Sorry.
Davine sighs. She'll stand up off of his lap and put her hands out so he can hold them.
He'll take her hands, kiss both of them. Give me an Eskimo kiss.
She smiles, stands on her tippy toes, gives him the Eskimo kiss, and then will give him an actual kiss.
I was gonna do that, you beat me to it, leaning back into the kiss, Suletta clapping. What a moron, glaring at Davine. Do the Pequod face to her.
Integra will smile and then do the Pequod face at her. As she's kissing Hunk, her eyes sort of wander behind Suletta and she notices it. And she takes a step back and her eyes wide. Oh my god!
You alright? He looks around.
Look at her.
Huh. Hey. He points at Integra.
Integra's face stops doing it and she acts super innocent, super cute, and even with some puppy dog eyes at
No, that's not gonna work on me. Don't be doing that face to your grandmother.
She sort of pouts a bit and nods at him.
Alright, he'll come over, kiss her on the head, kiss Davine goodbye. Au revoir. He'll walk out, disappearing to go teach his class upstairs. Good job. Patting Integra on the head.
Integra looks over at him, smiles, grabs his hand, and will hug it against her face.
Blaze, well, sit, madam. We don't know where Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel are. We're waiting for them.
Davine starts to bounce her knee. Well, we don't have much time until he comes back, so I hope they are here soon.
Well, I mean, we might know where they are, but we're not safe.
Davine looks over at Scar. Where
We
are
don't know where they are.
they? Davine looks at all three of them. Where are they?
Yes, Clive, glaring at Clive.
I'm sorry, matey. It's my significant other.
Tell us.
They're at Palo Alto. He's being fed fish right now.
Oh, no.
Davine's eyes start to widen.
The concert, grabbing Davine's shoulder, that was promised to Ricardo Jr., basically, Ash's son. Aren't they out on a deployment, though?
Yes, I believe they are.
Training exercise somewhere in the Aridness system. That's what Carter told me they were going to do today.
So He isn't even there at the flower shop then.
Most likely. Nodding his head, it's a series of unfortunate events. I was caught up assisting on development of the Mustang. I could not stop them. I tried. The fuck you did? Fucking Dark Edition Krellin running around. Dark Edition? Looking at Clive.
She puts her hand up. I'm sorry, stop right there. Dark Edition Krellin.
Thinks he's Spyro or something, shrugging at Davy.
You know the Skylanders game that Scar got me, honey? And you know how Spyro is there on the front there, Dark Edition?
Yes, holding Clive's hands.
Krellin painted himself black.
Oh, he best not be painted like that. We could just leave without them. We don't need them if he's
No.
painted. I'm not being seen with them.
I managed to convince him to get out of it. He took a shower. He's his normal red self now, but I don't think that's gonna last for long, honey.
Turn on the local news, see if on Fox. See if there's anything about this concert at Palo Alto.
Davine will turn on the local news.
Squeezing Clive's hand tightly as they see a helicopter flying over Palo Alto and thousands of people charging through the streets screaming Fredvis. Oh goodness.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So it's even worse than last time, I think.
And then they hear the Nevermore sound effect go off. Her head recoils to that.
Oh god. Oh god. Nevermore didn't appear, did they?
It doesn't look like it. I don't see the large flaming avatar. Wow. Coming in! Fredvis had to get washed off and changed. Frederick's hair is still wet.
Frederick walks in. Hello, everyone!
Frederick. Glaring at him.
I'd say we had a pretty successful show right there.
Even have Cyrus and Ellie dancing on top of building. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Smiling at them.
I even dedicated the song to them and told them that Ricky Rainfall did it.
Ricky Valorius.
Yeah, Ricky. Oh. Oopsie.
Oops. He starts laughing.
Oh, God. He called him Ricky Rainfall, darling.
Don't think he noticed.
I don't think anyone did.
Everybody's so happy with seeing Frederick.
That's for sure. Everyone was cheering and he looks at Krellin. Did we get any panties thrown up onto the stage this time?
Me put force field up, no get hit with disgusting lingerie.
Oh, thank God for that. Oh man, that was probably the grossest part about last time.
Should have seen Pequod face, so happy, looking down at Davine. Sletta, I doubt that very much.
Yes. Davine starts to pick at her bottom lip. Did it look somewhat like the Integra, darling, if you please? Integra will nod and do the angry Pequod face. Did it look somewhat like that?
Only very red, the color of love.
Oh my. Davine looks at Soletta. She's so mad at them.
Why mad at us? We do concert, big surprise. Cyrus almost pass out.
Did you inform them of this beforehand, Krellin?
Looks at Frederick. Samuel looks at Frederick.
Frederick looks down at his feet and looks up at Davine. No, we didn't this time.
Frederics operate on our rules, not theirs. Drinking water.
Davine covers her mouth hearing that from Krellin. Clive leans over to Scar.
Didn't they tell us that they did pass it by Pequod?
Yeah. Nodding his head, looking at Frederick.
So we can't be blamed for this because we were working off incorrect info.
Yeah, we're working on the Mustang. We're not liable for any of this. We're working on Hunk's dream car. And that's the truth. We've got an alibi. The security camera footage shows it and proves it.
Yep, that is for sure. Oh, thank God for that Mustang. We got an alibi.
patting his forehead with a handkerchief even though he doesn't sweat. These are trying times. Let's try not to upset Patricia. When she's pregnant, you know how she gets. Me remember, Joey as...
Yes, exactly, darling. We don't want her. Well, you don't want her screaming your guys' name like that, do you?
No.
Well, then I don't think we should be doing bad things like this, like not running by ideas by her or anything like that.
That pedo van ready. I am not getting in that van, pointing at Krillin.
Darling, I would really appreciate it if you didn't call it a pedo van.
I feel uncomfortable riding in it now, Clark.
Ah,
Maybe I should stay with the children, Blade. Oh no, I'll take care of them. Come, children, come along, as he guides them out.
oh God.
He even picks up fucking neglected, Jasper, and Nora's not here, but she's back at the house, but yeah.
Is there any other car we could take, maybe?
Must be pedo van. Intimidation factor.
Davy pinches the bridge of her nose and shakes her head. We'll take the van, darlings, but can you please stop calling it the pedo van?
Okay, smiling down at Davine. Scar, well, I am not driving that fucking thing, and neither are you, pointing at Krellin, or you, pointing at Frederick, or you, pointing at Samuel. Suletta, Davine Rainfall shall not be seen driving that van, nor shall Suletta Rainfall. Looking at Clive!
Clive starts to nod.
I'll do what I must. I'll drive the van for everyone.
You're a good man. Kissing him on the lips.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. I would like to think so.
As he kisses her back.
Wow, drive van, get sugar, so easy for him.
Very easy. You know, it's easy for me too, as he kisses Krellin's cheek.
Oh, Krellin kisses him back as, I'm sure Davine's head recoils at that. Pulling up here, Colt is actually driving. Memory ends in back passenger seat with Carter. They're not like the Halo Warthogs. You got one driver's seat up front, allows for more engine room, bigger engine, and then you got two passenger seats in the back, and then Ricky's on the gun. Parking their Warthogs here because the head Warthog, being driven by Elizabeth, over here, stops because Elizabeth wants to see the view. Benny just wants to get out of the Warthog.
Yeah, Elizabeth looking at the view, worried that she can't get out because she's, the driver. JJ looks over at Sam. Look at that view, love. Doesn't it look just spectacular?
She keeps her eyes closed. She hasn't opened them since taking Carter's order.
JJ thins his lips and starts to nod and will at least reach out to hold her hand.
She'll let him pull her hand off. She's got her arms wrapped around herself, so. But if he pulls on it, she'll let him take.
He will hold her hand. He will.
She'll let him, but does not respond.
JJ sighs and will just look back out across the view.
I'm so glad we're in this one.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near that one.
She listens to you, Carter.
Yeah, she does.
Well, go perk her up a little bit. Give her some orders, jump on that gun, and show her who's the squad's leader.
Carter will look at back at Marianne. Okay, I'll do that.
Good luck.
Thanks, man. He'll step out of the Gauze and will walk up to the side with Samantha. Hey, Samantha, can you do me a favor?
He'll open one eye and look at Carter.
I love Benny. All the love to him. I trust you a bit more on the gun. Could you handle that for me?
She'll look up to the gun and nod her head and get out of the vehicle, letting go of JJ's hand and get on the gun. But close her eyes.
Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. He'll give her a thumbs up. I trust you'll have some fun and vent some emotions on that gun, yes?
She nods her head as Benny. Whew! This is a beautiful planet.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely gorgeous. He inhales through his nose. Quite clean air, too. I quite enjoy that.
Getting out of the warthog, leaning up against it, patting her thighs for Carter.
Carter will sit down.
Your wife looks fucking ridiculous, Colt. Colt, meh. She looks cute.
You've seen baby pictures of her, man. She looks exactly like that.
Well, she's pregnant, carrying a lot of weight.
Very true. Very true.
Still.
But my God, if I can't imagine her sucking her thumb while she's asleep in that thing.
She does when we're at home sometimes. Looking over at Carter.
Carter starts to laugh.
Ever since they gave her that thing, she really... At first, I guess she was annoyed, but she came to like it, I think.
Yeah, no, she most certainly has. Does she just sit in it and, go around the house casually like that?
Yep. Yep. And then screams my name from it. Yep.
Well, I mean, at least she likes sitting in it. That makes her happy, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yep, but these 9 months can't end any quicker.
Yeah, no, fair enough, man. I bet it's not very fun to have your name screamed like that.
Not at all, but deserving. I'm the one that got her pregnant, starting to tune the radio.
Carter nods. Has my dad talked to you about that at all?
No, looking at Carter. No.
Maybe ask him about it if you get the chance. Just ask him about it. My mom did that a lot to him. I'm sure you remember with Integra.
Runs in the blood.
Oh, most certainly. I would bet good money that Laz does it to Oz as well.
Oh,
You think is Sam gonna do it to JJ? She just doesn't respond. I can't even get her to talk. Whatever. Keeps tuning the radio.
Carter shakes his head. Even if I did something really stupid, I don't think I would be able to get her to talk.
I know for a fact there ain't anything I can do that'll get her to talk.
Carter sighs, rubs the back of his neck. This is gonna be a torturous couple of months, Colt.
I don't know if it's gonna be that bad. Looking at Sam, I think she's just gonna wilt.
Well, that would also be pretty torturous, right?
Oh, it's torture, yeah, but I don't think she's gonna be angry or hard to deal with. She's just gonna, like a flower, wilt.
I certainly don't want to see her like that. I really care about her, and well, that would suck to see. Let's just say that much.
I don't want to see her like that either, but unless your mom reneges on her, command? Ruling? Ain't nothing gonna help her.
Yeah, and we all know that's not gonna happen.
Nah, the sky'd fall sooner.
Davine's fault, Grandma Davine. Playing with Carter's hair.
Goddamn right. He just shakes his head, turns around and gives Marianne a kiss on the nose.
She'll kiss him back, but hold his cheeks, pushing his lips together for a kiss on the lips as Colt, still tuning the radio. And live from Palo Alto, Fredvis has just left the city. He disappeared in some type of cloud of technology. Huh? Turns up the volume. Did that guy say Fredvis?
Carter stands up. He did.
Palo Alto, Marianne. Oh my!
There's no way. They gotta be wrong, right?
Penny coming over, tuning Elizabeth's radio. Here, bounce a signal to his wrist computer. Ricky, you should be able to get an ENET signal if we do this.
He's leaning in and listening to it.
Alright, turn on your wrist computer and, I don't know, put on Fox or some shit.
Alright. He'll turn on Fox.
Yep, he sees the news broadcast of Fredvis on top of the building, Ellie with the sweat towel dancing with Samuel, and his mother dancing with Krell.
They did it when I wasn't there.
Sam actually laughs. She laughs at her.
That.
J-
Wow.
JJ also starts to laugh, and he just looks up at Sam, smiling, seeing her actually happy.
She continues to laugh like Hero from Gundam. Laughing gets louder and louder and louder. Memory, well, the Stooges do have a way of making even the most depressed of us feel better. I'm sorry, Ricardo.
It's all right, I guess. I was really looking forward to seeing her face when he's looking at the thing. I was looking forward to seeing her face when she saw it, but you know what? She's happy. That's all that matters.
Fucking morons. Looking back at Ricky's wrist computer.
Understatement of the century.
Carter starts to laugh. Oh my god, those are my siblings. Like, legally now, those are my siblings.
Do you think that was planned? And Rihanna, I don't think so because it's... No, I don't think so. Not at all.
How many times have the Stooges done something that was planned all the way through, Colt?
Fair point. Looking over at Elizabeth, all they had to do was go to Pequot and be like, Ricky, going to be a flower shop today? And she'd say no, and then they don't go. It seems like an easy thing to play.
You would think.
You would think a lot of things about the Stooges. I guess they just didn't tell Mom about it because they were scared they were, I don't know, doing the wrong thing or something?
Or they didn't want to do it, so they just wanted to get it out of the way.
I think that's probably the more likely of the two.
Let's just do it now, Fudwick, then focus on other things. Okay.
Probably exactly what they said. Hey, Kwame, let's just get this shit out of the way so we don't have to, deal with it and have Wiki pestering us and stuff. Probably what they said.
Colt laughing. That makes Sam laugh louder and louder. Well, they're good for something. At least she's smiling.
Yeah, at least she's emoting.
Is that your mother dancing with crowd? Oh, he dipped her!
You can see the look of frustration melt into a smile. Yeah, that's Mom's having a good time. Well, at least they'll be happy when I get home.
At the end of the day, it was a gift for them, not for you. And those are the best type of gifts. From your heart. My god, that your mother is a big fan of it.
Oh, you guys got no goddamn clue.
Oh, that poor child, poor Ellie. They put the sweat towel on our cord.
She looks like she's enjoying it.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah, she's having a good time.
I hope they let her keep it.
I mean, they probably did, right? That's something they do.
Oh, look, here's what the radio was saying. They disappeared. That's a displacement grenade. You can see the chaff it leaves behind.
What the hell?
No, probably went up to Gateway, asked my dad, and he just gives them whatever.
That makes
Carter starts to laugh. My god. Stooges can be quite stupid at times.
Hey, Benny shrugs, playing with Elizabeth's head with his hand. They had a good time. Look at that lady dance.
Oh yeah, no doubt they had a good time. Just, I worry about the town and the structural integrity of it all and stuff.
You would think if you did proper planning, you'd have authorities in place, but nope. Kissing Carter on the ear.
No, I don't think the Stooges thought that far ahead. They did bring a ladder, though.
A big ladder. That's Uncle Scar's.
And they left it when they used the displacement grenade.
Yeah, look at the crowd of people taking the ladder because Fredvis touched it.
Your uncle's gonna be mad that that's gone.
That ladder's gonna be worth like 20 million credit.
Yeah, no. Uncle Scar's gonna be so pissed. He just smiles, shakes his head, looks back at Sam and checks on her real quick.
She's stopped laughing and she's just got her eyes closed again.
Carter sighs, whispers to Marianne, well, at least it got her to cheer up a little.
The Stooges, are good for something, I suppose.
I suppose so. Thank God for that.
Poor JJ. Getting back in the Warthog with Carter.
Carter will get back into the Warthog with her.
Yeah, poor
Poor
dude.
boy.
Yeah, poor guy. He's gonna have it really bad the next few months.
Some days I just see I get where your mother's coming from, holding Carter's hand. Some days I just want to slap Grandma, but it's not my place as a grandchild.
No, neither is it mine. If I did it, I'd probably be accused of trying to make another rift in the family.
I'm tired of standing. Get on the fucking gun, Elizabeth.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get on the gun. She'll hop out, and we'll get on the gun for her.
She'll get in the driver's seat. Put your seatbelt on, Benny. Benny, I don't need it. And she'll, fine. Slam on the gas, and Benny, holy shit, almost falls out of the side of the vehicle. Fix the mat real quick. As she swerves off. Take that there. In the Warthog with these four, Benny holding on for dear life. Disappearing. Memory end.
Everyone have their seatbelts on.
Yeah, well, we have a non-disgruntled driver. Oh, chuckle.
Did you see the way he was holding on?
Yeah, she gave him a fair warning.
She did.
That she did. He looks at Colt. We should probably move out. That we don't want them to get too far ahead of us.
Colt will put the Warthog in gear and drive off. As back here, everybody's gone. All the kids are gone. Oz, the Warthogs are gone. Oz, Okir, and Laz. There's one Warthog left. Are looking at Soul. Soul is awake at this point, but pretending to be asleep. Big fucking baby. Might as well just fucking put a diaper on her. Oz, chuckling.
Laz sort of chuckles. She's been petting the top of Soul's head.
She doesn't know. She assumes Colt's still around because she was napping earlier.
It is cute, though. I mean, come on. Look at her face, Oz. Doesn't that just look so cute?
No, it does. I can't wait to see. Wait to see that little baby she's carrying. With Colt's genetics and hers, gonna be a hell of a good-looking child.
Oh my god, yes. She's gonna look so cute.
I always kind of thought, just between the three of us, she was kind of like the spoiled brat of you, Carter, and her. And she definitely lives up to that spoiled brat in this chair with that drink. Okay, you can say that again, fucking princess.
They all see Soul. She acts like she's just readjusting, but in all reality, she's just putting her hand under like the little pillow she has and flipping Oz off and then stopping it.
Oh, well, good thing hopefully she stays asleep. Colt left her.
Her eyes immediately shoot open and she sits up. He did what?
Oh, you motherfucker. Looking down at her. Were you awake for all that, you fucking brat?
Yes, I was, Mr. Oswald.
Well, if anybody was the brat of the three of you, it's definitely you. Nothing wrong with it.
She starts to grit her teeth. Where is my husband?
Memory Ann and Carter saw fit to go kill a cave drake with some goss hogs. Those troopers up there, pointing. Here, there's only one goss hog left.
They all see her eyes start to twitch.
They have goss hogs and it's a cave drake. Apparently a like middle-aged one, if you will. Darling, looking at her. So they'll be fine.
We are going to help them.
The hell we are! Pointing at her with his hammer. Your ass is staying here, staying in that hover chair like your mother, the Primarch, said so. And your father, the man on fire.
I am not going to see my husband risk his life fighting some stupid fucking cave drake on the same planet that I am on.
Ugh, shivers. Oz, hard to argue that point. Crosses his arms and looks at Laz.
Laz starts to stroke her chin, biting her lip. It really is. I am here. I'm going to help him. I'm not able to help him on fucking Gateway. I'm not able to help him when I'm on Earth and he's away. I'm going to help him now.
All right, well, you're driving, honey. Let me get my gun off the ship. You want a gun? Looking back at Soul.
Please. My Centurion Defenders, if you still have them on.
No, I mean you want to be on the Goss gun.
Oh. Her eyes start to sparkle. Yes, I do.
Guess I'm riding shotgun with Oz.
The lass starts to chuckle. I guess so, Okir. She'll give Sol a kiss on the cheek and smile at her.
Oz has his rifle, will wrap his arm around Laz's waist. But you do look like a big fucking baby.
Oh.
You really do.
Oh, please, you're just jealous that I'm in this comfortable chair and you're not.
No, really, I am not. I would be embarrassed. Love, look here. Come on. Be truthful with...
Laz looks around. You remind me of when you were like 3 years old, Sol, and you were stuck in the like crib thing.
Are you gonna get out of it, or do you expect me to like hover you over to the warthog?
She sighs. She will start to step out of it. I'll get out of it. She looks at Oz, and I'm not a baby, thank you very much.
Oz will laugh at her and walk off with Laz. Okay, leave the soda behind, princess. Walking off.
She'll, as Okir is walking off, she'll like covertly stick her tongue out at him and then put the drink into the cup holder on the thing on the hover chair and start walking with them.
Flashing up to the office, Icy pushing Ash. Sasha walking in, shaking her head. Towns, it was a good concert, Pequod. I am so sorry, Ash.
It's alright. All things considered, there was minimal damage done.
Yeah, I mean, he put up the force field, stopping Ash here. Put up the force field around. Good thinking on Krellin's part.
It was, although I would have much preferred to have police there.
How about much prefer to have Ricky there, because that's what we agreed upon. Sit, Julius.
And Julius will sit down for her.
That
She'll sit on Julius's lap.
That as well? I cannot say that it wasn't disappointing that he won't be able to see his good work come to fruition.
Well, I mean, you guys saw that it was on the news, right? And so it was all recorded. He'll be able to see it, don't worry.
She was sniffing the sweat towel.
Yeah, no, I saw that. He looks at Ash. Did you have any idea she would be doing something like that?
Not quite that far, but I assumed she'd do something.
Right. He just shakes his head.
Handing Pequod a lemon slushy. Thank you. I see time to cool off a little bit. Looking at Pequod.
As she's on his lap, he starts to rub her stomach and will start to kiss her like jawline cheek area for her.
I'll cool down. It's not good to be this angry when you're pregnant.
Yeah, let's all just cool down, think some like common thoughts, and everything will be okay.
I could use a sandwich. You see, I will make one. Going over to the mini fridge. Thank you, sister.
Thank you, I see.
And I'm sure that they thought they were doing the right thing, I suppose.
I see, fuck this. Walks out. I'm gonna go get something else. Disappear.
Okay then.
Alright. He squints his eyes watching Icy leave. That was a little weird. But yeah, no, I'm sure they just thought they were doing the right thing. I have no idea why they wouldn't pass it by us first.
They're not allowed to operate without impunity. You know, they have to follow the rules and regulation in place. So to just do an unannounced concert really aggravated me, but I'm calming down.
Yeah, no, trust me, it aggravated me too, but more in the way of me thinking that I would have to protect the store from a group of angry civilians wanting to get to Futfist.
Oh, Pequod will start typing on her wrist computer, calls Davine. Does she answer?
She will, yeah.
Davine is in transit, heading out to get the engine. Pequod, mother,
Yes, darling, hello.
I just would want you to know, I know we had a discussion about it at breakfast. You're gonna get an upgrade to your gym.
Davine
You
starts,
can thank Istrom.
Davine starts to tear up a bit. Well, I most certainly will thank her, but thank you, Pequod. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I assume you're with... Where are you going? Why are you not with Dad? What have you done?
I didn't do any. We're going to get the engine, darling, and he can't necessarily come with us to do that.
Oh, thank God. I thought you fucked up again.
No. He's teaching a class right now, darling.
I just think it's like this every 20 years thing. I agree with what Scar said, you know.
Yes, I suspect as much, darling. That you agree with him, not that I'll be messing up. I won't be messing up.
Well, anyway, you're with Scar. Tell him what you and Dad want, and I'll send him a message and tell him to get started on it Monday morning. You got your gym.
Thank you so much, darling. I love you all so much.
She smiles at Davine. I give you a hard time, but you are my mom at the... Oh, are we in Pedovan? Is that Krellin?
Davine's eyes widen. Yes, that's Krellin, my love.
Maybe just hang up, Davine. Sasha looking at Davine.
Davine will nod, looking over Sasha. It was very nice seeing all of you, and she'll go to hang up.
Pequod, ooh.
Julius picking at his lip. Don't worry, honey. We'll get them. Well, we will get them. Don't you worry.
You need a Euro to calm down. Pequod, oh my.
That was clever.
Pregnant Pequod sandwiches and Euros. Sitting down here next to her on the table, edge of the table. Pequod will start eating both.
Very nice idea, Nicole. Thank you.
You are welcome.
He smiles at Pequod, gives her a kiss on the cheek. We told Mom about her getting the gym and everything, and she started to tear up. Wouldn't you believe it?
Starts tearing up at the thought of Davine tearing up. Pequod, oh my God.
Nicole, come on.
Good God. If I didn't have a Euro, I'd gag.
Julius starts to laugh. Here, Nicole, let me ask you something. If you thought of me, or Ash, or Sasha, or Towns, or even Pequod tearing up, would you tear up like this?
No. Looking at Julian.
Okay, here's a more, up in the air question. What about Dad?
Yes. Nodding her head. But it would take me a couple minutes, probably.
Okay, so not right off the bat like Mom tearing up.
No. Wiping the tear off her eye. I actually think it's adorable. I don't know. I mean, I'm close with Lorelai, but we were never like mother-daughter, and even if we were, it's Lorelai, you know what I mean? She's gonna be harsh and brutal, but firm and fair. You're never gonna get Eskimo kisses from Lorelai, okay? So I think it's adorable. Pequod, well, you're one of the few with the scarf on that do.
I mean, I'm just happy that they're happy. That's basically my opinion on it.
I would never be like that with any of my children. I mean, when they're babies, absolutely, but I would never emasculate eating the Euro Carter as an adult doing that to him. He says, oh man.
Yeah, no, I love Laz and Soul. They're my baby girls, always and forever, but I wouldn't do something like that to them. They're grown women. They would probably be embarrassed by me doing that.
I would pay a lot of money to see Carter's face if you went up to him and picked him up, Pequod. Pequod, no, I would never.
Julia starts to laugh. I actually think that would be pretty funny, honestly.
Or even fucking Saris with Ricky. I would pay a lot of money. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Saris faint in years. That's impressive.
It is, and it got me rather worried when it happened.
It's okay. Pequod eating her Euro. She came to. She was happy. Ellie's happy. I just wish Ricky could have been there.
By the gods, I wish my son could have been there. He was excited for it too.
I would be excited to give a gift like that to my mom and my significant other as well. I can understand why he would be disappointed about something like that.
Yeah. Well, like I said, could have been a lot worse, and I'm sure Ellie is going to give him plenty of his reward when he gets home.
The gift that keeps on giving. Love. Eating her urine.
Exactly.
Hey, the gift was still given. He still showed that he loved and cared about both of them. And I think that's enough for the two of them, especially since it was their favorite. It was Flightfest. I mean, come on.
Fredvis is like a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing. They don't want to use Fredvis much. I think Frederick prefers playing... gesturing up to Fred.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. Fuedvis does more on stage. He probably prefers that because he has to dance less.
Fucking Fred Pock just stands there, occasionally pulls out a BB gun.
And Crip Walks. Don't forget Crip Walks.
Oh, I hate when he wears the jeans without the belt and his pants are falling, seeing his ass hang out.
And it's basically like parachute pants with like the huge hem on the bottom of the jeans.
God, I was so close to punching him in the face that day. Years ago.
I saw that.
He stared right into the camera!
I respect your restraint.
At least he didn't say what the song was actually about, though.
What was the song
Yeah.
about?
Clive being fucking racist!
And putting him in jail, that's where Clive put him, Ash.
Sasha starts laughing. Good friend Clive dedicates song.
Did they know Clive was on the same show when they wrote it?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. Probably not.
Hopefully not.
But with the Stooges, can you ever tell?
I think they were always making fun of the guy. Finishing one and going to the next.
Yeah, no, in hindsight, they were always making fun of him, but we always chalked it up to the Stooges being, well, the Stooges.
The whole backstory of the songs of the whole first Fred Pock album is Frederick and Clive came up on the streets, she'll air quote, of Harlem together. Frederick stuck it out in the streets because he's a true homeboy. And Clive went on to be an influential politician who is also heavily racist. And then put Frederick in jail for being black. When Frederick is white, and so is Clive.
He's just looking at her a bit slack-jawed. Uh-huh. What riveting storytelling through music.
And you know what? He is the top-selling artist. Well, he's quickly reaching Fredvis levels, but that might be negated by today's events. But either way, goes to show you the average IQ of our general public.
You know, there's a very good saying I once heard, and I think I'm going to paraphrase it slightly, but it is, if you are of average intelligence, then you must remember that there are 50% of human beings that are more stupid than you. We are not, we are above average intelligence, so think of how much worse that ratio is.
Fair point. As long as they give us money and let us protect them, I don't care. Eating the year!
Yeah. As long as they earn us money and they pass things by us first, I don't mind them doing stuff like this, especially like Fred Pock, where it's made us, a bazillion amount of credits, fake number and all, I know, but still.
How about we let JJ off the hook? Pequod keeps eating her year.
Julius looks at Pequod, looks at Icy, and shakes his head. I don't think that's happening, Icy.
I really want to. I do. She'll set the euro down. I really want to. But we can't.
Julius nods. We have to teach Mom the lesson.
Not just your mother, but I think it's a lesson that watching JJ go through will be ingrained in the kids, and they will ingrain it in theirs.
and any future Rainfall kids that want to join the military.
Exactly. It's, not a fun one, but the most important lessons rarely are.
Julius nods. It's future proofing, basically.
Samantha will get through it. She'll deal with it. She shouldn't be acting like such a brat about it.
That's fair. He's gonna look at her. And let her know if she ever wants to play with some stuff to blow off steam that my collection is open to her.
I will, but she's probably just gonna sulk into depression. I see, uh-huh. And it will be Mother's job as the head of the family to do something about it. Right, Julius? Playing with Julius's chin. Because that's what she should do. Fix the problem she created. It's on her.
Yeah. And, I have faith in my mother. I'm sure she will. But she does have to fix it. It is her job.
And I believe she will. I mean, she had her mistakes, 20 years ago now? But Davian Rainfall has always risen to the occasion from what I've seen.
Yeah, risen to the occasion to the fucking weight bar.
And going into a battle against Epsilon squad armed with swords?
She's not gonna let the gym thing go. Just forget about it.
Yeah, no. I think this one is gonna stick with her for all eternity, the sitting in the gym thing.
We could just erase it from her mind. Pequod never.
Julius shakes his head. No, unless Pequod, consents to doing something like that, we're not going to be erasing anything from her mind.
She eats the gyro. I'm getting fat again, Thomas, but I could use another one. She will hear. Snap her finger. Thank you.
I mean, who cares how much weight you gain? You're pregnant.
I know, it's just, man, Thomas is, I didn't eat like this with the twins. And I did not eat like this with Laz. And I did not eat like this with Integra.
Julius looks at Icy. Is it a... Well, that wouldn't make any sense. The twins are spellcasters, and they're, twins, so you would probably have had to eat even more when it came to them.
Might be the bond. Looking down in her stomach, Hale, Thomas, beats the heck out of me.
Or he could end up just having a very naturally high metabolism like his dad.
Hopefully, for his sake, and Hale's sake, I hope he looks like his dad.
Julius chuckles. I'm sure for Hale's sake, I'm sure she would not mind.
She wouldn't, trust me. Watching Pequod eat the gyro.
Imagine him looking just like you, a mini Julius walking around.
Little clone.
Julius looks at Pequod. It would be sort of like me with Integra. Let me tell you, she looks like a mini Pequod.
She's gonna be a good-looking girl when she grows up.
Just like her mom.
Thank God.
What would you do if, Thomas looked like a mini version of me, hun?
Oh, discipline him heavily.
Oh, yeah, no, fair enough.
Especially if he acted like you did back in the day. We need to pre-discipline him, and we will.
Yeah, no, that was my issue. Not getting enough discipline when I was younger, and then just way too much discipline, air quotes, when I was like teenage years. And yeah, no, we need to like pre-discipline him.
Because Dad's gonna fawn over him and Hale, and so is Mom. So we'll be upfront. Maybe we'll make it known he has to go to the military. We'll see. A lot of problems to overcome till then.
Yeah, no, it makes no sense to think about 18 years into the future right now. We can just sort of relax and see our little boy grow up for right now.
And honestly, looks at them, you two don't have much to worry about. Yes, there were bumps in the road, But you know, most people would kill to have children who turned out as well as yours did.
That's true, nodding her head. Save for drama. Carter, setting her euro down. He's slowly but surely becoming a young leader, and so, well, I mean, looking at Icy, nodding her head. So, Laz was always good.
I mean, even with their issues, they are hard workers who have good jobs and excel at what they do. Anyone should be proud of that.
And look like big babies in their hover chair. She looks cute. I like it. I'm just saying, my god. Pequod, it's the only way we're letting her out there. It has like a bulletproof shield that comes down and everything.
Oh, it's so cute. Oh, it reminds me of when she was just a little baby and I would put her in her hover chair and stuff. Oh, makes me so nostalgic.
And kudos to you two, gesturing to Sasha and Towns. You raised a good man. He tends to her as if she was a baby.
Yeah, no. Especially when she starts screaming Colt.
I'm proud of her for doing that. Ah!
Yeah, no, as you should be. Like mother, like daughter.
Yeah, you haven't really started yet. Pequod, it's coming. Eating your ear.
I would expect he can't escape it.
Julius shakes his head. No, I won't be able to. He smiles at her. But I also would not mind being able to take care of you every single second of the day, my love.
She'll kiss Julius as Icy. Fucking Sunday morning, I was pouring myself a cup of coffee and yeah, fucking dropped it all over my foot. Had my flip flops on, burned my foot. Sasha,
Fortunately, I have not been party to that yet.
you will be
Where were you making coffee?
in my fucking house. Looking at Julius, Pequod. Wow, she's got range.
She does have spells that she can use to amplify her voice, so that would make sense.
Burned my goddamn foot, scolding hot coffee. What'd you do? Run to mom? Icy.
Oh my god, you did, didn't you?
Gives herself a euro and starts eating it.
You could just hear. I'm not gonna say anything. It's sweet. It's sweet, Nicole, I guess. He looks at Pequod and just mouths, oh my god.
Baby.
Such a baby. Holy shit.
And the kids say that Benny's a bigger baby.
Oh, please. But Benny's still young. He's still, what, 20, 21 years old? Yeah. He can afford to be somewhat immature at this point in his life.
Yeah, up until he crotch chops you.
Oh, we don't talk about that now, do we, Nicole? They could see Julius think about it and start to get angry.
We never crotch chop anyone.
No, we didn't.
I mean, to be fair, you did throw a tomahawk at Lorelai's office.
With Julius's sweat attached. A fair offering.
We had backup plans, Ash. Come on now.
That's where he went wrong. He did not have a backup plan.
Remember how our bodyguards would just... They got so used to it, they would see us standing across the way and just casually move out of the way. Pequod.
I do. You know, it's not something that I ever envied. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but it's not something I ever envied from those guards. But they had to watch her fawn over that picture of me in Jurassic Park or whatever that movie was called.
When she'd smell what was on the tomahawk, she'd like roll her eyes back into her head.
Yeah, and you guys ever notice how her body sort of like convulsed for a second afterwards?
Yeah, she'd have like a tremor or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So I talked to those two boys about it. They said randomly throughout the day, pretty much any time she seemed stressed, they'd see her pull that piece of paper back out and smell it.
Better than a cigarette.
Damn right, I did bet with the way they described her shaking.
Well, I'm glad I helped avoid the former Ranger General getting a tobacco addiction.
Dude, do you remember the day Scar and Zap put up all those, like, lewds of her around the apartment? Pequod.
Yeah, and all of us had to run around, taking him down as fast as possible.
Putting his hands on his hips. Nice. Just looking at his work.
See Ash hold the left side of his chest. That's one of the closest times I've ever come to a heart attack.
Fair enough, Ash. That was a scary moment in my life, gotta admit.
Best Scar is disgruntled Scar, mumbling to himself, pointing at the ground, scolding Carter when Carter's 10,000 miles away at basic training, or I didn't see it often, but when I did come down before I put the scarf on and I would see it, it was quite impressive.
My favorite moment of disgruntled Scar was when he was mowing the golf course, and he just suddenly stopped, turned around, pointed at thin air, and started yelling, and then jutted his two hands out like he was grabbing onto someone's throat and started jostling the air around.
And we used to look at him and like, what is he doing? Oh, he's pretending that's Carter, Julius. We would watch him from our bedroom window.
It became like a daily tradition with us just to watch Scar from our bedroom window doing that kind of shit.
The way he would mow that golf course to perfection, I'm so glad that man's over that. I started to worry about him.
Oh, as did I. It started to get worrisome. I was legitimately thinking about calling up like a therapist to come help him.
Oh, poor guy.
It got that bad.
I mean, he would mow the entirety of the golf course to perfection. He would take a ruler and check if it was, I can't remember exactly what it was. 1.5, 2 inches long.
I think 1.5 exactly, though I can't remember.
He would mow it to perfection, the entirety of the golf course, by himself, and then he would just do it again the next day. It was like a comfort thing for him, I think.
That poor man, I'd heard about it, but I never knew just how bad he got.
I see perks of being the deity of time. Transport everybody back in time. Scar is sitting in a rocking chair. Motherfucking Carter, you little motherfucker. I'm gonna come on, give me your little neck. I'm gonna dig these claws into your neck, then eat your liver. You motherfucker, Carter! Walks out the wall, like charges through his own wall, and I'll fix it tomorrow! You mother! Kicks over his spit with his dinner roasting on it, Icy. Snaps her finger, and this is what he was doing at home. He went,
Julius starts to laugh.
Unfreezing time, then freezing it again.
What? Pardon me, but I don't think I may have ever seen somebody quite that angry.
Gonna wring your fucking neck, Carter! Walks over here, starts rolling around the ground, kicking and pounding his arms like a baby.
He's having a tantrum.
And now you got me wet, Carter! Cats don't like to get wet, Carter. Walks this way, pointing at the air. Nothing there.
Oh my god.
He's blaming Carter.
My god, he's blaming Carter for everything.
All of it, including him rolling around in the river and getting wet.
I'm gonna wring your fucking neck so tight and so long your hair's gonna go red like your father's!
Oh my god.
Icy taking the group back. How often did he do that, Nicole? Every day.
Wow. That's truthfully amazing. Thank you for showing us that, Nicole.
Your hero into Julius's hand. Well,
Oh, thank you. He'll look at Pequod. Do you want my euro too, honey?
no, you can eat it. She'll set what's left of hers down. I have to digest what I just saw.
Okay, he'll start to eat some of his euro.
Did you record that, Towns? Yep, I got him rolling around the river like a baby, then blaming Carter.
Cats don't like to get wet, Carter.
You know, I'd like that footage. I think Cyrus will enjoy it.
Sure. Towns nodding his head, transferring it to Ash as flashing here. Scar, speaking of the devil, Gets out of the car, cracks his knuckles. Davine, I would do anything for you. You realize that. You're the head of my family. I'd be nothing without the rainfall. I give you a hard time. I did not like what you did to Hunk, but I would do anything for you. You get that, right? I'd take a bullet for you. You are literally the most. You two, Hunk and you, are literally the two most important people in this family.
Davine smiles at him. She'll gently hold his hand. I appreciate that, darling.
I want you to know that before I say what I'm about to say. You need to get your ass back in the vehicle. This guy's gonna see your face and try to milk us for everything we got. Supply and demand. You know how these cocksuckers are.
He sees Davine inhale through her nose for a good couple seconds and then exhale. No, I don't think so.
Dearest sister, you were just recently featured on Fox 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 through 18. All the channels, though they're all Fox. Pequod ran that piece of you filming in your pretentious director mode to hype up your movie, which we all know is going to be great. But, darling, rubbing Davine's other hand, everybody knows you. It's not like me. Yes, I've been in some documentaries, and there's a TV show about me, an animated one, when I was young. And yes, I am striking and have a particular look, but we can get away with me going in. Clive, I don't think so. But just me and Scar going in would be enough. If you would just stay here, Clive will protect you.
Darling, I'm getting this engine for my husband. I refuse to not be there when the deal goes down.
Well, I can't argue with you being a good wife. I've given you a hard enough time over the years for being a bad one. So I will stop.
Davine nods. Clive looks over at Scar with the look on his face like, should I try?
Nah. Putting a cigarette in his mouth!
Clive sighs and nods.
But would you guys like me to go in with you or just stay behind?
At this point, yeah. You three. Yeah. Turning around. Watch the fucking... Don't say it. She glares at Scar. Watch the van, please, okay? Okay. Nodding his head.
Sure, we'll watch the pedal van.
Looking back at the fountain. Yeah, this cocksucker's gonna wring us dry, man. Patricia's never gonna be... She's not gonna be happy.
Davine sighs. If she's not happy, then she can take it out on me. She nods. I'm sure she would like to. Most days.
Well, she gave you your gym upgrade. Must be nice. This Clive and I will work on it for you Monday morning, first thing. You won't have to work at the... You two can work out naked, like back in the day.
Thank you, darling. I was quite missing that.
But you guys never worked out naked at the academy? So that, they did.
We sort of... Not entirely stopped, but slowed it down most certainly after a group of students walked in and saw both he and I naked.
Well, those days are at an end, thanks to Istrum. I'm sure she had to pay in blood.
I'm sure she did. They see Davine start to tear up. I love her so much.
Good mom. Rubbing her shoulder as Scar will punch a number in on a keypad and the door opens. And Davine sees a bald man, quite rotund, standing here, and he's got in a hover display case an engine.
Clive will walk in.
Hello, sir.
Oh, Rick Harrison.
It's nice to meet you.
He'll give him a nod, arms behind his back, and Davine gives him a slight bow.
So, Miss Davine Rainfall would like to purchase this authentic Mustang engine.
Yes,
I wasn't aware it was for Miss Davine Rainfall. He'll walk around it. You see, putting his hand on the display case, I was under the impression that I was in talks with somebody who referred to himself as Mr. X. Scar, that would be me, Pinhead. Looking at
Davine starts to laugh. Yes, that would be Scar. He handled the negotiations for us.
So the rain falls, he'll look down at it, are looking to buy this.
Yes, we are.
Okay. He'll put both hands on the display case and lean in to the group. Scar, we agreed on 400 million credit. Well, that was then. This is now.
Davine closes her eyes. What is the now price, then?
At least 70 bill. So let up 70 bill. You only live in this safe environment on Earth where nothing can get at you because of the rainfalls. 90 bill.
Oh, whoa, mate. 90 billion, isn't that going a bit far? Come on now.
100 billion. Looking at Clyde!
Davine's eyes are starting to widen. She puts a hand onto both Suletta and Clive's shoulders and starts to squeeze them slightly.
I'll give you 100 billion. Scar about to walk up and beat the crap out of him unless somebody stops.
Whoa.
He puts a hand out to Scar.
I don't think we need to do that, mate. Come on.
That money is well earned, thank you. We work hard for it.
Yes, we do.
He'll walk over to Scar, put a hand onto his arm.
But we don't need to beat up a civilian, do we?
Now, I've done my research. I brought in experts. This is the only Shelby GT McQueen model Mustang engine there is in existence.
Davine closes her eyes.
There may be parts out there. If you'd like to find parts and build one, assuming there's enough to build a complete engine, you can take that. It's my way here or the highway. Suletta's breath is visible.
Davine is gritting her teeth, starting to squeeze their shoulders even more. She looks over at Suletta. I'm so sorry, Letty.
She's just glaring with her eyes glowing at this guy. She is about to blast him with ice, which, unlike Memory Ann, would kill him.
Don't. Then we would have to explain to Pequod why we killed a civilian.
She breathes sharply through her nose, and the lights start to flicker in the house. He's not intimidated. Maybe he doesn't know what's about to go on, or maybe he's a hardened dealer. Who knows? As Scar, you ain't getting that kind of money out of us. Not for that. That's extortion. We work hard for that money. We don't sit on our asses and make other people do the work for us. Fuck, for God's sakes, her grandchildren are in the military, risking their life! He stands firm. I can keep raising the price, Miss Davy.
Davine starts to grit her teeth even more. She looks at Scar. We might have to pay that, darling.
Meanwhile, out here, Frederick wants to know what's going on inside as Krellin is inspecting the damages to the van, not paying attention.
Fudwick his arms crossed, pacing back and forth. He goes up. Hey, Quowen, what's going on in there?
Let me see. Puts his finger to his head. Fat bald guy extorting Davine, Davine, Scar, Suletta, and Clive. Raising price cause rain falls.
Fudwick slowly turns around to Krellin.
The shirt pulled out, you hear a compartment opening on Samuel, and there is the shirt dangling right in front of Frederick.
Give that shit to me.
Handing Frederick a pipe.
He'll take the pipe, toss it in the air a couple times, put the shirt on, button it up. Let's go get this motherfucker.
Starts storming towards the building as Scar. Come on, Davine. We're getting the fuck out of here. It's not the real engine, whatever. You know your husband will love it. Fuck this guy.
I know, but... And as she's...
No, we ain't paying it! Go ahead.
As she's about to say that, they hear Fudwick kick the door down. One solid kick, just the door goes flying.
Jesus! Looking back.
You motherfucker!
As he starts walking up to Rick Harrison. Excuse me, Ice Queen.
You motherfucker!
He hits him on the shoulder.
Oh! Falls over onto his other shoulder.
You trying to extort the workforce, motherfucker? Well, I am the workforce, motherfucker. She is the workforce. All of us wouldn't be around here if it wasn't for her, because she's the head of the family, motherfucker. You start to extort her, you start to extort us, motherfucker. He hits his kneecap with it.
Ah! Grabbing his knee, hit in face.
He hits him on the side of the face. What you like more, motherfucker? Backhand? Backhands him with the pipe. Or forehand? It hits him forehandedly with the pipe.
Fuck you, fatty, giving Frederick the middle finger.
What'd you just say, motherfucker? He grabs the middle finger and pulls it as far back as he can break. Now,
Wow.
you're gonna give him fair price, motherfucker, and I might let you leave this place with all your fucking fingers and toes.
400 million? How about 100 million? How about 1 million? 400 million, break other finger.
He doesn't actually break his fingers. Fudwick leans in close. You wanna know a fun fact about the human body, motherfucker? 50% of all bones in the human body are on the hands and feet. Now, to say that I'll break all the bones in your body is just preposterous. But I could sure as fuck break half the bones in your body.
How about 10 mil and we call it even?
Davian smiles. She looks at Scar.
10 mil? He'll transfer to his wrist computer. They hear the ching sound. 10 mil. A-okay. He'll make an okay symbol with his non-broken hand. All yours. Pat the engine and the thruster, or pat the display case, and the thrusters ignite and Scar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice doing business with you. She's smiling at him.
As he is lying on the ground, they walk out with the engine. Extort rainfalls again. Next time, come back, make you eyeballs explode, fatty. He gasps, looking up at Frederick.
He leans in close. Just so you remember this motherfucking lesson, he'll slam the metal pipe again on his other knee, breaking it.
Oh, ah! Grabbing his knee. Krellin will pick him up. Watch this, Fudwick learn from Samantha. Samuel ignites thrusters in his boots and kicks him in the balls. Oh! Krellin lets him down.
Nice, guys, nice. Leave this motherfucker till fucking what, for all I care.
Samuel will grab him and throw him through like 10 panes of display glass collectibles back there. They start walking out here. Siletta, you see, they did turn out to be the most important members of the team.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but thank God for Fred Pesci.
Frederick coming out covered in blood. Why couldn't I just do that? I could have done it. Siletta, oh well, Fred Pesci can get away with it, you see.
Fred Pesci is Pequod's favorite child, darling.
Davine, looking at the clock, wants to get back home to Hunk.
Davian looks at his computer.
We should get back as soon as possible. His classes are messed up.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm just taken aback. Yes, madam. Nodding his head gingerly, putting the display case into the van. Frederick is driving home. Nobody's gonna stop.
I'm driving home, motherfuckers. You got a fucking problem with that?
Looks at Clive, shakes his head. I think we let him. Just humor him, yeah.
Go for it, mate. You drive home. You've earned it.
Frederick getting in the car, slamming the door. As arriving here, Elizabeth is on the gun. Ricky is on the gun. Carter's in a passenger seat, can still make weapon attacks. There is a rather large cave drake sleeping in this corner of the city. Destroyed ancient type of city. Looks like a port city. Memory Ann, well, that'd be a cave drake, Carter. Lowering your binoculars.
Yeah, it would be. No, you said this was like an ancient city, so it's not populated, is it?
Nope. No.
Okay. Just had to double check. Yeah.
That is definitely a cave drake. He bites his lip. When he looks at this, like, moat river thing here, how deep does it look?
About like 8 feet. It's not super deep. Think like Venice. You could get little boats through.
Okay. So the gosshogs couldn't, like, ford through it, like, across the river.
These are hover goshawk.
Mm.
Military vehicle, they can hover as long as you got a hover license.
Carter, looking around. You and your sister have hover licenses? Colt?
Yeah, looking back at Colt, unlike you and your sister.
Carter starts to laugh. Hey, I got mine, eventually.
Your sister got hers after crashing my mother's truck, but yeah.
Yeah, I got
Unless you
mine.
want to drive, looking back at Colt.
Oh, no. I had an idea. He looks around, looks at the cave drake. We'll go onto the radio. Hey, Samantha, while you're driving, like, driving up to it, you think you can shoot a couple grenades at it to get its attention?
She nods her head at Carter, not talking.
He'll nod towards her. He'll look at Memory Ann. Memory Ann, I want you to start channeling the best freeze spell you can. As soon as the cave drake hits the water, freeze it.
Copy that. Looking back at Carter.
And then once it's frozen, we're gonna light it up.
Oh, we're gonna light it up. Carter will hold out his hand with a bit of electricity. And, fun fact, ice is one of the best, if not the best, conductors of electricity. He smiles a bit. Looks at the cave drake. We're gonna fuck this thing up.
Steam fried cave drake, anyone?
Sam will slam her hand onto the horn of the warthog. Cave Drake immediately wakes up, starts prowling around, sniffing the air.
He'll radio to Samantha. Make sure you get it into the river. Got it? We'll provide covering fire and everything like that. Don't you worry about that, Samantha. Get me?
Benny, looking over at Carter, I'm gonna go ride in the other warthog. Tries to undo his seatbelt and she takes off. Benny going this direction, right towards the Drake. JJ sees the Drake rapidly approaching as Samantha's head-on driving right at the Drake.
JJ sees that happen. He'll pull out one of his swords. Oh crap! I didn't get his character sheet. I'm sorry about that. He'll ready one of his swords, and once he gets in range, he will attempt an attack at it.
He's almost playing chicken with the Drake as the Drake is just watching come close. I imagine Elizabeth might be getting nervous. Benny, slow the fuck down!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Shoot.
Elizabeth will start firing the gun.
Its mouth was agape watching them fly, and Samantha, if JJ wants to take an attack, will fly as close as she can over it, giving JJ a chance.
And he will, most definitely.
Hitting it, enraging it, as Sam, trying to follow orders, will attempt lead the Drake into la water.
Carter is going to look at Colt. Alright, if the water plane fails, I want to pincer this fucker, so get on the other side.
Ricky sees the Drake chasing after though, but the bridge is old, ancient. He just kind of crumbles into the bridge, but he's big, so he falls into the water, but it doesn't really affect him.
He's in the water.
Bounding towards Samantha's group.
Carter will look at Colt. Start to get moving. Memory Ann, status update.
She'll freeze it. Freezing the water under it, it looks down as ice crystals start to envelop its feet. It pulls at the ice crystals with one of its large claws. It's not going to hold it for long. I'm not my mother.
Understood. You did great. Carter will, Samantha, get the fuck out of the water.
She will. Pulling up this direction, making Benny vomit. She's banking, going straight up in the air.
Carter will get out of the goshawk, put both of his hands into the water, and as best he can, just channel all of his, like, lightning electric magic into it. I suppose that would be like an overload. Sure, why not?
Seeing it, you can almost see a faint outline of its skeleton underneath as it takes the electrical damage, head slumping into the water. And then it will whip its head up and look right at Carter. Uh-oh.
Oh shit. Carter will quickly jump back in, start leading that thing around. Samantha, you follow it. We're gonna play some chicken with it, you understand?
Colt starts driving off as it starts charging at their car.
Ricky,
Opening its mouth, trying to bite at the back where Ricky's gun.
Ricky, shoot him.
Yep, will do. And he will.
It closes its mouth on Ricky's gun. Bah! Knocking its head back, shaking its head as they drive off. Nice shot.
Thank you. He's gonna look up back at Colt. Must go faster, please.
Bounding through the city. That thing's quite fast for being so large, Carter.
Yeah, it definitely is. Can you slip it up?
Maybe you could summon the dragon now?
Carter will grab the sword, see if he can summon the dragon.
Nothing happens. As it lets out a roar at Carter seeing the sword.
Nope, nothing for right now. Memory Ann, can you slip it up at all?
She will start channeling to do so as Sam actually drives up alongside of it and starts taking her hover warthog out far and ramming into the side of it, letting out frustrations. Betty, this is not a safe idea, woman! And she'll continue to do it.
Carter watches her doing that. I don't think I can tell her to stop doing that even if I wanted to. As she's, ramming into it over and over again, JJ will start to make attacks, as will Elizabeth on the gun.
Ricky can keep shooting as well.
He's gonna take another shot then.
The Drake almost getting knocked off its side as it's moving by Samantha just ramming into it, Colt pulling this way. I think she's pretending it's your grandmother.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Memory Ann freezing the ice as the Drake slips up on the frozen ice.
Shit, whatever she's doing, it's helping.
Yeah, that's for sure. Carter will start to fire his plasma rifle at him. Oh, I don't know why he was on advantage, but yeah. Damn good, Memory Ann.
Sam will drive the hover car under its legs. Benny screaming at the top of his lungs as she deftly drives over it before its foot comes down.
Elizabeth, actually, while they were under it, can we say JJ stuck his sword up trying to get at its undercarriage?
Yes, perfect. That's good, because Benny isn't doing anything. He is screaming and vomiting into his helmet a la Icy in the Epsilon Squad fight.
Elizabeth will start to do the same while they're under it. She looks down at Benny. Benny, are you okay? Oh, Jesus.
That makes Samantha laugh as she will drive her group around, try to go back around. As the Drake picks itself back up, shoot Ricardo, and starts charging at
Yes, he's gonna swing around and take a shot.
The Colt will just go automatic as it keeps chasing them.
Unload, Ricardo.
Yes, sir. He'll shoot again as he's ordered.
Carter will also take a shot at him.
Dragon, come on, please!
He'll try again. Worthlessly, I know, but he'll try.
Sam will actually ride atop the Drake, igniting the thrusters, keeping the car burning its back. It lets out a screech as Ricky shoots it in the chin.
Remind me again never to piss her off again.
It will tumble this direction and whip back up and look at Carter, seeing the sword in Carter's hand.
Carter holding the sword. He looks at Ricky. Start shooting it now.
Yes, sir. He'll take his shot.
Shooting it in the side of the mouth, it lets out a screech. Blood. I like to imagine it's orange blood. Letting out a screech as Sam pops it into gear and starts driving straight at the thing's mouth. Samantha. It opens its mouth, Samantha! Samantha! Betty's freaking out, and she'll drive up over it into the air and drop a plasma grenade out into its mouth. Hmm? Blows up in his mouth, tumbling this direction, plasma oozing out of his mouth. Makes her chuckle slightly.
Carter will point over to her. That's why you're my trump card!
She will nod and smile at Carter, but not talk.
Carter will point back at Ricky. Continue shooting at it. He looks back at Memory Ann. Try to slip it up again. That seemed like it helped.
It will start getting up. Memory Ann will freeze the ice. Colt will. I'll give you an over-the-top shot, Ricky. Flying, but not recklessly like Sam, over the cave drake.
He's gonna wait until he gets a good shot, and boom.
Slipping it up, crashing through these ancient structures, but that shot hits it, I like to imagine, in the neck, and it starts to uncontrollably tumble this direction. Nice. Colt looking back, God, I sounded like Scar there.
A little bit, but I think I hit the tickle spot.
Oh, you got him good. The equivalent of his jugular if my biology class on drakes is right. If I can remember it correctly.
Fuck, yeah. He's gonna...
Carter starts to laugh. Damn good job, Valorius.
Thank you.
Sam pulling up here, so they're hovering like next to one another.
Carter looks at it. Does it still look like it's active, or like is it still coming for them, like straight to them?
It looks like it's getting up, and it looks like it's gonna come at a death charge, but it's picking itself up to do so. Then they hear whatever Soul is screaming as Oz, Okir, Soul, and Laz show up. Laz driving, Okir dejectedly riding in the passenger seat. Oz shooting at it with his rifle, and Soul on the gun.
It's not really anything she's saying. But they definitely see her hair standing up, her eyes bright, and she's laughing maniacally as they see Soul has put her. It usually goes to Colt, but she's put her lunar shots combo move onto the gun, and she's just using it for herself as she starts to fire it at the Cape Drake.
It claws forward. Neck where Ricky originally shot explodes, spewing out a bunch of orange blood. It can't reach for its own neck. It's a quadrupedal creature. Slams his head into the ground and dies. That's enough, Soul. He's dead.
She continues to fire for a good couple seconds, and then she, sorry. Her hair falls down and her eyes stop glowing. Oh man, I'm a little tired from standing up.
Looks back at her, yeah, 15 fucking minutes. Big deal.
Well, you try carrying around all this weight up here. Do you want me to put on that?
Look at me,
weight?
woman!
Well, look at you. She just gestures to him. You're still not carrying around a child in your stomach.
Sam landing the car here, just glaring at Soul. Where's your hover chair, baby?
It's back at the ship, ma'am.
Colt getting out, putting his arms out for her before she can stomp the...
She will get out of the car carefully and walk up to him and hug him.
Benny comes here, takes his helmet off, covered in vomit.
Elizabeth will hop off the gun, go up to him. Oh God, honey.
Oh, pouring his canteen on his head. Memory Ann serves him right, wagging her finger at Ricky and Carter for crotch shopping our parents.
Yeah, agreed. Although, looks over at Soul. She's gonna be in trouble. And she got Sam to talk.
Surprising. Yeah, we do not tell the Primarch about this.
No, he stands up, walks over to her. I just so happen to agree. You okay, Soul? You were laughing pretty maniacally there.
Having a good time, taking his helmet off, kissing.
Soul nods. I just wanted to help you. I've been pretty useless as of late, and I just wanted to help you guys, especially my husband.
You're never useless. Kissing her on the lips again. You have the most important job, carrying our child. That's our future.
I know, and trust me, I was very... I had a backup plan just in case something bad happened if if he started to charge us or something bad was going to happen, I was going to Misty Step out of there and start running away. So don't worry. I was thinking of the child.
I don't think well, Aunt Nicole can read minds, but I think she's on our side, so let's just not mention this to the higher ups and we should all be A-okay.
Yeah, let's, Carter bites his bottom lip, shakes his head. I don't think we should mention it to this one. This one to them, I should say.
I'm not saying a word. Benny, I want to forget this day ever happened.
Elizabeth wiping him off with like a handkerchief she has.
As far as I'm concerned, I got the kill shot.
We'll tell them Soul was asleep, napping. What woke you up? Looking over at it, because you were deep in sleep. You look like a baby.
This is Soul nods.
Well, I just sort of woke up naturally, and then, they were having a conversation, and they said Colt left, and that's when, I sat up awake, and I wanted to come help you guys.
Carter, Ricky, Kai blades and sword, pulls out his hammer. This time we take a trophy. Oz, I agree, pulling out his knife. It's not huge, but big enough.
Oh shit, that's gonna be badass. He's gonna jump over and run up.
Headhunters used to take trophies. We're gonna take one, even though you might not be headhunters anymore.
Carter smiles, yes, sir. Before he goes over there, he looks over at Samantha and gives her a thumbs up.
She'll nod her head and give a thumbs up back, and then just go to the dejected, depressed Samantha.
JJ hugging her around her waist from behind as he'll go over to the cave drake and start to help.
Yeah, give me some gloves, love. I don't want to get my hands bloody.
She'll take off her gloves and hand them to him.
They should fit, I think.
We could use a warthog like that to fly around the lane, darling, kissing her.
Oh my god, can you imagine a Verdi, a YF-12 Lockheed, and a Goshawk? That would be pretty cool.
Colt, come on over and help. Oh. No, you want to stay in his arms, I assume?
Soul nods. She's actually looking up at him, pouting a little bit. I was pretty worried.
No, I was worried too. I didn't want to leave you. They made me. Looking at memory head.
Oh, how dare they?
She puts her head onto his chest and will start to tear up a bit more.
You did see when that guy got shoulder checked by Sam, though. That was kind of funny. Take care of this.
Soul starts to chuckle.
Hey, I did see that. That was pretty funny.
Benny, vomit-covered head coming up. Memory end serves you right, Benjamin.
I mean, kinda does. You should probably wash off in the river, bro.
Oh, I'll just wash off when we get back to Gateway. Looking inside his helmet, turning it upside down, vomit everywhere. I don't know where Sam learned how to drive, but I don't want to go to that She's death glaring, Benny. She's perfected the death glare. In 1 week, school.
Elizabeth, seeing the death glare, will quickly hug around him.
Don't say that. Oh, we should not say that anymore, okay?
She'll spin up her karambit knife and go to help. Which drags JJ over. She walks and it drags JJ with her.
Oh my god. He'll be with her and then we'll take out his swords and start helping her.
We're gonna put this one up in the gym. I think that's where Grandma used to hang Kamul. And not hang out in the gym. Right? Yeah, right.
No, we will not be hanging out in the gym. That everyone's aware of that rule, right? He points to everyone.
Well, what constitutes as hanging out? If Ricky and I want to go work out an extra hour, well, goddamn end of the fucking world, apparently.
He looks at Okir. As long as you're not sitting in the gym doing nothing. If you're taking like a 10-minute break, that's normal. You should take breaks while working out. You should.
What kind of idiot would live out of a gym? Pointing at fucking Carter.
Carter puts a hand onto Okir's shoulder. My grandmother, man.
Ugh. Slamming his hammer into the thing's neck, trying to break the vertebrae.
Yeah, I've been debriefed on that whole thing. I spent a lot of time in there, but I'm actually training, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're fucking eating food and watching TV.
Dude,
Your mother's got a thing or two against gyms, Carter. Sam cuts Okir off with good fucking reason.
No, it's fair. I don't even get why you'd want to stay in a gym that long. I mean, it doesn't matter how hard you clean the damn thing. It always smells slightly like sweat, and it's typically stuffy.
Depression can do things to you. Slightly cutting some of the flesh away. Watch out, I don't want to get any on you, honey.
She'll nod, lean back a bit. Depression still isn't an excuse, though.
Nope. No excuse good enough for Samantha, I'd say, as she is starting to slice at the flesh.
JJ just watching her slice at the flesh, he'll start to help out, cutting in like the same area to help her out.
Well, just think how proud our parents are going to be when we come back with this trophy, Carter.
Yeah, they will. Probably give us a pat on the back and an attaboy. He looks at Benny and... I just gotta make sure you know. Do not crotch chop them, Benny.
No, sir.
Thank you.
And like we said, Soul was nowhere near us when it happened.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't see her walking around this way, slightly rocking her.
Elizabeth shrugs. What are you even talking about, Ricky? You have a wild imagination.
Taking her to the water, son. She does look like such a baby in that thing. Sam laughs.
Oh my god, such a baby. Like, she... I could imagine her sucking her thumb. She does. She does, sometimes, apparently. Oh my god.
Shame on her for... Shame on him too, but shame on her for letting another man touch her. He takes good care of her.
He does. He really does. I could truthfully think of no better man for my little sister.
Did you guys hear Fredvis appeared in Palo Alto, coming up onto the Drake to help with a knife? What? Oh yeah, that's right! Good God, my head is so scrambled, grabbing the sides of his head.
Elizabeth, like, petting the sides of his head. Oh, you're okay, you're okay.
Fredvis appeared in Palo Alto? Your fat uncle? Henriette, yes.
Yeah, he appeared and, gave the gift that I was trying to set up for Mom and Ellie, and he gave it to them without me there.
What a fucking moron. He looks at the Drake.
Yeah, no, I can guarantee you my mother is not happy right now. Well, not about that, at least. Laz shakes her head. No, I don't think she would be. Yeah. She bites her bottom lip. From all that I know, she probably wouldn't be. Did it look like they at least had, police there and stuff to keep the riots down?
No, it seems impromptu. Ricardo has it on his wrist computer.
He'll turn it on.
Fucking idiot. Is that your mother dancing on the roof? Wow!
And
Look at her, love! She's getting dipped by Krillin!
Oh my god!
And that's Ellie there with the sweat towel around her neck.
Bringing Soul back so she can see it. Oh, well. It's like they had a good time.
It's all that matters, although I really wish I could have been there.
My god. When was the last time your mother got dipped like that? Holy sh...
I don't know. Her and Dad haven't gone out dancing, to my knowledge, in a long, long time.
Well, they do know how to make an impression, those three goofballs.
Oh, they most certainly do. If they didn't know how to make an impression, they wouldn't be such a big money earner for Rainfall Lane.
Yeah, for better or for worse, they know how to grab everybody's attention.
Carter nods. Yeah, that's for damn sure, especially if it's Fredfest and Palo fucking Alto.
Oz, taking the gloves off, starts cleaning them off with some water. Still looking at Ricky's wrist computer. What does that say? How much damage is? It says damage estimate. Over $2 million credits in damage caused to the city. Look at the bottom of the screen.
She squints at the bottom of the screen. Oh no, oh my god.
And
She starts hero laughing again.
it gets better. That's a live counter. Look, it's going up.
Ugh. Scared at Samantha's laughing. Memory Ann will, yeah, I'm gonna come over here. You're the swordsman, Carter. Have at it.
Carter nods. Yes, ma'am. He'll start chopping at the head.
Well, at least she's laughing. She keeps laughing.
Yep. Does not mean it's any less scarier. Soul, looking at the feed, shakes her head. No, please, no anything. Yeah, no, this was impromptu, so Mom wouldn't do an impromptu thing like this, so she's probably very, very pissed off because she didn't know about it, and the Stooges did it without her knowledge.
Finished washing off his gloves and hands, puts his arm around Laz, and she's, I think the pregnancy with Thomas is starting to take its toll on her. Like mother, like daughter, so. Hasn't been in the best of moods lately.
Soul shakes her head. Yeah, no. It's sort of a coin flip, honestly, but remember over the weekend, honey, she looks at Colt, when we were hanging out with her and Dad and Aunt Icy and Grandpa and Grandma, and, Grandma started to, dote on Aunt Icy, and she started to throw up. I think it's a coin flip between that making her throw up and, the morning sickness.
Yeah, I've always kind of thought it was just more, the Aunt Icy thing looking at Soul. I don't know, I think it's cute, but I think your mother has different opinion of what constitutes as cute.
I mean, yeah, most definitely. She shrugs. I think it's pretty cute as well, honestly. If, my father or my mother did that to me, I honestly wouldn't mind it.
I would have liked to have seen a softer side of my mom, that's all I'm gonna say.
She smiles, gives him a kiss on the cheek, and rests her head on his shoulder. Yeah, that would have been pretty cool, wouldn't it have been?
The only people that get soft sides of mom are the two redheads, glaring back at these two.
She smiles at Sam and shrugs. Yeah, no, she's pretty soft on us.
If I had crashed her truck, well, there wouldn't be a Samantha today.
Wonder what the soft side of... what being on the soft side of the Ranger General feels like.
Could you imagine if she babied somebody like that? That would be really weird to see. But I would totally record it, Benny. Good God. Looking at his helmet still, Memory Ann, quiet. Looking down at
Elizabeth helping Benny clean out the helmet. Laz looks at Oz. Can you imagine if the Ranger General started to baby me like Grandma Davine does to Aunt Icy?
Ask and you shall receive when it comes to you, I think.
Really? And you guys will record it?
Sure, if you like it, go for it. She's not sitting in a gym preventing it like some people. Sam starts violently stabbing the flesh where she is.
Carter clears his throat watching that happen, looks at Colt and shakes his head. Soul's eyes sort of widen when she looks at Samantha. Oh man, that made her really angry.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna look over at Benny. I don't envy you, because I'm happy I ain't riding in the car with her.
I ain't riding back with her, that's for goddamn sure. Colt, looking at the warthogs, you can ride with Laz and Oz. I'm sure Okir can deal with it. Looking at Okir.
Laz, looking at Benny, she gives him a thumbs up. Yeah, you can ride with us. I'm sure it'll be just a smooth ride all the way there.
By a good, talented pilot, thank you. Nodding his head. Looking at Laz, because she was the driver, not him.
She smiles at Oz and will give him a kiss on the cheek. Oh, now you're just trying to make me blush.
Well, it is almost quitting time for the day. We're done after this, I'd say.
Yeah, and we're almost through with this head.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, I got an idea. He's gonna pull his flail. Carter, help me wrap this thing around the neck.
Yeah, sure. Toss it up.
That might actually do it. Here, I'll get out of the way. He'll move.
He's with Carter's help, is gonna wrap the chain around the neck a couple times and walk back. Alright, watch this. He's gonna limit break and then yank on the chain as hard as he can.
That'll do it. Like a cork on a bottle as the head comes off. Benny starts vomiting again into his helmet.
honey, she starts to rub his back. Do you have anything for nausea?
No. She'll take his med kit from him. No, he doesn't. This is his punishment.
I'm assuming Ricky got completely sprayed.
Yes, and so did Benny a little bit, which started him from vomiting.
Come on, bro, let's go wash off before we get in the cars.
Yep, true. Let's move out. Sam keeps stabbing faster and faster, more violently.
Carter,
Troop, move out! She points to the warthog. She'll glare at Memrian, and Memrian will backpedal into the wall, pick herself up, and run to her warthog.
Carter will look over at Samantha. B Squad, move out.
She'll spin the knife up, spit on what's left of the body of the Drake, and walk off.
JJ will, of course, follow after her.
He's shaking. Yeah, you get used to it. Fuck you do.
Carter lets out like a little tremor. Oh god, that gave me chills.
I'm pretty sure she's pretending that thing is your grandmother. Oh, most definitely, Colt. Oh, most. Picking Laz up, definitely.
Soul nods. Oh yeah, for sure. Most definitely, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Come on, man. Don't want to get vomit in there, good warthog.
That's true. Colt, we need to get you back to your hover chair, sweetie.
Yes, please. Oh god, my feet are starting to hurt.
My feet are starting to fucking hurt. She stood for 15 fucking minutes. Such a brat. Looking over at
Laz starts to laugh. Oh man, she's milking this pregnancy.
her. Laz and Oz get in with Soul and Colt. Benny will come up here, see Ricky getting in the warthog with Memrian. Oh. Make room, Oz. There's no room. There's no room, but he's gonna ask him. Make room, Oz. And there's no room. We got Soul in here. Make room, Soul. He tries to get in, there's no room.
I'm sorry, there's no room. Okay.
Benny looks at Elizabeth. Sets her in this warthog. Oh, I'm a good boyfriend. You stay in here.
Oh honey, so brave.
Ricky's gonna salute him.
Looks at Sam, who turns on the ignition. Yeah. I'm gonna walk back. I'll see you guys. Wait for me, please. Remember, Ann. Okay, if you insist. Benny, I think I'll walk back too.
We'll pick you guys up, I guess.
We'll be waiting for you back at the city. She'll salute them.
Carter will also salute them. Go get them, soldiers.
Could use the exercise, Benjamin. Benny nodding, watching them fly off. As here, Icy and Ash had to go off to do some duties. Mostly Ash doing duties and Icy pushing him around because she didn't want to work. Pequod, I could go for another euro.
Julius will slowly stand up. You want me to go get one?
No, I want you by my side. Julius!
Julius, his head like recoils. He'll sit down. Of course, my love, of course.
So it begins. Going back to her work.
Julius nods. So it begins. And he looks at Sasha. Remind me to have a conversation with your son, please.
Yeah, I will. Don't you worry. They should be, looks at her wrist computer. They should be back here anytime soon. It was just a PT exercise today. Marching 5 kilometers, but mountainous terrain.
Yeah, makes sense. Low grav or anything like that?
No, just mountainous terrain. Okir's a fan of his mountains. Maybe he was hoping they could find some type of pet for Samantha that would make her feel better, because she's a total brat.
Oh, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I think she's being a brat. If somebody did this to me and Julius, I would be angry. I mean, somebody technically speaking did. Malcolm's lucky he died in the crash.
Julius nods. Hell hath no fury like a pregnant Pequod.
Fucking loser. Malcolm, I mean. Looking at Julius.
Oh yeah, no. I fully agree, honey. Don't worry, fucking loser.
He is so lucky he died in the crash that day.
He smiles at her, leans forward. Would you have really fucked him up for me, honey?
I would have. I really would have. And yeah, he outranked me easily, but whatever. Give me the court-martial, Dad. I don't even like calling that man Dad.
Julius nods. Yeah, because he isn't your dad. Dad is.
They never were good. They tried their best. I give them that. Sasha, you got Hunk, you got Davine. That's all that matters. Maybe we just try to be a little more empathetic towards Davine. No.
Julius nods. Well, that's okay. We we can have any kinds of opinions we want about, our parents or anything like that. I don't like the things my mother did to Dad either, and you know, I still somewhat hold it against her. I didn't like seeing my father how he was. So I definitely understand you, hun.
Yeah, I definitely didn't like having to, make sure we banned him from every sporting league possible when I already have a million other things to do. Towns, you try to get on the phone with the fucking EarthGov Football League. Yeah, you gotta ban this guy. Who? Yeah, Hunk Rainfall, I'll send you his picture over the computer. Why are we banning him? He's way too old to be drafted in college. Well, he's trying to be.
And we appreciate you guys doing that for us. You truly are part of the family.
The sick and twisted thing about it all is if he had went to that Gators tryout, they would have drafted him.
Yeah, I mean, the man threw a perfect opening inning. Honey, yeah, they would have picked that man up faster than you could say Hunk Rainfall.
Good God, the fucking Yankees should have known better, though.
Oh, they should have. They should have. He looks at Sasha. Isn't that game still like the most viewed one because Davy and Rainfall appeared in it?
Yes. And they were pre-advertising his fucking appearance. They had a gigantic, those tarp pictures they have outside of sporting stadiums of their players? They had a gigantic one of him with the shit-eating grin on his face because he looked so happy for the picture. Peacock, oh.
Right. He just shakes his head. Well, thankfully, nothing like that will be happening again.
Thank God we stopped it before it got to NASCAR.
Oh, I would have been... Is it weird that I would have been probably sort of disappointed at myself that I let it get to NASCAR?
Oh God, he was planning, apparently Tommy told me, Hunk Earnhardt Jr. Oh, Hunk Earnhardt. He was going to be the one with the cowboy hat on, which is the older one that unfortunately passed away in a crash. Junior was his son. Yeah, no cowboy hat. Sasha, oh God.
Not to make light of the situation, but could you imagine Mom coming up to him, telling him that he had to, get off the track, he can't be doing this type thing?
Oh, he pulls up trying to pretend to be somebody else.
Well, hey there, darling. You look mighty fine, I must say, but I gotta get going to the race.
That woman did such a number to that man.
She really did. He'll start petting the top of her head, give her ear a kiss. Man, it's okay now, though. It's okay. They're doing good. Family's doing good. Just gotta get through these next 6 months.
Unfortunately, we do, yeah. You have to bite the bullet.
He thins his lips and nods. Yeah, we do.
I expect a lot of flipping out, breaking of things, and we've got the money to cover it. Towns, she's just gonna get depressed. Like, really depressed.
Julius looks at Towns. Stupid question, but on a scale from 1 to 10.
Shrugs, Sasha, I don't know. JJ's the one and only boyfriend she ever had, so 3,000?
Right.
I think Samantha knew she was good looking. Knew what she wanted. Found it in JJ. Samantha thrives off attention from JJ.
And without that attention from her, she won't be thriving, therefore she will be wilting.
That would be my guess. We have no basis to really go off of, because one and only boyfriend, or husband, boyfriend, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that's some solid logic. He rubs his mouth and shakes his head.
Really spending a lot of time with Laz and Oz.
She will be. I'm sure those two will be able to cheer her up through some of the rougher times. They're good friends after all.
Poor girl.
Yeah, definitely. Poor girl. He crosses his arms, shakes his head.
I was kind of hoping she reached like a fever pitch and just punch mom, you know? That's not gonna happen. She was raised a lot better than that, thank you. Pequod, damn it.
As a hypothetical, if she did punch mom, would you prevent JJ from going to the military?
Yeah, actually. Sasha, oh, damn us for raising our child the proper way. Sounds, yep.
Julius bites his lip. That would have been pretty useful for JJ, I think.
Ash coming in having to wheel himself on his own, because Icy broke off to go get Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel for judgment, basically. And Ash knows this. Pequod seeing Ash come in, where's your chauffeur?
Oh, she's going to get you a present.
Oh, really? Another euro, maybe?
No, your children.
Ah, oh god, she's the best, Julia.
No, she really is. I love my sister so much.
You know, those three are going to think, because they're being brought up to JSOC, that they're in for a present.
Krellin probably thinks he's gonna get a fucking award or something.
The Medal of Honor.
We get Medal of Honor
Julius starts to laugh.
for brave actions against Epsilon Squad of walking up mountain with alien device.
He just shakes his head. Okay, what are the odds that Fudrick comes in here and salutes us, but incorrectly?
Hopefully high. Town says Pequod. Oh god, I hope he's in the captain's attire. He looks so fucking stupid.
Oh.
Imagine him cowering as you scold him while wearing that.
That would be pretty damn funny, I gotta admit.
He always wears it to impress Sasha. Does it impress you? She looks at Pequod and doesn't say anything. Take that as a no.
Why do you ask questions to which you already know the answer?
Ascot's kind of impressive.
But he wears it along with the scarf, honey.
And exactly one man has looked good in Ascot, and he's a fictional character.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh man. Crazy idea, but what if we did a Scooby-Doo, parody? Fudwick as Fwed, Krellin as like Daphne, Samuel as Velma, Clive as Shaggy, and Honey as Scooby.
Oh, that sounds like a moneymaker to me. She starts typing on her wrist computer. Pequod.
Honey, do, where are you?
Scary, do. Pequod looks at Julius.
Julius nods. That is a perfect idea, but real quick, I just want to build off of Ash. Honey, do, where are you with your just got raped eyes?
What if Scar's the equivalent of Scrappy?
Maybe, yeah, and Clive could be the bad guys if it wasn't for those kids and their meddling dogs.
While also being Shaggy.
Well, they like to reuse actors in multiple roles, if anybody's seen the X-Men pilot episode. Sasha, dumbest fucking thing ever. Thank you. Pequod, I know.
You're not a big fan of it, Sasha?
Why is Suletta Cyclops when there's a character with white hair written in? Even I think that's stupid.
With weather abilities, which I believe also include ice.
Literally, they bought a white wig for Samuel when they had an actor with a white hair. How many women have that hair? Not many.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I had to turn it off halfway through because I thought I could feel my brain leaking out of my right ear.
There had to be something you enjoyed in the episode. Sasha sets her pen down really hard, looks at Pequod. Samuel wandering around the fucking background of every shot with sparklers was pretty funny. But besides that, it's fucking stupid. And I don't even know why he has the sparklers. Because he's Jubilee.
He's Jubilee.
Yes, he's Jubilee.
Why? How does that make sense? It doesn't.
It doesn't make sense. He's apparently a teenage girl.
My favorite character was Freddy Wobo.
Just throws cards around randomly.
He doesn't even, throw the cards. It's like a baseball pitch of a singular card at times.
My favorite is fucking Zap as Wolverine. He was born to play that role. Just if only he wasn't like 5 foot tall and super fat.
The height thing is actually correct, to my understanding. The size is not.
The rotundness is definitely not.
No. But, by the gods, does he put his heart and soul into it?
Yeah, no, when me and Pequod were watching it, we were... Well, we were watching that show. How could we not be, laughing at it, sort of?
Okay, and wait a minute, Clive. Fucking bald-ass Clive bound to a wheelchair is really funny. And they even went the extra mile to somehow make it look like he has no fucking teeth. So he's a professor who's bald and wheelchair-bound with no teeth.
Are you jealous of him, Julius? I mean, you did such a good job the last time you were playing that role.
Oh, he is the master. I could never chalk up to playing Professor C like that.
That's just because she'd kill you if you shaved your head.
Yeah, no. But, yeah. It was certainly one of the shows the Stooges have made. I think that's the best accomplishment that I can give that one.
Just don't. I went up to them and I said, listen, I'm pregnant. Soul is pregnant. We all know everybody else is gonna get pregnant here eventually. More money, guys. Krellin said, okay. I said, I want the X-Men show, but animated. You guys can animate it. You gotta hook up with Nicole and Suletta. They said, okay. What we got was live action X-Men. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought they weren't supposed to act with impunity.
They're not. Recently, they've been, I don't know, bad, I guess.
Rebellious.
Rebellious.
I think them being the favorites, they are now starting to toe the line of boundaries. That needs to be shut down, or they'll turn into such brats.
Well, Julius is gonna have a firm talking with them whenever Nicole gets here, which hopefully is soon.
Hopefully. I know it sounds bad. It really does. They're my sons. But I always find it so funny to see Fudwig looking scared.
Looks like he's gonna piss himself.
He does. I'm sure you've seen that face many times, Sasha.
Yes, I have. But my favorite is Clive's face. He still gets scared when he looks at me sometimes.
Well, I mean, he did walk into our office with only a bathrobe and his boxers on.
You threatened to bust a bottle over his head, Sasha. Yeah.
And then you proceeded to give him that bottle the next week.
I enjoyed that cider. Because it was good, yeah.
It was.
I'm sure it was. I think anyone would be intelligent to be afraid of you after that, Sasha.
We need a Frederick scream now. As if Frederick, the door is knocked open by Frederick being lifted by kinesis, like trying to break out of it, but there's no breaking out of it for Frederick being pushed through the door in the air.
Wow!
Frederick dangling in the air.
Oh god, I'm floating! Wow!
Violent beeping, or loud, ear-piercing beeping coming from Samuel, being lifted the same way. And ow, 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 time deity, very annoying person sometimes. Krellin being dragged by the horn. He can't fight back. Pushed into the room. Ugh. Hi, Mom, sitting down next to Pequod. Frederick's still dangling in the air. She let Samuel down, though. Samuel sitting down next to Ash.
Frederick's still dangling. Hi, Mom. Can Icy please let me go?
No, actually, not until you explain your actions today.
Oh, well, we were supposed to go to breakfast for Sarah's and Ricky's girlfriend, right?
Right, but we were supposed to organize it so Ricky was there. Oh yeah, we remember that, looking at Peacock. So why did you do it on your own?
Fredwick will look at Krellin, close his eyes, then look back at Pequod. Because Fredwick goes by the beat of his own drum.
Oh, God, I knew it. And had tight timetable, shaking his head.
Julius will stand up, put his hand onto Pequod's shoulder, and walk up to the three of them.
They're still dangling in the air.
He looks Fredwick almost directly in the eyes, then at the other two. You three will never, ever do something as stupid as doing something without passing it by me, your mother, ever again.
Sir, standing up, saluting.
Yeah, you better. As Fredwick will salute, but salute in the British way, so his hand is flat against his forehead.
I see Shakira chuckling at Frederick. Samuel grabbed Ash's rifle and is holding it at attention, like a nutcracker.
We are very displeased with you three. If you ever do anything like that again, the time deity over there, he looks directly at Krellin, my sister, the one that you called annoying, will deal with you promptly. You don't have to be scared of me. She is the one to be scared of, truthfully. Not to say that I won't burn you all a little while she's at her punishment.
Yes, sir! Saluting Julius! Beeps a yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Still saluting him.
Frederick's still dangling in the air. We're now at 4 million credits in damage caused to the city. Luckily, Ash's place didn't get much in the way of damages, but never again, please. One of these days, somebody else is going to be in charge of Rainfall Productions, and you're going to have to answer to them. Yes, ma'am. Still salute.
Julius nods. He looks at Pequod. If I may, honey. He looks at the three of them. Any damages that we have to pay for are coming out of your paychecks.
Absolutely. Looking at Julius.
Good. And I'm taking back 2 of your credit cards for a week.
Grabs his chest, falls to his knee.
Actions have consequences, Krellin.
Not Ash one, please.
I think if that's the one he's saying it shouldn't be, then it definitely should be that one.
We'll be taking the Ash one, and we'll be taking the one that you got from Dad, that he gave you. No!
Julius nods. Actions have consequences, boys. Every cause has an effect. You are discovering that now. Is that understood?
Saluting at attention. Samuel doing the same thing. Understood, Frederick?
Understood. I can't really stand at attention right now. I'm sorry.
No, you can't. Twirling her finger, turning Frederick around clockwise.
Whoa!
Alright. She'll let Frederick down.
I like
Hey,
to
Claude.
imagine,
Go.
I like to imagine he falls right onto his face.
Oh, sorry, Frederick.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. He rubs his face. We'll stand up.
Did Mom get the engine for Dad? Everything go A-okay? Yes, this guy tried to extort them. Almost worked. Oh, shit. I see his eyes go wide.
And then I went in there, was Fred Pesci and broke his knees and threatened him, so he kept the price down to 10 million credits.
Stands up and starts clapping. So much for the discipline. She just shakes her head. You protected Mom's integrity. Good job.
Thank you, Mom.
Well done.
But don't ever do anything like that again.
Yes, ma'am, he salutes her.
Yeah, you guys need to remember. He'll sit up so they can see him clearer. That's my home. And the amount of damages caused, that's not good for anyone there. And what if somebody had gotten really hurt in the stampede of people coming to there?
Did little girl like sweat towel, though? Pequod, yeah. And I think Ceres did have a good time. Krellin clap.
They had
Me good dancer.
Yes, you are. They had a very good time, just... You've got to think of stuff like that, you three.
Need to be prepared. Many things. Seagal movies soon. Not worried about Fredvis anymore. Can leave now. Pequod, yeah, get out of here. Go back to Mom and Dad.
Get on, get.
They will walk out. Samuel tries to leave with Ash's rifle. She takes it out of his hands. I don't think so. He turns back at Julius and sinks out of the door, disappearing.
That
Little thief! Yeah, looking at Ash.
Please, can I have Shatta back?
Hands it back to Ash. Pequod, good job, Julius. Sit down.
And Julius will sit back down. He's covering his mouth, trying not to laugh.
You spun him around like a fucking donut. Well, he kind of looks like one, sitting down.
He looks at Pequod. Did you teach Krellin how to dance? Because he's really good at dancing.
No, I imagine they probably watched videos or something. I really don't know, actually, Julius.
You guys think they practice dancing together, like the three of them?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not looking forward to the day they come and say they want to be married. They remember these characters don't know they had a wedding. Or no, it's Mother Good Ash and Father Good Scar. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I don't look forward to that at all.
Imagine asking Tommy to officiate.
He'll be more disgruntled doing that. He was actually pretty good at all the weddings, I'd say, for the most part.
Yeah. He starts thinking. Can't really think of any one point where.
I think he was starting to get annoyed at Soul and Colt's wedding when Scar freaking out as he tried to deliver his sermon.
Yeah, I think so. But other than that, I can't really think of any.
I just don't get it. People really thought she was gonna walk up there and say no. Pequod looks down at her hands.
Julius.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Julius crosses his arms. We're happy she didn't, though. We're very happy she didn't.
Yes, quite happy.
Julius bites his bottom lip. And I'm happy her and Colt are happy together as we speak, which I seriously could not be happier as a father that Colt is her significant other.
The odds of her saying no are like 0. I see you can't convince them. Looking at Julius and Pequod.
Dude, Sasha, he leans over. You know how much I love Soul. She's my little girl. Always has been, always will be. I was a little worried. I walked her down that aisle, crying. I feel like a bad father for saying it, but I was a little worried about it, too.
Sounds I wasn't. Looking at Julius, Pequod, well, our kids can be special at times.
That's certainly a way to put it.
They can. So can mine, but I'd say that if she'd done something like that, that probably would have been the single biggest fuck-up any rainfall has made ever.
All I'm saying is Scar's concerns were not unfounded.
I suppose, although, from my understanding, he went above and beyond with those concerns.
Scar does not deal with the drama well anymore. We've had way too much in a short span of time.
Julius nods.
It's kind of like Uncle Zab. Uncle Zab has a legitimate bad mental reaction to it. He becomes hallucinogenic. I don't even know how to put it. I'm not a mental physician, but it's not him lying. He legitimately thinks Mom was trying to kill him.
Julius starts to laugh. No, yeah, he did. Oh god. I hope Scar doesn't get to be that bad. Like as bad as Zap, but you know.
I mean, you saw him in the fucking flashback. Icy speaks up.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Oh god, he really was giving it to Carter, non-existent Carter.
Then Julius remembers a horrible nightmare he had about what he thinks Thomas might look like.
Julius squints his eyes. Icy, do me a favor.
Yeah, looking over at Julius.
Read my mind real quick.
What am I looking for?
A dream that I had, and I want you to show people it, okay?
She pushes herself back from the table, reading Julius's mind. If Thomas looks like this, I am breaking that bond between Hale and Thomas.
Fair,
Pequod, what?
fair enough. I would ask you to.
My daughter deserves so much better. Sasha, here we go. Judging the unborn fetus. A
No.
rainfall trait, apparently.
Sasha, this one's fair, okay? This is from a nightmare that I had.
Icy pulls up the picture she can from her mind to her wrist computer. Sasha, oh, good God!
I know, right?
What the fuck? Pequod looking at the.
Why does that look like Tommy Lee Jones, but babified?
My daughter deserves way fucking better.
I
I agree, actually. She stands up pointing at the picture.
know. If my son comes out looking like that, I will love him with my entire heart. Break that bond, Nicole.
Love him with your entire heart. We are getting him plastic surgery or something, or he's living under a guise of a what do you call the thing? A disguise magic thing. You see, looking at the pictures still, staring at.
Yeah, we'll put him like an illusion or a polymorph on him or something.
Oh my God, he looks fucking drunk.
He looks like Ash said, like basically what Ash said, 70 years old. He looks like Benjamin Button in The Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Where the hell did those genes come from? Looking, I mean, I don't get it. That does. Soul, gorgeous as a baby. Carter, gorgeous, handsome as a baby. Laz, gorgeous. Integra, gorgeous. Pequod, I don't know.
I don't know. I hope this is just a dream.
Julius, I don't think it's possible for you two to make something like that.
Hope you're right, Ash. Looking at the pic.
I hope so too, Ash. I really do.
If you made a child that looks like that, I'd almost question parenthood if I didn't know better.
Julius starts to laugh. You know, if
Look at the eyes. I see blowing up the picture. Like, those eyes look like he's seen some shit, dude.
it looks like this is a really, really terrible joke. It looks like Carter when he starts to have a flashback.
He starts laughing. Poor fucking Carter.
Looks like me when I got off the Majestic.
No, I think you didn't look that bad as that creature in that photo. This is Sasha. This is like this thing. This didn't Malcolm do this like amalgamation of genetic experiments and
The demon child.
The demon child!
Pequod, wait. There's so much Malcolmism. I can't differentiate. I see same.
It was like a genetic amalgamation between him and I believe. Julius looks at Ash. Was it mom or just something else?
It was your mother, but I'm pretty sure he fucked it up royally.
Yeah, because it had like a mouth in the side of its cheek, and that would like throw up almost constantly, and it would sound like it sounded like. I'm sorry for this voice, by the way. Mother, father.
And it would skitter around. It didn't walk, it skittered about.
What happened to it? Pequod rubbing the side of her head.
It got airlocked, didn't it, Ash?
I think so. I just don't remember who.
That's definitely against quite a few laws. Stroking her chin.
Oh. If we were to count all the laws that were broken on the Majestic, me and Ash would be in prison. Let's just be honest.
I'm pretty sure he broke every... I think, now that I think about it, yeah, I'm pretty sure Malcolm broke every single law and regulation that EarthCav has.
I mean, I don't like the pressure of being in charge sometimes, but I do think the Arcane Council going away was a good move on Lorelai's part.
Make sure that no one can ever show that amount of nepotism ever again.
Yep, I have to answer to the Ranger General, and I like it.
Julius nods. As do I.
And although we may show a little bit of nepotism, I don't think we'd show that much. If Carter did a tenth of what Malcolm did, I think you two would be the first to kill him.
I would be so disappointed if our child came out looking like that. What did I do wrong?
What did you do wrong? That would be my fault. Look at that picture, honey. That was all my genes. The weird color eyes, the red hair. That was all my stuff.
And then I think everybody in the room's been around her long enough to definitely pick up on it. She grabs her scarf. Oh no, Hale deserves way better. Way. Same kind of look Davine has when she's babying Istram. Way better.
Julius starts to tilt his head. He looks over at Icy.
Huh. Looking at Pequod.
He looks back at Pequod, kisses her cheek. Oh yeah, no, way better. When we get home, do you want to hold Hale for a little bit?
Oh, it's hard. She's always on. I want her to be where she wants to be, but I wouldn't mind, actually. Yeah.
Well, I certainly think she wouldn't mind to just be held by you for a little bit. She'd still be close to Thomas, honey.
It's the least she can do is let you hold her. $3 billion for a fucking orb. Down sitting back in his chair.
Yeah, he's gonna.
That kind of puts every mother to shame in the universe, I think.
It really does. He's gonna lean into Icy. Methinks that the Primarch's found a new favorite.
You think? Squinting at Pequod.
Look at her face. That's the same face that your mother has when she babies you.
Squinting deeply at Pequod's face. Kind of, yeah. A little bit different. A little more Pequod-y, but yeah.
And she spent how many credits on Hale already again?
$3 billion.
Plus whatever little gifts she's gotten her on top of that.
Yeah, speaking of which, he looks over at Julius. Julius, was there much of a discussion about spending that much money on my daughter? I appreciate it either way. It wasn't. Pequod just came in and said, "We're buying it," Julius, pointing at
him. No, she wanted to buy it for her. And I agreed with her. We bought it.
Well, it was pretty simple. Pequod looks around the room. I talked to Lorelei. I said, what can I get her that is like a return investment thing that will help her in the future as a spellcaster? And Lorelei asked the price range, and I said, spare no expense. And then there you go, boom, Sylar. And from there, history. Yeah, I think you're right. Looking at that.
Yes, I heard you got some help with that fellow. What is he like? I'm curious because I heard she had a retainer, but I never met him.
Teddy bear, Scar, well-mannered, educated, spoken for. Scar, if he actually had went to school and applied himself, and that's all we really know. We haven't had much interaction beyond that, but yeah, I see. Good summation. Yeah, very highly educated and respectable Scar, not rolling around a riverbank screaming like a baby,
having a tantrum.
So about what you would expect when you hear Lorelei's retainer.
Yeah, you don't work for Lorelei. He's worked for her a long time. He didn't say. I don't remember. Icy scratching her head. But either way, if you're gonna work for Lorelei that close to her, you ain't gonna be anything like Scott.
No, I don't think he'd make it a week.
I don't think he'd make it a day. Especially disgruntled Scar.
Now that I think about it, I haven't asked. How did the wedding go?
Which one? We've had so many.
The most recent one.
Oh, it was wonderful. It was great. Julius cried like a baby. I felt bad for him. Pequod, it's rough on him. He's seeing his little girls go.
As soon as Pequod starts to say that, Julie starts to tear up. You know, when Banksy starts to walk Hale down the aisle, oh, I'm gonna make fun of him for it too. He's gonna cry, trust me.
And he's not wearing the mask.
No, he's not wearing that mask to that goddamn wedding.
Who's walking Memory Ann down the aisle? That's a real question. Pequod, I assume Julius. I'm looking at Julius, but maybe Clive?
Julius blows a bit of a raspberry. It's up to her. I guess it depends on her comfort level. If she's not comfortable asking that of Clive, most likely it would be me. I would also make an argument for Dad. if she is comfortable asking Clive, then I assume it would be Clive.
You know, I selfishly, I'd prefer it be you, but at the same time, seeing Clive up there, if he starts sobbing like you do, looking at Julius, that would be kind of cute, but really funny.
It would be fucking hilarious.
I see imitating Clive.
Julius takes out a couple of tissues from a box on the desk and just.
Get my check from your back, Frederick.
Oh my god, he's there crying. And then, like, imagine Fledwick, Krellin, and Samuel are over there. He flips him the double birds.
Big one laughing, holding her stomach tight. Oh god. I think Thomas liked that one. I felt a kick there for a second. He's a fetus. Icy. Very strong fetus.
Yeah, dear gods, I can only imagine.
Oh god, I hope he feels feelings, and I wouldn't mind if he cries. I just hope he doesn't do that during her wedding.
Lick my sack from the back, Frederick. In front of everybody on Universal Television.
Lick my sack from the back. Double birds to the camera.
Oh, I don't even know. Oh,
That would be an interesting sight to see.
I think it would. I think it would probably become one of the most watched clips in the history of anything.
Hopefully their little YouTube spat is over by then. Icy says, wiping tear out of her eye because of the laughter. Tears of joy.
Hopefully. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want all that going on during my son and my daughter-in-law's wedding. That would not be good. But if it is, that would be... Oh, God.
As funny as it would be, I would hope they could set aside whatever feud they have for a few hours.
Icy, do you want to see something funnier?
What's that?
Okay. She'll hold up her finger. It's actually rather recent. Reporting them back. This time outside the house. Sasha, what the hell? I'll never get used to this. Looking around.
Julius looks around. Okay, what's going on?
See, just wait. Apply. Appear. And everybody can tell this is Clive from like back when he first joined the Rainfalls, because he hasn't found a way to wear the scarf all the time that's comfortable. He's actually playing with it as he's walking up to the house. Clive came, gesturing to Clive, who's frozen in time. It's a flashback. Clive came to see Scar. You know, they'd meet every day before work when they go out on the lane. Watch. She'll snap her fingers and Clive goes up to the door, goes to knock, and then just hears, "Come on, Davine. You think you're tough with them swords, you perky tit bitch? Motherfucker! I'll shove this claw so far up your ass, you learn how to respect that man!" Pequod.
They see Clive's hand start to slowly lower as he starts to take a couple steps back.
Hit me with your best shot, Davine. I'm gonna rip your heart out, shove it back in, then step on your boob. Such a good call.
Oh my god. Okay.
You wanna cause drama in my house? I'm the alpha, motherfucker. You got me.
Julius starts to laugh.
I see. Look at Clive. What's Clive doing?
Clive is looking around, pointing at the doorway like he's looking for someone to help him with this. And then he just defeatedly, almost, puts his hands out and they come back down and slap against his thighs.
Had enough of this drama. Now I'm laying down the law, woman. You understand me? I ain't gonna have any drama anymore. No more drama between you and your husband. You got me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm Davine. I'm a little bitch. Good.
Clive will, like, slowly, like he's approaching a bomb.
What the hell?
Does he do this often?
Yeah, he does. Done angry at Davine causing drama. Like to talk to himself, putting himself in imaginary scenarios where he actually brave enough to confront Davine about her fuck-ups.
Oh, okay. Is it safe to knock on the door? Am I going to get yelled at?
We got work to do, so yeah, knock on that door.
And Clive will knock on the door.
Come on, Dave! Davine? Hello? Who's there?
It's, it's Clive, mate.
Oh, what's up, brother? Opens the door. How you doing? How you acclimatizing to the... He looks out the door. Lane.
It's going pretty Davine-ish around. You don't have to worry.
You heard that?
Yeah, it's pretty hard not to. I heard it from basically all the way over there.
I don't have respect for a lot of men in this world, okay, Clive? But if there's one man I respect, it's Hunk. That woman deserves to be slapped.
Fair enough. I don't really.
One of these days, that guy's gonna have a fucking heart attack. I don't agree. Davine being a bad wife, rubbing Clive's back, well, lower back.
Let's hope that, that doesn't occur. But, oh God, yeah. I've seen how much stress that guy's in, and he's actually been banned from most of the gyms around here. Did you know?
Big fucking surprise, killing himself for 20 years on that bitch's account. Anyway, don't tell anybody about this, okay?
Yeah, no, my lips are sealed, mate.
You got a list of problems we gotta take care of today. Right here, holding it up. Patricia want these addressed immediately. Alright, let's go, come on. Putting his scarf on.
Yeah, let's go.
I see laughing. See? Looking back at Pico.
Julius is actually on the floor, on his knees, hitting the floor, laughing.
Yeah, he talks a big game when he's alone in his fucking house.
I'll step on your boob.
I'd love to see your mother's reaction if he said that in person.
Flashing back here, I see. Well, there's this thing called beheading, and Mom is the expert at it. That is, if Dad doesn't get to him first.
She's also always been very good at vivisection. You cannot forget that, Nicole.
Yeah, that's true. Pointing at Julius, Pequod's still laughing. I love the fact you killed the time deity. Not just because you saved the family. But oh my god, this is amazing. I see, just think of the possibility.
Oh my god. He leans back in his chair. We can look back on some shit.
Was he channeling that ridiculous, like, wrestling voice he used to use in the MWF? I see. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, I knew it sounded familiar.
Well, let me tell you something, Davey.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh my god. Yeah, and then when Clive knocked on the door, hello?
He thought it was Mom.
Julius starts to laugh.
Mom heard him while on a walk with Dad, his worst nightmare.
Oh my god. Honestly, if I was dogging Pat about Mom like that, I'd be pretty scared, too.
I don't think I've ever heard the confidence leave somebody's voice that quickly before.
Oh, as much as I'd love to show Mom and Dad, I don't want them to see it. I see. Nah, no drama.
Yeah, no, I think Dad and Scar would have a pretty long talking to about that one.
That's how Scar used to deal with the drama. Now he just has panic attacks.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy.
Well, let me tell you something, Davey.
Let me tell you something, Davey. I'm gonna stick my claws so far up your ass. Oh my god, that was so good. Thank you, Nicole.
He was right. He did have a heart attack. Yeah.
He did. That was probably a little before it happened, too, since Clive brought up the fact that he was banned from all gyms. So, yeah, no, he was pretty spot on the money right there.
These are useful. We can use more. I see you'll get more. Trust me. Nodding her head.
I would not mind seeing more of Scar being like that, I gotta be honest.
As long as it won't start any current drama or perpetuate concurrent drama, then absolutely. I see nodding her head again at Towns and Julie.
I promise it won't. Not on my end, at least.
Gonna stick my claw so far up your ass you'll feel it till Tuesday.
Oh man, he's very good at trash. You know what? If he played like Call of Duty or something like that, I bet he would be very good at trash talking.
Yeah, he's in the right house to be playing games, that's for sure.
That is for sure. Clive has enough collectibles of him.
Let's go get Euros before the kids come back. I see you had 12. I'm hungry.
I could go for some food as well.
Okay, she'll shrug. I can eat another one.
Yeah, let's go get some euros.
And they will. Speaking of Hunk and Davine, Hunk is not back from his class yet. Frederick, Cullen, and Samuel coming back, Mama Lan, and Zap handing them food. Suletta, mission accomplished. Scar, sitting down. Yeah.
Davine leans forward to Scar. I am so sorry that I caused so much problems during that. I just needed to be there, darling, you understand?
No, I get it. Like I said, I can't argue with you trying to be a good wife, believe me. But I knew that's what that guy was gonna do. I knew it because they know we got the money. That's how these scumbags operate.
Davy nods. He was most certainly a scumbag. He even looked greasy, you know, like a car salesman almost.
Oh my god, he most definitely did. You could see he was sweating, the sheen coming off his hair from the chandelier above him.
Just give him like a tweed coat and a tie that doesn't fit him, and boom, 1970s car salesman.
Ugh. Well, we handled it as best we could, and then Frederick had to take it the rest of the way.
Davy nods, and I am most certainly grateful for him.
Well, now that we got the engine, that's the biggest problem solved. Except now we face the bigger problem of... We got about a year, and maybe some change until that car's done, given the pace Zap is working on it. And there ain't no speeding it up, because you can't speed perfection, so... We gotta keep him out of there, which means you can't be coming down much, pointing at Davy.
Davy nods. I understand. And I will come down. Not often, mind you, but some of the time to check on the progress of things, of course.
Absolutely, but don't be pulling a fucking Oz with Laz when he was disappearing under his fucking house. I mean, Laz is gonna figure out one way or another, even if Hunk didn't slip up and tell her.
Davy nods. Yes, of course, darling. I'll be careful about the times where I go down.
Laz was too smart for that, and Oz would have known that if he wasn't fucking killing himself with no goddamn sleep.
Davine sighs and will rest her head on her big sister's shoulder.
The galleon gene.
I'm sorry about that.
At least she wasn't as bad as the other two, Clive.
Oh, yeah, no, that's true. She wasn't as bad as those two. It's something to be thankful for.
As he'll hold Suletta's hand and give it a kiss.
Suletta, smiling at Clive. Frederick, did you get scolded when the cold dragged you out of here?
Frederick looks down at his feet. Yeah, Dad yelled at us a lot.
Big time yell. Julius get angry. Take our credit cards away for a week. Suletta, oh ma.
Wow, they took away your credit cards, darling. Wait, which
Ash
ones?
credit card and Hunk.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh my.
Oh man, those are like your favorite ones, guys.
We deserve it. Nodding his head. Disciplining them. Wow.
Julius nods, or Davy nods. Julius and Pequot disciplining the Stooges. She leans over to Suletta. Never thought I'd see the day, honestly.
No, I must be the pregnancy getting to Patricia.
Must be. She will rub the back of her neck. Isn't it starting? You know, I wasn't really around because of the Majestic during the start of her pregnancy. But is
Well, yeah, and you were in the gym when she, you know what I mean? Don't forget that. So let us snicker.
Davine just blinks a couple times at Scar.
I did. Sorry, it's gonna, it just. You know what I mean?
She puts her hands up. It's fair. It is fair.
Personally, I'm glad I was dead. Death or deal with that. Death was preferable. I was thankful I was dead for that. When I came back, there was a whole litany of drama, but dead for the gym era, as it's colloquially known. So let up Snickers. Death would have been preferable for Nicole, too, back then. Looking at Blaze, Blaze shakes his head at Davy in disgust.
Davy just looks at Blaze and nods. It is truly one of the biggest regrets of my life, trust me.
We have big regret, too. Going to perform concert, but Ricky not there. But don't want to really care about Ricky. We busy with other things. Well, the key is Saris and, Ellie. As long as they were there, I think it's, ain't that big of a deal, guys. So.
Yeah, no, as long as those two were there, and they, more importantly, had a good time, lads, then I'm sure everything is okay when it comes to that.
Big reason go without Pequod knowing is Fredvis need to be dead. Fredvis is dead? You want him dead? Yes. Era of Fred Park.
Fred Park, in my personal belief, it can and will supersede Fredvis by a country mile.
Just need time and no Fredvis interference. Yeah, that makes sense. that makes sense, yeah.
So that was like the last hurrah of Fredvis, if you will.
Make movie about Fredvis' death. I'm sure Nicole and I could pen something good.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure you guys could make something amazing.
He looks at Fredwick.
So I'm assuming he would play, well, Fredvis, of course.
We chronicle life, young Fredvis, played by attractive male to make Pequod money. Then he play old Fredvis.
Oh, like the last footage of actual Elvis playing how he was sort of fatigued looking almost.
Mixed cultural species, many species in EarthGov outnumber female 4-1 male.
Right.
Clive will look at Zuletta.
Oh my god.
Yeah. They want to make their mother money. She should be proud of them. Looking them up and down.
Oh, I'm sure she will be. Most definitely.
He gives them a thumbs up.
You keep making her money and she will always be pleased with you guys, you know that, right?
Always be favorite.
Always and forever be the favorite.
Never be outdone by Integra or Thomas.
Oh, most definitely. She's gonna be really hard on those two, I think.
Drill them very good, but Thomas no need it, cause be big success.
Yeah, a big success. I mean, I honestly can't wait to see it, guys.
Nor can I. Well, Stiletto will shrug. I would like to see what you purport Thomas to be, honestly. His father taking the mantle of leadership, I don't know. The greatest king of Gallia. Stiletto, sure.
That's certainly a way to put it.
Prove Gallian worth to all abroad galaxy and universe. Gallian gene, perfect in him instead of defective, like some people. Looking at Davy!
Davy just sighs sadly.
So, did you experiment on people on Gallia? Your people? No, just all stupid. Oh. Lighting a cigarette!
Yeah, apparently all of them were very stupid and started making, like, concentration camps, basically, and stuff like that.
Good God! Stiletto looks at Davy. Concentration camps! Well, maybe that's where Hitler learned it from.
Davy nods. Yes, towards the end of Gallia, I was a rat, so, from the eyes of my son's pocket and all, but we would see species that weren't, as we would call it in Gallia, the big three, so Elvish, Dwarvish, and Human. all other species would be in those camps, if you will.
My God. Soletta's shaking her head. And they, all those years, 400 some odd million years ago, they had perfected the art of mass murder. That's disturbing, Clark.
Most certainly. I'm sorry you had to grow up on a planet like that.
It's okay. I'm here with family now, and I couldn't be more happy. She smiles at them and will hold Soletta's hand and put her head back onto her shoulder.
Yeah, I grew up in a rough neighborhood, but nothing like that. Smoking a cigarette.
Trust me, it was not a fun time. There, even without the concentration camps and how things were going near the end of it all, people were still just stupid and uppity up, and I mean, it even reached where I grew up for a little while, because we had a hierarchy of how things were, with high elves at the top, wood elves, then drow, and then half elves, and so on and so forth. You understand it. It just was not a fun place to live.
Davine sees Hunk walk through the door.
Davine smiles at him and stands up. ODM gears over to him and basically launches herself into his arms.
He'll catch her. Oh, missed me.
Davine wraps her legs around his waist and nods at him and gives him a kiss.
He carries her over this way, taking the kiss. Wow, look at those two.
Chase nods. Yeah, those two could not be more in love.
That's what you want to do with Sasha and Samantha.
Jace starts to laugh, and then he gets deadpan serious for a second. You got them right, ID.
Take notes. Looking at them kiss.
Hey, if there's any one man here to base yourself off of, if I only had to choose one, it would be that man right there.
Well, you don't want to base yourself off that. Krellin over here, gesturing to Frederick, showing him black paint on his wrist computer.
Integra tilts her head. Well, they all do have a very loving and understanding relationship, but I don't know if Krellin would be the best person to base yourself off of.
Dude painted himself black. Looking at Krellin.
Jace shakes his head. It's certainly an interesting thing to do. No doubt about it. Why does he need to be painted black to be the Skyland is my question.
What the hell is a Skylent as Mama Land comes over? Oh, it's time for some loving, honey. Picks Jace up.
Oh no, hell.
Grabbing onto Jace, but she's a baby. She can't stop it. Oh, come here, Mama Land, want some love. Sitting down.
Oh god. I'm sorry, Jace, I'm sorry.
Poor boy. Mwah, mwah. I'm as pretty as Sasha, I know. She gets it from me, Jay.
Oh god, she most certainly does not.
What's her breath smell like?
What's her breath smell like?
Onions.
It smells like grilled onion. Did she just eat a plate full of grilled onions?
Oh, goes out. Oh, let me have some. Starts kissing Jace on the cheek.
Oh god, why me? Go grab Hale.
Poor Jace. As Hunk will sit down with Davine, finishing the kiss. Big man, big dog. What's up, Hunk? Glad the day's over.
Davine nods, and I'm glad you're here with me.
Well, it was a kind of boring class, boring day. You guys just shifted sides of the room. So yes, we've been waiting for you. You know, she wouldn't move until you got back.
Davine nods and puts a hand on his cheek. I wanted to be in, well, basically the same exact spot that I was in, just so you could find me.
And I, pinching her chin, appreciate that. Suletta, before you undress her in front of everybody here, why don't you give him the good news? Patricia called. Your Jim.
Davine nods. I got a call from Patricia. She leans forward. We got a gym now, honey. Well, an upgrade to our gym.
He squints at Davy. At what? What? How? At breakfast she was saying we never were gonna get one.
I know, but somehow Istrom got it for us.
Oh. Starts clapping, smiling.
Right? She starts to tear up.
As long as she didn't mind manipulate her, then I'm very proud of Istrom. If she mind manipulated her, no.
Yeah, of course. We'll have a talk with her about that, but I'm so proud of that girl, honey.
We can have, we get like 10 feet of space instead of 5? Scar, she said whatever you want. Hunk reaches in one of his pouches. Here you go. Hands Scar a giant list. You guys must have made this a long time ago. The paper is kind of old.
Davy nods. Yes, a long time ago, darling.
20 some odd years ago when you found out you weren't getting an actual gym?
She nods. Yes, about that time.
Well, I'd say you deserve it, both of you. You deserve your own gym, but it's not like you're gonna get the fun use out of it you want with Benjamin living there with Elizabeth. God damn it. Resting his head on Davine's shoulder.
Davine almost gets a scowl on her face. God damn it.
Just be firm with him. Tell him to leave.
Davine sighs, looks at Hunk. I think we need to do that, darling.
I mean, it's not like we don't try. Then he starts sobbing. You know, I was talking to those 3 goons, I think sometime last week, and last weekend. And they were saying he's a bigger crybaby than Nicole. And yeah, she's a little emotional, Nicole. I don't like the crybaby name attached to her. I really don't. I wouldn't necessarily consider her a crybaby. Benjamin, I would.
Davine nods.
Benjamin uses tears to his advantage. That's a crybaby. Nicole is just emotional at times, and she wants attention from Mom. She's gonna get it. Benny just uses it to get what he wants.
I mean, yes, exactly. Nicole is a very passionate, very emotional person, as all spellcasters, especially powerful ones like her, are. Benjamin just cries because he doesn't want to leave.
I mean, I would love to see him try to cry to the Ranger General after crotch chopping her, Ash, Towns, and our children.
Can you imagine him trying to cry to Julius or Pequod or any of them?
Moosh and Juliet.
Hopefully the boy runs, that's all I'm going to say.
Can't run fast enough from that.
Oh no, I don't think anyone could. She starts to laugh and then smiles. I'm going to give Istrom the biggest kiss on the cheek when she gets back there.
Attention from one's mother, as I always say. To this day, I miss my mother's embrace. Lorelai said the same thing.
Davy nods. And I'm going to make sure to always give her the embrace she deserves. Always and forever. Eternity. Because, we're going to live for eternity.
Hunk nodding his head, rubbing Davine's stomach, and sooner or later here we gotta... I don't feel comfortable starting now. Kids, I mean, with what's going on with our current children and grandchildren. But once this is all over, game on.
Davine starts to nod slowly, just in case they need us to go in for whatever reason. We'll hold off for right now. But after that, my love, she tightens her legs around his waist.
He gets a big smile on his face. Scar, so you practice what you preach, huh? Safe sex. Hunk, uh-huh. That's why I give the talk.
Davy nods. Oh yes, we are the most safe of sex havers here.
Well, they'll have to write that into the curriculum. I'm sure Laz will be more than happy.
Oh, I'm sure she will. Have my darling husband come in and give the kids a talking to every week about sex ed.
Because that one's definitely gonna need it. Scoffing, looking at Jace, who's getting kissed by Mama Leia.
It just looks like he's, laughing like a baby would, but in his head he's screaming for help.
Even got the old Walren woman. He gets them all, a little gigolo. Ugh.
Well, I think Mama Lan does it because it's a baby. He's a baby, darling.
Well, maybe, well, I think he got Samantha pretty good. It was last weekend or something when we were filming. Maybe to perk Samantha up, we can give him a treat or something to give to Samantha. So that no,
Davian looks at Suletta. No?
no. I don't think that will work.
Right, of course. I don't think it would be a very good idea. Then she bites her bottom lip and nods. Most definitely.
Yeah.
She looks at Jace. I'm sure he would be very happy to give it to her, but I don't think it would make her very happy to receive it. Honestly, she would probably be thinking she was just wishing it was from JJ.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. Watching Jace get kissed by Mama Lan.
Davian sighs, rubs her forehead. She looks at Hunk. We're going to be there with her every single step of the way, darling.
Oh, absolutely. If she wants to hang out down here and set up with the squad, that's what we're here for. We can even get her a hover chair if she needs one, like Soul. God, Soul looks ridiculous in that thing. Scar, she's such a fucking brat.
Davian starts to laugh. She looks like a baby, honestly.
A brat? Is she not? I mean, I've always kind of seen it that, like, Soul was, like, the bratty of the three of them. I know Carter has his problems, and I get maybe overly angry at him at times. Not angry enough to ever talk to myself about it. So let us snickers. But, you know, it's like, but she's kind of bratty. You gotta admit. Like, yeah. Her mother was kind of like that back in the day, yeah.
She is certainly, she has a bratty streak to her, most definitely.
Patricia was like that? Okay, yeah, she was, yeah. Before your time, dear, and you definitely saw some of it, but no, she was definitely a little brat back in the day, that's for sure. When Julius and Ash would be training out in, the snow, she'd be sitting back at the bunker, the bunker from hell. Warm, Blaze feeding her popcorn. Blaze is nodding his head to confirm all this, waiting on her hand and foot. Blaze, yes, looking at Davy.
Oh my. I truthfully did not know that about her. I couldn't even really see her. Yes, she was bratty at times. Well, I was being introduced with them, I suppose you could say, but she was never that bratty.
So, I'll put it to you in the best context I can, and Blaze will vouch for me on this. Back in the day, we weren't making this type of salary that we make here, right? I was captain rank. I made good salary. It was Game Man 3000 came out, and you know what happened? People scalped them. I could not get a hold of one. I tried everything. Every shop on Gateway sold out. Every civilian shop I could reasonably get to without Nicole finding out sold out. I wanted one of these things to give to my daughter, Nicole. I had the Arcane Council do a wish spell. I had to take a loan out from a bank to buy the materials for the spell to be done because they wouldn't provide it for me. Their best captain. They wouldn't provide it for me. I think it was mostly that Master Chance guy that Ash whacked off for everybody's sake. Said no. I provided the materials, they did it. She got her Game Man. The first time she came with that Game Man, Patricia ripped it out of her hands and wanted to play it. And then when Nicole wanted it back like an hour later, they grabbed it like little kids and fought, tugging back and forth, back and forth. Blaze nodding his head. It's all true, unfortunately.
Davian's eyes are wide and she's just slowly blinking at Hunk.
She did that to your Istram.
She did that to my Istram.
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head, petting Integra on the head. Hunk, needless to say, a little bratty streak there. In the past, it was really cute, I thought, because they look like sisters, and I think that's what Nicole needed at the end of the day. somebody's besides just me, you know. But it was there's definitely a bratty streak there, and Soul gets it from her mother, Scar. Scar looks in shock. It's just been so long, you know. The Patricia we know is like the strong front of the Rainfall family. Like a tidal wave would hit her, and she'd still be standing. Not back then.
Davine starts to laugh slightly. Quite interesting to think about, actually.
A tidal wave would be coming back then, and she'd go into the bunker. God.
And eat some popcorn.
And make sure there's cheese on the popcorn. Always had to be cheese. Nacho cheese. She was a woman who knew what she wanted, always. In youth, and in middle age, I suppose.
Davine chuckles slightly. Well, but I'm glad that part of her did not change it. She always had that part of her. It's good to know what you want early on in life.
She does look fucking ridiculous in that hover chair. I see her in it and just kind of don't want to talk to her because I'm going to laugh in conversation. She sits in it all curled up with whatever ridiculous drink Colt has gotten her, some diet caffeine-free soda.
Davy nods. Like I said, she looks like Hale does, just without cat ears, with darker hair, and silver eyes.
Only it's not cute anymore. When Hale, cute. Infant. Her, ridiculous.
Positively ridiculous, darling.
I mean, I understand. I think Patricia and Julius getting that for her so she can go out with the squad and be around their training exercises makes perfect sense. And to alleviate pain on her feet, legs, and back, perfect sense. But why she is in it all weekend, every day? Apparently she doesn't get out of it very often, unless it's in Colt's arms, which... well...
Yes, I don't know why she's in there constant. It cannot be that comfortable, can it?
Apparently it is to her. Playing with Davine's cheek. She likes that life of luxury, like her mother did.
Apparently she does. I bet you a million credits that Colton never expected it would be this, I won't say bad because it isn't necessarily bad, but this stressful, I guess, to have a Rainfall woman be pregnant with your child.
Nope, he's up for the task though. If you're screaming his name already, he'll get used to it, and then before you know it, it's over, the baby's here, and you got some time before the next... yeah, well, in their case, maybe not too much time before the next pregnancy. There better be.
There better be some time, especially with the talks my husband will be giving them.
If it comes down to it, we could just mom and dad voice all of them.
Hopefully it does not come to that point, but we could always pull out the mom and dad voice. Really drive it home for them.
I hope she at least has the dignity to get out of that ridiculous hover chair at JJ's goodbye dinner tonight at de Blasio's. I don't think she will.
Davine bites her bottom lip. I hope she will.
It's not like anybody's looking forward to that fucking dinner, because it's just going to be depressing, awkward, and we're going to start seeing the early stages of depressed Samantha.
Which is not going to be a fun time at all.
No. I hope Lorelai has some hard liquor there.
Hopefully. Would probably take the edge off quite a bit.
Hunk will plant a kiss on Davy after getting some euros and coming back here. Pequod is still laughing about... Hello? Hello, Julius? Is that you? I wasn't raging about you being a weasel, Julius.
Julius starts to laugh. He looks at Icy. Does he have any of me?
She crosses her arms and looks at Julius. No, actually.
Really? That's surprising.
Pequod, well, the only fights we had were basically all of my fault and Carter's and Soul's doing. So,
Probably would. I know he would never blame you for something.
no,
He
blame
smiles,
Carter.
He smiles at her, pushes some hair back. Yeah, exactly. Blame Carter. Or hell, if he's angry enough, blame Soul. So that would make sense.
Clive. Such a good dude. That was like his 4th day on the lake.
Chili's tries to laugh. Imagine, you just moved to this new place. You're part of the Rainfalls now. 4th day there, you're going up to this really cool guy who you think is really chill's place, and you start to hear that.
Oh, Pequot shakes her head. Uncle fucking Skull.
At the very least, he, Mr. Clive, can take things in stride better than most I've seen.
Oh,
Honestly, surprised he worked up the courage to knock on the door.
I think we underestimate the man's braveness at times.
I would
Yeah,
have turned
pretty
around.
brave to come up here in a bath.
That's true. I would have turned around and walked away, and I also would never have made that bet.
Julius shakes his head. I mean, he is the only one who stood up to Suletta, Blaze, our father and mother when it came to the Enovians, and thank God that he did.
And Morticio, or whatever that old guy's, the what's that steroid dealer guy's name?
Oh shit, that's a good question.
Tapping her head,
I want to say Mortis, but no, that's Ricky's name. Oh, fuck.
I have no idea. Shruggy, I can't remember. It's the guy who got Clive's wife killed.
Mortimer.
Yeah. Mortimer! It was an M. He stood up to that guy, even though he was a halfling.
Julius starts to laugh.
I think stood up to is an understatement.
It was on ESPN. Him shaking the bat as he walked back to the Nova parked in the middle of Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, no, it was. It actually... That's a funny sight to remember.
Easiest 50 million your bounty hunter friend ever made, that's for sure.
That's for bloody sure. The fact that that was on intergalactic television is also amazing.
Hey, I mean... He wanted revenge. He certainly got his revenge, and thank God that he did.
The girls of the squad, because the guards don't stop them, they know who they are, come in a single file line.
Well, look who's back.
Sam comes over here, not at attention, just getting a drink. Sasha glaring at her. Memrian, sir, saluting at Julius.
Julius will salute back. All my characters are at attention saluting.
Soul is in the hover jet.
Then she's just saluting to them.
Reporting back, training exercise successful, sir, and we also brought back a trophy.
Oh.
A trophy, you say? He leans back. What do you got, some kind of headhunters or something?
Trying to live up to the name as the boys carrying in a giant skull. Sasha, cave drake, holy shit, standing up.
You killed a cave drake.
Holy shit, guys. That's really cool.
Look here, set her down, boys.
My characters will set it down.
And a big one at that. That's quite a bit bigger than the one we killed.
A middle-aged one, apparently, sir. Memrian nodding her head, smiling. There was an EarthGov troop unit tasked with killing it. We took it upon ourselves to relieve them of their duty, acquire their goss hogs, give them back, of course, and defeat the cave jerk, while driving extremely recklessly and causing Benjamin to vomit up most of his meals he's had in the past year. Benny, yeah, gritting his teeth, looking at Julia.
Ah, okay. He'll stand up. You all good, Benny? You need like a bowl or anything now?
I don't know where Samantha learned how to fucking drive. Coming up to Julius. Sasha, she's gonna be like that for a while. Ugh. Comes over here.
Well done, all of you. If I may ask, who got the kill shot?
Soul will look at Ricky, or Colt.
Ricky got
did,
it.
right?
Ricardo got it in the, I believe, if my biology class on drakes I took, if I remember it correctly, he got it in the equivalent to a jugular. Okay, that's right. Yeah, after we played cat and mouse with it for a while around the city, the kids got it. I was there, nodding his head.
Yeah, I got the kill shot, Dad. It was a fun fight, all things considered.
Ricky on the Goss turret, and Elizabeth patting her on the head on the turret. And Samantha's driving as she walks out. And leaves. It's up to JJ if he follows her or not.
He will follow after.
He just stops talking.
Good boy. Well, looking around, I for one am very proud of you all, and I believe you deserve a commendations. Well done.
She took popcorn, a gyro, and got herself a drink and walked out. She starts laughing. Pequod puts her scarf over her mouth to hide a laugh.
It is not my place to stop her. That would be on you guys.
She looks angry, but nothing she can do about it.
Yeah, no, nothing I can do about that one.
Oh, it's coming up. It was a fun day, sir. Picking Laz.
Yeah, no, I bet. Here, let me set you on the chair for just a second, honey. He'll stand up, set Pequod onto the chair, and walk up to the kids. Yeah, no, you guys did a bang-up job. Look at that thing. He's looking at the skull, looks at Cold and nods. You guys have fun at least?
It was a blast coming over to Carter. It was an absolute blast.
Yeah, it was fun as hell to ride in the hog and shoot, and it was definitely fucking fun to watch what Sam was doing with the other car, sir.
Definitely some disgruntled driving today.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, for sure, I bet.
She used the sucker as a ramp to give him an air shot, sir.
God damn. He looks over at Sasha. She was pretty serious about it then.
I would just like to go on record and say I feel very bad for both of them, but JJ most definitely.
Same here.
Carter nods. I would like to third that opinion. Well, we'll take it into consideration. Thank you, guys. Imrian, he'll lean forward. Let me check you out real quick.
Sure.
Leans forward, acting like he's checking, her out, and will whisper into her ear. Usually I would ask Samantha this, but how did my son do?
Good. Excellent. Samantha's actually the only one that will acknowledge the existence of, putting it that way, if that makes sense. She won't follow my orders.
So she follows his orders?
Nodding her head. Ask him. I'm not lying. I tried to order her around and she ignored me. Like she has been all week.
Julius nods. He leans back. Yeah, no, you're all good. Steps over to Carter. How do you think you did, kid? Carter nods. I think I did as well as I could, sir, which he nods towards the cave drake. In my opinion, was pretty damn good. And he smiles slightly at him. That's what I like to hear. I don't want any more. He puts his finger onto his chest. Self-doubt, motherfucker. I don't want any more. Oh, should I? Shouldn't I? I don't want any more of that. You do that, people die. It's that simple. You're a leader. You have to be steadfast in your decisions. You have to be ready to take one for the team. You have to be ready to do all that shit. I don't want any more self-doubt. I don't want any more of any of that. Carter nods. Yes, sir. Won't be happening again. All right. And don't fucking surrender. He points at all of you, all of the kids. Honestly, that goes for all of you, but especially you, motherfucker. If you get into a fight, even if you think you're not gonna win, fight back. Is it better to die on your knees or throwing a punch. Throwing a punch, sir. Good. Looking at Carter. Good. I hear that Samantha only follows your orders as well. He looks down, smiles to himself a bit, and nods. She does, ma'am. Sir, I'm not sure exactly why she follows mine, but not Mem or Hands, but she does follow mine. Only, sir.
That'd be because she respects you, son.
The key now is to keep the respect by not surrendering and making a decision and going forward with it, for better or worse, like your father is trying to tell.
The only times you should ever surrender are times where that call comes from above your pay grade.
Or if Samantha's driving. Sasha.
Julius stifles a bit of a chuckle and pats Carter on the shoulder. I'm glad you did good. I really am. And like Sasha said, make a decision, stick with it. No self-doubt. No second-guessing. Not anymore. He'll walk around, look at all of the kids, make sure they're all okay, and we'll go back to his seat with Pequod.
Do you want one, Colt? As she sits down on his lap. A hover chair? Colt, oh no, ma'am. No, thank you. Holding Soul's hand.
If I can, sir, Carter did really good. He came up with a really good plan, sir. He's a pretty damn good leader. I trust both of them with my life.
That cave drake was, as you can see, quite big. Memory, I'm pointing to the skull. Took us quite a while to get the head off, so yeah.
Took us like 15 minutes.
Julius smiles at all of them. Good. I'd expect nothing less out of you, B-Squad.
I wish I had the guts back in the day to walk into a debriefing with Lorelei, take something off her desk, take her food, and just walk out.
Do you know how quickly we would have died, Nicole?
She would have been smacking me to another fucking dimension. Because
She would have made good on her threat to send me to another fucking dimension, dude.
I don't think naked Julius could have saved you two after that.
just pulling down his pants and running. Okay, looking at Julius. We want to hang this up. Like where Grandma, who is the source of all problems today, it would seem. Pequod, you are much smarter than people give you credit for, okay? Right, well, we want to hang this up where Grandma had, Kamal's head. Helmet. He nods his head.
Soul looking at all of them. We want to hang it up in the gym is what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Holding her hand. Pequod, I think that's perfect. I will not be going in that gym. I refuse to set foot in it. I personally think it should have been destroyed if it wasn't on a space station, and it was part of a house. The whole house would have been destroyed. Either way, Sasha refused to let me destroy all of Gateway to have it rebuilt. So, do you ever get out of that? Looking at Soul.
Soul looks down. Well, yeah, sure, I get out of it.
Okay, just making sure. You look really comfortable.
It is really comfortable, Mom, I gotta be honest.
I actually, here, reaching into his back knapsack, I actually got a heated blanket for her. Icy, my god, he is perfect as a man. Look at...
Soul will put her hands out for the heated blanket and put it right onto her, like, stomach area. Oh my god, they feel so good.
Good god, they raised such a perfect dude. Looking at...
Colt,
Sir, he turns around.
I'm going to say wonderful job on that, points to that, and my compliments for you being a good husband.
Thank you, sir. And I'm glad I get compliments on my driving, if you know what I mean. Looking around the room, Ben. It was so fucking bad, Okir and I walked back. Okay? Because there wasn't enough room. Samantha and JJ rode alone because we didn't want to drive with her. Pequod.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ride with Colt was buttery smooth.
Yeah, I got nothing but compliments on my driving. Remember, Much better than Samantha, Carter.
Carter, not so far better than Samantha, I think.
And you were on the ship, I assume, honey, in your little hover crib. Pequod looking at Soul.
She smiles. Well, I wasn't on the ship necessarily, but I was around the ship and I was safe, Mom. Don't worry.
We put her down for a nap, ma'am. Patting Soul on the back of the head, holding Laz in his other arm.
Yeah, she was left in the little park area of the town with the squad mom and dad.
Laz nods. She's hiding a snicker from Oz telling them that they put her down for a nap.
Yeah, she does kind of look like a baby.
Oh, she most certainly does. I'm not negating that fact. Julius chuckles, shakes his head. Well, I'm glad you were at least safe, darling. I would not want anything bad happening to you, trust me.
You wanna, Moshin Julius or whatever you call that? Mooshin. Oh my god, he's worse than Krellin. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, what was it about motion, Julius?
You wanna just fucking help us move this fucking thing? Because you could probably go Mooshin and lift it and help us hang this thing up. I can speak English fine, I can't read it.
Julius will stand up, set Pequod down on the chair again. I can help you guys with that, yeah, sure.
So we had to carry it all the way here. The girls offered to help, except the fucking princess.
Soul looks at Gold. Is he talking about me?
Nah, he's talking about, Memory Hand and all, right? Squeezing her hand, then kissing it.
Right, of course, Memory Hand.
Yeah, come on, let's go up to the apartment. We've got some time before dinner tonight.
Yeah, we got some time. Here, let me help you guys out with that. He'll go Mooshin and lift it up by himself.
They'll make their way up. The discussion can continue, but they're hanging it up on the wall in here. Pequod refuses to come in and see. In the kitchen, you have Icy, Samantha. Icy's just eyeing Sam, sitting there with her arms crossed, eyes closed, as Oz will sit down and give Laz a cup of coffee. But in here, alright, not bad. Maybe now we can summon your dragon card.
Carter will try to feel something with the sword. Anything?
Oh.
Carter sighs. Yeah, maybe one of these days, Okir.
Just grab the sword, go, dragon, go. Pulling Carter back in.
Carter chuckles like I'm Inspector Gadget.
If only it was that easy.
Go, Gadget, dragon.
Maybe you should.
It's a nice addition, what do you think? Looking at Ash.
I think it looks perfect. I am of the opinion that you should take trophies from important kills, so I think it's a very important first step for a young batch of warriors.
Oh, for sure. That's why we used to do it in the Headhunters. We never really got anything that big, though. I mean, it was always just like a claw or a piece of scale from the cave drake that we fought.
No, and the Kamul helmet definitely was not earned by anybody but Davine. I would say the Kamul helmet puts all trophies to shame ever. Maybe that's just because I was there and lived it, crossing our arms looking at where it used to hang. But you'd see it and be like, yeah, that's definitely Davine's trophy.
It is, although, gods do I want to say that I helped earn it, because that was a miserable night.
Longest night of my life, and I went through ranger training.
Same here. I was a slave, and it was the longest night of my life.
Longer than the raptor thing? Sasha, I was knocked unconscious for like 4 hours during the raptor thing. Much longer.
And in terms of time and ammunition spent, I emptied Beat Rush before we were halfway through.
I'd like to get in a fight like that. Cracking his knuckles. Sasha, no you wouldn't, trust me.
Believe me, when the first voided out Drook comes bowling towards you, you'll change your tune.
Make sure you have a missile launcher, big guy. Rubbing Okira in the back. Huh? Looking at it.
Ah,
Doing that fight. nodding over to Julius. You were running around, blowing shit up, beating the fuck out of people.
We were separated from each other.
He got the good end of the stick, I guess. Or short, depending on how you look at it.
Yes.
From my point of view, it was not a good time either. My best friends and my mother were gone, not being able to contact them, and there was no way we can get to them at all.
And we didn't have the other resident nuke of the squad with us.
Oh, you didn't have Nicole?
Nope.
Shit. Looking back at the skull, still like to get in a fight like that. She just shakes her head at.
Well, with the squad of kids that you've got, you'd probably be able to make it long enough.
Okir nodding his head as up here she's just staring at Sam. Oh, this is making me uncomfortable.
Soul nods slightly. She's been like this all day.
Pequod sighing, looking at her coffee.
JJ just has his hand on his thigh. He's also like very quiet. He just on her thigh, squeezing it every so often and smiling at her sadly. Yeah, no, they've both sort of been like this all day. She's barely said like what 10 words today, honey.
Yeah, I mean, the news about Palo Alto made her laugh. Pequod did make me laugh, those motherfuckers. But I'm glad they're good at turning frowns upside down.
Yeah, no, they truly are. It sounded almost like a maniacal laughter there, which sort of freaked me out, honestly.
It was scary. It was not like an enjoyment laugh, it was really scary.
Elizabeth nods. I don't want to impersonate her or anything. She'll hear and then she'll death glare at me. Have you noticed her death glares, Pequod?
No, actually, I haven't.
You don't want them. They're quite scary looking.
I don't. I am somewhat responsible for causing them, though, I'd imagine. But either way, I hope your mother gets one.
Oh, I'm sure she would. While we were taking the head off the cave drake, we all suspect that she was thinking of Mom while she was cutting it up with a karambit knife.
Memrian, having a bright idea, coming in here. Squad, troop, move out. We want to get a picture, all of us, with the skull, the trophy. And so come on, JJ, you too, because you'll be on the squad, and you helped anyway today. So if you would please. Then he stands up, takes Elizabeth.
Laz will stand up. Are we allowed to join? We're the pilots.
We don't get from point A to point B without you. Winking at Laz.
She smiles, will hold Oz's hand as she leads him in there.
Going with her hover chair, I imagine she wants her hand held.
Mm-hmm. JJ will stand up, offer his hand to Sam.
She keeps her eyes closed. She's not coming.
JJ will look at Icy.
Come on, Samantha. Sitting down next to her. Everybody else starts moving. Pequod will not come in that gym, so she is not coming. It's a squad picture anyway. She been like this all day. In his head.
JJ thinks all back in his head. All day, she hasn't said a word to me.
Give the guy, she'll speak, give the guy a photo that he can take to base it. She'll stand up and put her hand out, but keep her eyes closed.
He'll take her hand and will start walking with her, looking at Icy, mouthing to thank you.
She smiles. Pequod, you're not going in that gym. Looking at Icy, and Icy, fine. Looking back at her. Sasha will take the picture when you... Tell her, take the picture when you're ready, Ash.
Alright, everybody, get in close. And... he's gonna...
Hover chairing up cold. Sorry.
No problem. He's
There, get on my shoulders, Ricky.
Alright, he will. Alright, you see him fiddling with it. Now I want to hear everyone say B Squad in 3, 2, go.
All my characters say it. B Squad, except Samantha.
All my characters will say B Squad.
Same for Ricky, and Ash will take the picture. And one more, go.
B Squad.
B Squad.
B Squad. Click. Alright, you're good.
Vomit Squad.
Carter starts to laugh. I'm sorry, Penny, it isn't funny.
No, I can make it. I deserve it for sure.
You do, man. You really do. He pats him on the back. Next time we'll give you some nauseous stuff, but we had to do it just for punishment.
Carter nodding, or I'm sorry, Benny nodding his head as the kids are gonna go back in the kitchen. Ash sending out the photo he took to all their wrist computers. JJ, if he stops to look at the photo, you'll see she doesn't have her eyes closed. She's actually looking up at him with the most longing look on her face, about to cry in the photo.
These four right here.
JJ, looking at JJ.
Oh Jesus, this poor kid. They see him fall to his knees, looking at the picture.
Oh shit! He walks over quickly. She'll walk over. You get hurt or something out there?
Julius walks over. No, he looks fine. He looked fine when I checked him over.
Bringing Ash over in his wheelchair.
He's gonna reach up and grab JJ's chin and turn his head around, getting a look at him.
He looks at Ash, and his eyes are just filling up with tears.
Reality hitting you, son.
Look at it. He looks at, just gestures towards the picture. I'm leaving that.
Tasha rolls her eyes so hard looking at her daughter in the picture. Oh god, she's such a brat.
Alright, Towns, can you take my helmet off, please?
Oh yeah, it's already off. Just don't worry about the...
Okay, he's gonna look at JJ. I want you to look me in the eye, son.
He will?
You're doing the right thing. You are sticking to your convictions. And you are doing something for her, yes?
He nods. Yeah, for her.
Alright. That's all that matters. And this means she very much still loves you despite her not speaking. Now what I want you to do, you go. You do your bloody damnedest at boot camp as he touches him on the chest, and then you come back to that girl who is longingly counting down the days, and you treat her like a queen.
No nod towards Ash. I was already planning on doing all that.
Good. Then that's all that needs to be said. You're your father's son. And you're doing exactly what he would do, and I don't think you'd say that your father would be making a mistake, now would you?
No, I wouldn't say he would be.
Picking JJ up, dusting his shoulders off. Then she just runs her hand down her face really hard. Oh, you do not deserve this.
JJ chuckles. It's fine.
I don't just mean the punishment for your mother's sake. I mean, God, she should not be acting like this.
She's displeased about the situation. I understand, and he looks back at Sasha. And then points into the kitchen. If any of those kids had to pay for the sins of the past, sins of my mother, I'm glad it's me. I know I can handle it.
When in reality, we all know it should have been Elizabeth. Sasha, shut up, Towns! Looking at...
JJ puts his hands up. I won't say yes one way or the other, but I'm just glad it's me so the others don't have to go through this kind of thing.
She'll hug JJ and then stop when she hears Samantha laugh. Okay, well, that's a good sign.
A very good sign.
Want to go see what it's all about and try to capitalize on it?
Yes, I would, please.
They'll start walking in. All the characters I play are currently in good spirits because what is making Samantha laugh is fucking polymorphed Icy. Me, Skylander! She starts laughing.
What the fuck is a Skylander?
Me have no idea, but fucking murder deer for fun.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
Put me out there for strike today. Okay, I think I did my job. Does it look weird when I talk as Krellin, but in my normal voice?
It looks very weird, sister.
Weird. Me hate green hair, 'cause have no hair.
Now that's more like it.
Laz starts to laugh. That is probably why he hates his hair.
Jace's hair makes him look dapper.
Absolutely. In my opinion, he's the most dapper-looking kid on the lane.
Sam lightly taps Krellin Icy's chest, and Icy, motherfucking Carter. Cock-sucking little motherfucking blonde bitch!
Carter looks down at his feet and just starts to laugh.
You better watch out. 'Cause let me tell you something, Uncle Scar's coming for you, brother.
Oh god, now he's Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, Sam finally keeps the laugh. She's still laughing at Icy. I think my job is done here.
JJ, as he's walking past, he'll tap her on the arm and subtly point to his eyes to indicate, like, can you deal with the redness for me real quick?
She'll wink at JJ and it's gone.
He smiles at her, nods, and will sit down next to Samantha and hold her hand.
Picard, well, it's a mighty fine prize you guys have in there now. I'm impressed.
Carter looks over, smiles at his mom. Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, thank you, man. That means a lot.
Oh, don't worry about that. I should be apologizing. We have news for you, Ricky. So, earlier today, Colt, we know. Picard.
We saw the broadcast.
It looked like his mother and Ellie were having an excellent time. We saw her get dipped. That woman has dancing prowess. Ash knows this. It's been a while, but Saris is a good dancer.
You can see a smile come across his face.
Why did you open a flower shop instead of a dancing school?
Because it's what Mom wanted.
Oh, I see. I understand. Well, I do think your wife is good enough to instruct dancing.
Oh,
Because Krellin's not that great.
You're goddamn right she is, and you have not seen the half of it, my darling.
That was the only joy that I got out of that horrendous situation, was seeing them actually have fun. And the dip was impressive, but the more I've thought about it, the more I think it was Saris kind of leading Krellin. Me good dancer. Sam laughed.
JJ starts to laugh.
It was undoubtedly her leading him. So, Ellie's really happy about it, at least.
Yeah, she got to keep the sweat towel. That I don't know why you want it, but she wants it. I don't judge. They got the towel. She literally got a chance to be on stage with Fredvis. Any Frederick memorabilia that comes from the event will... Oh, yeah, Scar's ladder. They left it there. Fuck!
How many pieces do you want to bet it's in?
Probably all over eBay by now.
Yeah, probably if Fredvis touched it.
Rung stepped on by Fedvis, selling for 500 credits.
Well, we disciplined them for their actions, so problem solved. They're gonna... Not that it affects their bank account much, but they're gonna pay for the damages of the city, which the final total is 7 million credits, which is bad, but all things considered, actually not as bad as I thought it was. I do think the surprise factor worked in our favor, though it shouldn't have been any credits, but yeah.
Carter nods. He looks at Marianne. Oh my god, they actually punished them.
What the hell's going on? Looking at Pequod.
I have no clue, honestly.
Well, long as Mom and Nellie were happy, that's all that matters. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for allowing this to happen.
Oh, no problem. It's no problem at all. Pequod shaking her. We were down there. We were literally just down there killing time after breakfast, visiting your mother and Ellie, and the fuckwad showed up.
Yes, we were having a nice time, and then poor Icy went white as a ghost as she saw Fuedvis through the window.
Icy will polymorph into Frederick. She'll lift herself in the air and spin around, do a Frederick scream.
Wow, 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 wow!
Put him in a washing machine! Icy basically as she spins around as Frederick.
Please don't teach Soul that. I got a feeling it'll be me in that position if you do.
Icy lets herself down and pats her belly. Hey, do a hey, it's Fat Fud.
Hey, it's Frederick.
But I'm always fat. Looking at Sam, who finally will break and lean against JJ.
All the adults who were in the gym see JJ. His chest trembles for a second, letting out a breath, and will put his arm around her.
I'm trying, and JJ said.
JJ thinking to her, "No, you're doing amazing, sister. Thank you so much."
Ain't nothing funnier though than Soul in that goddamn hover chair. Colt handing her another diet soda.
Soul smiles at him and will give him a kiss before she starts to drink the diet soda.
When you were pregnant, did you ride around in one of those? Pequod, oh no, shaking her head, no.
No, she did not.
Don't see me riding around in one now.
And Saris would have beat the shit out of me if I tried to make her sit in one of those.
Just her? Is she the only one? Pequod, yeah.
Yeah, no, most definitely she's the only woman on the lane who rides around in one of those while pregnant.
Grown woman, yeah, pregnant. Yeah. Looking at Soul.
Soul's just making some bedroom eyes at Colt, fluttering her eyebrows while sipping her drink.
You got the heating setting on 3, you want it up to 4?
Oh, please, honey.
Oh my god. Looking at...
So sickeningly sweet, huh, ma'am?
Oh, they're good for one another. He's very good. I'm glad I punched.
Julius chuckles. He is extremely good for her, and I am glad you punched her as well.
They are perfect for each other, ma'am.
Laz will think in her head to Icy. Hey, so do you think it would cheer Sam up to see me basically force her mother to give me Eskimo kisses and stuff?
Icy looks over to Laz. Well, technically speaking, you are a spellcaster.
She smiles. So, would it be a good idea?
Probably, yeah. I don't know if she'll give them to you, though.
She tilts her head.
Wait, is it Soul or Laz?
I think I said Soul, but I meant Laz.
Oh, okay. Well, I think she'll give them to you, though. I don't know.
Laz will smile.
Or we could try breakdancing.
Break dancing?
Well, I was gonna polymorph into Krellin, and I was gonna polymorph you to look like your dad, and we could dance.
Laz starts to laugh. You know what? I'll do that. I'll definitely do that for Sam.
Try the Eskimo kisses first, suspiciously looking at Sasha. I'm curious now.
Laz will nod towards her. She looks back at Oz. I'll be right back, honey.
Go get him.
She will stand up, walk over to Sasha. Hey, Auntie?
She looks up from her wrist computer. She was doing work.
She'll put her arms out for a hug first.
Oh, of course. She'll hug her.
She hugs her. This is a really, weird request and all. Would you mind
just giving me some, like, Eskimo kisses.
Are you just doing this because your grandmother does this with Nicole, or do you actually want attention?
Can't it be a bit of Group A, Group B?
Sure. She'll give her Eskimo kisses.
She returns them, smiling at Sasha.
I'll give you some kisses. Then she'll kiss her on the cheek.
Laz will start smiling. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you very much.
This is actually kind of fun. What do they call that thing? A butterfly, and they do this thing with their eye.
Oh yeah, butterfly kisses. It's like this. She starts to give her, butterfly kisses, the eyelashes.
Well, your eyes are beautiful to look into.
As are yours. You have very pretty eyes.
Mine are a shit brown.
Oh no. No, brown eyes are beautiful.
She'll rub her nose against Laz Eskimo kiss. This is actually kind of nice.
Isn't it? She smiles at her. You can give me Eskimo kisses anytime you want.
You always were my favorite.
Oh, and I always will be, let's be honest.
I mean, I definitely favor Soul too, but you were the first. She kind of married into the favoritism, kissing her on the cheek. Icy clapping. Pequod. No. Look at.
Julius pinching the bridge of his nose. God damn it, Laz.
Good God, it's so gag-inducing, not such.
Is it contagious or something?
She's actually kind of giggles like a little girl. You want more?
Sure, I'll take as many as you want to give.
Oz looks down at his hands and then, starts clapping like, Icy smiling at him. Sam, can you believe that? Finally speaking to JJ.
And JJ, starting to chuckle, shakes his head.
Takes a fucking dork to get attention from my mother.
I mean, it really does, doesn't it? And it wasn't even really her idea. That's just something that Icy and my mom do together.
Yeah, clearly the favorite. Icy, I know. And you know what, Samantha? I deserve it. Sam, I agree.
JJ leans back in his chair. You just agreed.
I have to. I got mom and dad a gym. Sam, holy crap. Look at JJ.
Oh my god. He looks at Sam. Looks back at Icy. This is the most surprising thing of the decade for me.
As long as I admit to being the favorite openly, mom gets a gym and dad gets a gym in their house instead of that fucking closet Pequod called it.
JJ starts to laugh. Well, you certainly are the favorite, and I think you just got bumped up a couple more squares. I didn't even know that was possible.
I think we know who the true favorite is between Sasha and Soul, though. Or between Laz and Soul. I thought they would have stopped by now. Tilting her!
JJ looks at them. You know, I thought so too. Like if it was gonna be like a, oh sure, honey, come here, I'll do that for you. They do it a little bit, and then they would stop. But they're continuing to go.
Doesn't he kind of look like your dad when he's doing that, clapping loudly?
Elizabeth nods. Oh yeah, for sure, he looks like my dad.
You know, I never really had a mother's embrace, but this is nice. Actually, it is. I never really had one. Lorelai was not touchy-feely, pushing her nose against Laz.
Laz smiles. You can always have a mother's embrace with me.
I would like that very much, actually.
She smiles.
I always thought Davine was a lot smarter than people gave her credit.
She shrugs. I think she's smart in some ways, but less than intelligent in others. That's just my opinion, though.
Don't tell Samantha I said that.
She shakes her head. Lips are sealed, trust me.
What the fuck, Carter? Looking at Laz inside.
Carter with I can only describe it as like a disgusted look on his face. Could you imagine if I tried that shit?
You want to try?
Fuck no. Could you imagine if I went up to my mother and I asked that of her?
Oh, I thought you meant ask the Ranger.
Especially the Ranger General, but also like my mother.
No, yeah, no, you definitely get an embrace from your mother, but not to that echelon of embrace, I guess.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't be Eskimo kissing and butterfly kissing for. He looks at his computer. 5 minutes now.
Sasha will let her go. Go back to your man. He's looking longing. Looking at Oz.
She smiles at Sasha. Of course, Auntie. And she'll go back to Oz.
What's good for the goose is good for the geese. Watching Laz walk by.
Laz smiles at Icy, sits down next to Oz, and leans into him. That was surprisingly comforting.
Well, I agree with your aunt. I don't really miss my mother's embrace that much, though, because she would just embrace me and agree about Steve, or talk about Steve and stuff, but well, what's good for the goose is good for the geese.
That is very true. She'll hug around his arm and give him a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, thank God that's over.
Yeah, no, we don't have to see anything like that. Oh God, until Icy and Mom are reunited.
Which will be inevitably soon, because we gotta go down to Blasius, but oh well, it worked. Looking up at those two, it worked.
It did, as JJ will give her a kiss on the forehead.
Oh, she'll kiss JJ on the lips, pinching his chin. Did you see her crying like that in the photo, Ash? You got a faster eye than me.
I did. And, yeah. Believe it or not, the photo I sent out is the one where she looks less sad.
Julius bites his bottom lip, looks at Pequod. Did you see how he fell to his knees?
I kinda looked in. I try not to look at that, Jim, Julius. Please, it does not exist to me.
No, that's fair enough. I don't think I've ever seen that boy like that, though.
She'll grit her teeth looking at JJ.
He sniffles a bit, holds Pequod's hand. He is a good boy, though. Very good boy.
Well, it would have been Elizabeth if she didn't already go to the military. Okay, let's just make that clear. She says it so everybody can hear her.
Elizabeth leaning back, and she nods. Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
It would have been her. She's too busy looking at JJ. It would have been her, but Elizabeth chose steps. So, you know what? That woman's ghost came back to guide her, pointing at Icy, back to save us from that ridiculous time deity. She told me to stand firm, and I'm standing firm.
Good. I'm glad you're standing firm, my love.
That's what that woman told me. So I will always honor what she told me.
And I'm very glad you will. He smiles at her.
Who? Looking confused. Ricky's grandmother. Okay, stop talking. Okay.
Yeah, Integra.
Grandma told you that?
Yes, a long time ago, when things were difficult and hard, I almost bent the knee, and she told me I can't be weak in my convictions and bend the knee if I'm gonna be. Well, she didn't call me Primarch at the time, but the leader I was supposed to be. And that is where I draw most of my strength from to make hard decisions, like sending your father out with a big ship of guys, or... That's where I draw my strength. And it's emboldened by the fact now she came back, saved my sister and my family. Well, guided my sister back to save the family. And you, pointing at Ricky and Ash. 'Cause that time deity was coming for Ash.
Yes, he was. And, you know, she told me that if I'm gonna be a good man, I have to do the same thing.
It's not easy. Looking at Ricky, ask Julius. Ask your father. It's not easy.
It's not. But you have to keep true to them, or you failed entirely. Okay? Then I'll have to keep true to mine.
Yeah, you will.
Yes, you will. And remember, it's not easy, but at the end of the day, your convictions and your truth are all you really have in a fight.
We had basically, I mean, I don't make peace or give up with anything. I refuse to accept defeat, Ricky, but I was basically ready to see my sister die, and there was Integra's ghost to send her back. So To honor what that woman did, JJ's going to the military.
I,
He will prove the point to Mother never to act the way she's acted again.
yes, ma'am. I just can't help but feel bad for him.
I feel horrible.
I think we all do. But what needs to be done, and as much as it pains me to say this, this must be done.
Town's giving Soul an apple he's taken the skin off of. Colt peeling an orange for her. Good God. Looking at the... No wonder where he fucking learned.
Julius looks over at her. When did he even fucking peel the apple?
I have no idea. Who does she think she is, Cleopatra? Looking at her in her hover chair.
But maybe? Next thing we know, she's gonna be eating some purple grapes while getting fanned with a fern.
Pulling out a little fan.
Julius gestures to him. Fucking see.
Yeah, well, we all wondered where he learned it from. It's definitely, he got it from town.
She has a heating blanket on. Why are you fanning her while she has a heating blanket on?
She is such a fucking princess complex. It's unreal.
Oh my god. Did I do this to her?
No. No. Trust me, it must come from me. Here, let me see your foot. I'll massage your feet for you.
Oh, please do, honey.
Wow. Crossing her arms.
Yeah.
Shaking his...
He's gonna lean back. Yeah, it's crazy. They're even worse when it's just us at the house.
Once the pregnancy's over, that hover chair goes away, though, so we understand that, right?
So Colt sees her sort of pout for a second and then sadly nod towards her mother.
You're still part of the military, which means you have to maintain... You can't not use your legs and feet, and... No, even your aunt... She even worked out with us back in the day. I was never good at it, but I did, yeah.
Understood. I won't ride in the hover chair once I'm back in the military and the pregnancy is over and stuff.
You can only use it when you're pregnant, honey, okay?
Understood. Julius leans over to her. She's so fucking sad about that.
Good God. Slamming her hand on her face and rubbing it down. What a monster.
Oh my god. He just shakes his head, starting to laugh.
Well, at the very least, you should enjoy it while you can. I'm sure that's considerably more comfortable than... And he'll look down at the wheelchair.
Oh, most definitely. Pequot nodding her head. Not too much longer. Icy nodding hers for Ashen.
By the gods, I cannot wait to be out of this infernal contraption.
And you can be dipping Ceres like Krell. Or should I say Ceres leading Krell?
That sounds like the greatest gift in the universe right about now. To be able to actually hold my wife for the first time in a fair while.
Morphing into Krellin. Me be done, Sir Julius. Looking at Julius.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Oh my god, Nicole.
Come dance with me, Dad, the Skylander.
Sure, bud. Julius will stand up and walk up to, Krellin.
Icy will take, Julius and start dancing with him like Krellin was on top of Dancing with Ceres, on top of the flower shop. Going to dip you now. Dips him down to almost to where he hits his head. Whoop!
Oh Jesus!
Pequod laughing.
I swear to Christ, if you kiss me as Krellin, I'm gonna kill you, dude.
Spins Julius back up. Me no kiss me, father. Me lips only for Fwedway.
Oh God!
Sam laughing, smiling big at JJ.
JJ smiles at her. I mean, his lips are only for Fedwick, darling.
She smacks Julius on the ass. But me like me boy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That is true. Yeah, they're definitely getting more open with what they're doing as they continue to dance. I saw even Banksy jump on board. Apparently, he smacked Frederick's ass on set. Me and Julius had left, but
Yeah, no, it wasn't like an overt smack like everyone else did to Fudwick. It was more like like how a baseball player does it, just like a tap on the ass.
Yeah, no, yeah, they used to do it back in the day when they were in the military, the Reaper, air quote, squad, but yeah. Wow, do the tango dance.
Okay, do you know how to do the tango?
No fucking clue, still can't speak English after like 20 years.
Chili starts to laugh and he'll start tangoing with her.
Looks back. Ash will look back at Pequod. Just so you know, I have this recorded.
Oh, that's fine. No, that's fine. It's easing their final hours together, I suppose. Looking at Sam, who's just nibbling on JJ's ear.
JJ is holding her very tightly, arms around her waist, as he starts to kiss her cheek while she nibbles on his ear.
Should make dinner less awkward.
I think it should. But poor boy. The final bell is about to toll.
Yes, it is. Nodding her head.
And, looks back again. I don't know if he's actually ready for it.
Oh, nobody ever is.
You can see Ash get a 1,000-yard stare for a second before shaking his head. No, you aren't.
Carter nods. I think he's got this. Trust me, it's gonna be fucking difficult for him. Probably the most difficult thing he's ever done. He looks at Pequod. But I think he's got this. He holds her hand. You don't have to worry about him. You don't have to worry about if you made the wrong or right choice. He's got this, Mom. Don't worry.
I have a big plan to make it up for him and Samantha. Trust me.
Believe you, but yeah, he's got it, ma'am. If you excuse my language, he's got this because he's one of the toughest motherfuckers I know. He can do anything.
Ha-cha! Pequod nodding her head. Ellen finishing, me tired of dancing. Sits down next to JJ.
Okay, you have fun not dancing anymore.
Just so you know, Julius, that was recorded.
Oh, I don't doubt for a second it was. I would be disappointed in you if you did not record that.
It's
Don't make me break out Arnaki.
if you do, just do it where I don't have to look at him, I see.
God, it was in this fucking apartment too. He stormed in here with his elite guard, and they all had fucking squirt guns with holy water in them.
He had a priest.
Oh, that's right, yeah! I think his name was like Father Michael or something.
Who brought elite guard and a priest?
Oh, General Rico. When Arnaki was besieging and haunting Gateway Station, he stepped up to take Arnaki down.
They're not joking. You can see just Ricky's looking between them, the three adults next to him. Seriously.
Ugliest motherfucker I've ever seen.
That is the greatest thing ever.
Soul looks over at Colt. I'm sorry. And she will polymorph into Arnaki.
Jesus Christ, let's go over.
He had to get rid of me. Arnaki?
Apparently, he still haunts the apartment to this day.
Upon hearing Colt's reaction, Ash turns his head, jumps, and nearly tilts the chair back far enough that he falls.
Oh, it's a fucking, it's the ugly foot face guy. Looking at Arnaki!
Julius will catch the wheelchair for him.
Who the fuck is that ugly piece of shit?
Man,
Every hand. Oh no!
She'll change back to her normal self. That right there is Ash, based off of Ash O'Keefe.
Squinting at Ash, no. Colt picking her foot back up. Please don't do it again.
No, I won't. I just thought it would be too funny.
Oh, good timing. Almost gave me a heart attack.
yeah, me too.
I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I promise.
Thank you. Kissing her, goes back to her foot.
Pequod, could you show him the picture of me fresh off the Majestic? I can't bring it up.
Pull the Anunnaki token back.
Here, let me grab it. 1 second.
There you go. Pequod pulls it up.
There you go, kid.
No. Looking at Ash and then back at... No. I refuse to believe.
That's me after 2 years of hell and a broken back where I couldn't walk while missing a hand.
But her face is like melted. I see. An addition I added on to try and hide the original inspiration.
Yeah, there's a reason I'm not a huge fan of Anarchy to this day. Yeah.
Don't you make toys out of that? Pequod Arnaki miniatures. Yeah.
And all the royalties go to Ash.
Damn. Holy crap.
Something for which I am grateful, although it does feel weird to say that Arnaki helped purchase my home.
What the hell is that armor you're wearing? Looks like armor from my home planet from our medieval ages. Pequod
Well,
patched together armor because Malcolm would never give him anything.
I bought one suit of armor on Gateway, and I had to make it last 2 years, I should say, without being allowed to, actually fix it. Poor,
How'd you get the eye thing? What happened to your eye? Oh god, here we go.
a frying pan to the side of the head.
He threw a fucking plate. Well, he had Globnock throw a plate at Ash and it hit him in the head and...
Alright, it was the plate. All of the strikes to the head, they get all mixed up, you see. It's hard to keep track. How many times were you hit? I lost count around, what was it I lost count at, Julius? 72?
I mean, you were hit in the head a lot, so I wasn't really counting. I sort of lost count around like 20, I think.
I for the life of me don't remember. I know I was concussed at least 12 times, though. I'm sorry, Dad. That's fucked. Yeah, it was. You know, I'm missing a hand there, too. Wait, you've got 2 hands, though. Thank her, points to Icy, and her, points to Pequod, for that.
I see nodding her head. The Majestic was hell on them. Glad I wasn't there.
Yeah. He's gonna actually lean in to give Ash a hug. I'm happy you made it through that. Ash will give one back. I am too. Otherwise, I may not have had the 2 best things in my life happen to me.
It was actually so bad. I see. When he got back, I would cry when I looked at him. It's the truth. Such a...
Was it a lump or a potato you said I looked like?
Lorelai said you look like a lump. I never said it. Well, I did, but only in context of repeating what Lorelai said. Benny, she has a way with words.
Julius nods. He looks over at Icy. That was also during that time where you were like trying to act like really tough and stuff, so you didn't want to like see you cry and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's not me. I don't really want to be tough. I was good at it though. I look cool.
Oh, you did look cool, I have to admit.
You did. Although, I'd say you're tough in your own way, little one.
Icy smiles at Ash. Quad, you know, would help if you had a female role model, not sitting in the gym. Clenching her fist so hard, Carter's afraid he's gonna get hit.
Carter just closes his eyes and starts wincing, ready for the punch.
Whoop, pushing Julius in front.
She really did a number on you guys with that gym, huh?
Nobody is special. Nobody is that special. People are special. People are born special. Parents are entitled and should think their children are special. But nobody is that special. And that woman, in all her vain ambition, thought she was special, okay? She thought she was. The world doesn't bend to anybody. And just because you've had it bad doesn't mean you can do what she did and get away clean. And you know what? If I grew up in any semblance of what she grew up in and was given chance after chance, I would not buck at those chances like that fucking idiot did. If you're too stupid to see what's in front of you, then maybe you ought to just walk out in front of a bus. Ugh, looking at fucking Pequod, motherfucker, staring at her scared.
I'm missing some context there, ma'am, but I agree with everything you're saying.
Apartment era was not all it was cracked up to be. That's all I'm saying.
There was good and bad. A lot of bad at the beginning.
Julius holds.
Here, Ricky, I'll put it into context for you, Rick. Okay? You had a good grandmother in Integra and a good mother, right? What if Integra just sat in the gym the first 10 years of your life?
I wouldn't be the person I am now, ma'am.
Thank you. Pointing at Ricky.
And that's what she did to Icy.
Not just Icy. Kisses Julius's hand. Her son. Here, who she could have... Nicole, definitely. But her son here, too. Which oft I don't bring up. Because I don't want to bring up bad emotions for him. And that's why Nicole doesn't bring it up. But you know what? Her son was here. They made peace on the Majestic. Water under the bridge. But you can be a mother and actively try to help your son. Instead of your son comes to you with a problem. And you just fight him and push him to the ground like an animal. And say maybe 10 words. Get fucked!
You know what? Normally I'm not going to be one to stir the pot, but she also did it to you. Pequod, her daughter-in-law, and her grandchildren.
First thing she said when holding my beautiful Laz. I'm only 40. Julius feels his knuckles being pushed together as Pequod is expressing her raw emotion about Davy.
Julius sort of just clenches his jaw and will start to rub her stomach for her.
Let it out, honey. Let it out.
I could use a hug. I'm feeling disenchanted today. Pequod, shut up. Looking at Memory Ann continues talking. I mean, from my mother-in-law. Oh. Okay. She'll let go of Julius's hand and hug Memory Ann. Sorry. When you get me on the apartment era, Davine, no amount of apologizing will ever be enough for me. Personally, Memory Ann. Memory Ann, I want to slap her, too. Very often. Smiling at Julius.
I don't think any apologizing should be enough for you. I think it's something that only time and immense effort on her part can fix.
Ugh. Wiping sweat off her brow with his handkerchief. She's really sweating a lot.
And Julius nods. Yeah, she does that when she's angry, flexing his hand.
Saved your hand, father. Sitting down next to...
And I thank you for that, daughter.
Oh, and I hate that gym. It's the nexus of all of it.
Yes, it is. Honestly, Pequod, just let it out all out at some point. It'll probably make you feel better.
Normally I'm not this angry about these things, believe it or not. It's just, I do think the pregnancy is starting to get to me, given the eating habits. Sitting down on Julius's lap. Is your hand okay?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I've had worse.
On top of that, you're feeling guilty because of... And he's gonna lean back towards Sam and JJ.
Oh, most definitely.
He hugs her around her stomach and lift her stomach up.
Hey, I know you're sitting on my lap, but I bet it still feels good.
Oh, it really does. This pregnancy takes its toll. 1 child or 2. Or 10. Oh, I can't even imagine having 10.
I could not imagine that either.
Permission to speak completely freely, ma'am?
Oh, sure, yeah. We're off duty. We're done.
Honestly, you don't have anything to be guilty about. If it's that big of a thing and it is still bothering you this much that many years later, then it's something that needs to have an exclamation point put on it. At least that's the way I see it. I don't think you got anything to be sorry for.
I think it will always slightly bother me, to be honest with you. There's some things you never get over. There's no end to it for me. There's just wash it away and occasionally get reminded when I see something of that semblance that bothers me. If I ever sit in a gym, Julius, and neglect a child, just come in and give me the what to, how.
I will, honey. Don't worry. But I'm sure he won't be doing that.
You're goddamn right, I won't.
I mean, if something pissed you off that much that you're gonna remember it forever, yeah, it's bad enough to warrant 10 times what you're doing there.
If only we could speed up the next 6 months. Shaking her head, looking at poor JJ.
I mean, technically we could, but that's against like so many rules.
Sasha tapping her wrist computer shut. That's a wrap. Dinner time. Lorelai wants us down there. Now. Time to go.
Yes, ma'am. Carter will stand up, holding Memory's hand. Let's get going.
Try to enjoy yourself this weekend. Looking down at Ash and Ricky. You don't have many weekends left in that chair. So, and then once you're out of it, back in action with Sarah.
I'll do my best too, ma'am. And, well, it's gonna be a real heartbreaker not being on the station with all of you. I've just started getting used to the slow days.
Yeah, believe me, I'd rather be out there, all things considered, especially having to deal with stuff like this. Gesturing back to her brat of a daughter.
You know, if you ever want to come out, I'm sure we could just write it off as a training exercise for my rangers, ma'am.
I'll tell you what, if this keeps up after he gets back from basic, I definitely will take into consideration.
Good, the boys would absolutely lose it if you came on just a routine mission with us.
Sasha smiles as people will say their goodbyes and disperse. Ash and Ricky going home to try and enjoy themselves, even though Palo Alto is slightly kind of damaged. And down here, Clive finds himself next to General Lorelai, who's drinking a glass of wine with Hunk and Davine.
Clive looks about as awkward as he does in his token.
Lorelai, wine? Clive, right? Look, you want a glass? Hands it to him.
Sure. Yes, please, ma'am. Can I just say it's an honor to meet you?
Well, I thank you. She smiles at him. The honor is all mine. I never would have thought I'd see Suletta happy again. Suletta nods and smiles. I mean, actually happy. The tint, her hair, it's coming back. Suletta, it's true.
I do find her hair absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, we never. He's trying to coerce Davine with Hale on his hip. We never thought we'd see it. Well, I never saw it to begin with, personally, but yeah.
I like to imagine Davine is holding a glass of wine, and she's doing her best to keep it straight up and down, while she just stares at a Hunk with Hale on his hip.
Scar, recognizing this, I'll be taking Hale. Comes over! Fuck. Tonight's about your son, not, You can do what you want when you go home.
Yes, of course. My apologies, ma'am.
Probably won't be the best of dinners, I'd imagine.
Probably going to be quite awkward, ma'am.
Well, the sins of the parents, and yes.
Yes.
Davine thins her lips. The sins of the parents. I feel quite bad that I'm the reason why my boy has to go through this, but well, I'm going to do my best to help him through it in any way I can. And that would be through helping his loving wife.
She'll sip her wine. Well, he is his father's son at the end of the day. He'll get through it for the better.
I'm sure he will. Luckily, he gets most of his good qualities from Hunk.
It's going to be such a long 6 months for everybody involved, though.
Oh yeah, no, that 6 months is probably going to feel like 2 years, honestly.
2 years? Try 20 years, Clark.
Probably. It's going to be a long goddamn era of time.
You do realize they were buying those games to be kind to you, right?
I mean, they could at least. Maybe they had stuff to do. I understand that. They make a lot of money for the family. I understand. But when they came back, they could have at least helped us set them up.
Well, you're right there, yes. But maybe take a step back from double birding the thing. Take a step back from antagonizing them. I would at least consider it.
I will consider it. He looks at Soletta. For your sake and everyone's sake as well, I will consider it.
Thank God. Nodding her head.
Sometimes they just rile me up quite a bit, and you know, I just feel like I have to fight back at times.
When did it start, really? Pointing at Davine, your favoritism towards Nicole. I've always thought she was like, okay, yeah, she favors Nicole.
Davy nods. Let's be honest here. Yes, I do favor Nicole quite a bit. She tilts her head. I think it was around the time where I truly started to be smart and really started to try to spend time with her and teach her things. You know what? It was probably around the time where I started to try to teach her how to sword fight, but, well, I'm sure you know, Lorelai, she was never quite as good as that, at that.
But you still spent time, no matter what.
Yes, I did. I would suspect that that's where my favoritism for her really started, and then it just started to sort of compound.
Snowballed into carrying her around when she's 40, but you know what? I think it's good for both of them, personally. Hunk shrugs.
I personally quite enjoy it, actually.
Tormented that girl. Drinking her wine. But yet, sipping her wine. Tormented, I wouldn't say neglected, but, yep, she still loves you all the same. You can do no wrong in her eyes. It's, in a sense, the ultimate form of, I don't know, absolution for one's troubled soul. So that makes sense. Looking at Davy! Makes you feel good.
Davy nods. It does make me feel quite good.
Continue doing so, I implore you.
And I will. Trust me. As soon as they come in, my darling daughter is going to get the biggest hug and kiss from me.
It's good for both of you. You both need it, and to be frank, deserve it.
She smiles at Lorelai. Thank you, ma'am. I'm always basically awestruck when you say something that nice to me, and this time is no different.
Well, we didn't necessarily have the best beginnings, friendships, but I will say you've proven me wrong at every turn. Some people just bloom slower than others. Plus, Nicole was quite the handful. Yes, she was.
She was always quite mischievous, wasn't she?
Not really with Mom, but definitely with me.
Oh yes, she was.
You should have seen the Mom voice. I think it's like the first time we officially unveiled it. Yelling at Elizabeth for certain things, but Nicole jumped up out of her chair, ran, and dove behind Pequod's bar in the pool house area. Like dove, like an Olympic diver over the bar. Lorelai laughed. She gets scared when I dad voice her, but not that bad.
Oh no. I don't think she's ever dove for cover when you've dad voiced her.
And we were directing it at Elizabeth, if memory serves.
Yes, at Elizabeth and exclusively Elizabeth, but she still ran and well hid.
I felt bad.
As did I. Oh, I felt so bad for my little girl.
Well, the family's going to get a lot bigger. You face challenges in the future. The bigger the family gets, but helps to have a stable mom and dad at the top.
And I will do my best to provide a stable mother at the top, along with my husband, who, well, he's always succeeded at being the stable father.
Except when I was joining the Yanks. Yes, I saw that game.
Davine thins her lips.
I do think you had a career in sports if you wanted one. I don't think your place was necessarily the military. Hunk shrugs. I didn't know that when I was like a 16-year-old kid. 17-year-old kid.
I mean, you pitched a perfect inning, mate, in a professional game. Come on.
Well, we played a lot of sports in my time in EarthGov. We did sports. That's what we did. We didn't. I I don't criticize anybody nowadays, but we didn't like hang around an apartment and work out and stuff like that. We went out to the basketball court, the baseball field, whatever we had. When I was with the SEALs, we played fucking water polo, dear. It was just a different time back then. Even stationed on Gateway, we'd go down and hit the basketball courts on Gateway and stuff. It was, different.
Almost. Times change. That's been true all throughout history. As an example, in 1999, the way children would spend their times differed from 2010.
Yeah, no. And, well, that's why I do it at the lane. I like this. I don't actually like the recent sporting event, but, yeah.
Well, yes, I do quite enjoy watching you play sports. It always makes me quite happy.
Going to miss shooting b-ball with your son. Yeah. I mean, I'll have Julius, and all the grandkids, but yeah. I remember a time when he was being held hostage in a bunker.
Davin sighs will hold Hunk's hand. He was being held hostage at one point, yes.
A Sherion had to come down, pissing vinegar, a Spartan squad, and Suletta. It was an enjoyable day, actually.
Davine will almost suddenly grab Zuletta's arm, hug her, and give her a kiss on the cheek. Thank you for saving my boy.
You're welcome. And we are eternally grateful for that leeway from Rico and you and the military to get my son out of that. Well, I can only imagine what would have happened to him. I don't want to imagine.
Davine shakes her head. I don't want to imagine it either.
He would have bled out somewhere in the sands of the Moog a couple months ago, I'd imagine.
Quite possibly. Would have taken place of what was his name? Crash, something stupid like that. Would have probably taken his place.
Along with Sherion's young, intrepid child.
Davine nods, looking at her feet. Thank God things went the way they did.
Yes, indeed. You're probably clueless in all this. Looking down at Clive, I imagine he's making the same facial expression as the token.
Yeah, no, I don't really know what's going on, to be honest.
It's ancient history, trust me. That doesn't matter anymore. But the founding of the Rainfalls, before the founding of the Rainfalls, quite turbulent times, Mr. Clive.
I see, well, if no one wants to talk about it, I won't dig into the issue any further. But I understand turbulent times and all that with a family, very difficult.
He joined the family during a very turbulent time. Poor guy.
I mean, yeah, I'd say I did, but I came out all the better for it.
As he'll hold Suletta's hand.
Yes, he did. The large grouping from Gateway, even Okir's come to dinner because he's hungry. Whip. She's not in a good mood anymore, but, still at least looking at JJ, trying to put up a good front. You should sit with her at the head of the table, JJ. The dinner is for you.
JJ will nod towards her. Thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate it. If she'll allow him, pick her up and will set her on his lap, sitting at the head of the table.
She will. She doesn't look angry. She's just... The depression is starting to set in.
He starts to rub the side of her face, giving her cheek a kiss every so often, keeping an eye on her.
Coming up in a fucking hover chair. Yep, that's our granddaughter.
Oh my God, look at her.
He's rubbing her feet for her.
That's a good man. That is certainly a good man right there.
No, yeah, I mean, it's fun and all, but I mean, she's staying in the chair for the dinner, I guess.
I suppose she is.
Do we expect any less coming from Patricia's youngest daughter? No, that's what we were talking about earlier, actually.
Actually, yes, exactly that. We were talking about it.
Quite the brat in her day.
Well, as I recently learned, she was. Surprisingly so.
Oh, she was indeed.
Davine smiles and nods. But what a woman she grew up to be.
Oz and Laz sitting here, right here, and they're a little farther away. There would be the truly successful offspring of theirs.
The greatest child of Julius, as I'm sure you've heard her called many times, given your voicemails.
I do think it's quite the compliment coming from the final, the one and only Star Child. I do think it is, but they say it so much it trivializes it. You understand? I agree. Patting Davine on the butt.
That is true. It's like if you say "I love you" so much, at some point it does start to lose some bit of meaning, almost like that.
Lorelai nodding. I heard he crotch chopped the big six. Looking at Benny sitting down, Elizabeth on his lap.
Davine just sighs. Yes, he did.
I didn't teach him that.
No, I didn't think for a second you did. Darling, just... Oh my god, he certainly crotch-chopped them.
You know, we're having trouble with him, a little bit of trouble. Lorelai, what's he done? Looking at him?
He doesn't want to move out.
Oh. Tilting her head, looking at Benny, watching him pour water for Elizabeth. Well, he had no real family. Was it hard to get Nicole to move out? Hunk. Basically, the wife had to say, please do this for me, daughter.
But that's not going to work with Benjamin, you understand?
Your daughter probably wants to move out, I would imagine. I don't even have to read her mind.
Davy nods. She wants to stay close by the family, of course, but she does want her independence, as any young adult should.
She has had her own house waiting for her with Benny. Scar built it as soon as, started plans as soon as he saw, like, them together the first time, apparently. So that would be correct.
So, yes, she most definitely wants to move out and have her own place, along with Benjamin.
Well, all I can say is sometimes you have to be firm, though it's difficult.
But he starts to cry almost immediately whenever we're firm with him.
A year is a long time, but Rainfall Lane is a big place. Give him a year.
Davine sighs and nods. I suppose that is fair. She looks at Hunk. Give him a year of being with us and getting that feeling of a family and everything like that, and then we send him on his way.
Hunk nodding his head. Yeah, we can go. We can supplement with the beach house, the Nicole's places, plural. Yeah.
Davy nods. Yes, I agree. A lot of trips to the beach house.
Pequod sitting down with Julius looks over. Oh, we get to sit, because she's on Julius's lap. We get to sit next to Father Goodscar.
What an honor, honey, isn't it?
They even brought Father Goodscar out, who wanted to come to honor the braveness of JJ Mom. Gesturing over to Julius and Pequod.
You're certainly a very brave boy. God bless America.
Tasha will sit down next to Carter. Okay, we'll sit down next to Samuel. Oh, God.
Yeah. You hear that, Aunt Sasha? God bless America.
God bless the U fucking S. Glaring down at Father Goodscar.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to chuckle a bit. If you'll excuse me, just one moment, darlings.
Oh yeah, Hunk will let her go as Icy's rubbing Scar's shoulders, talking to him about the gym.
Davine will walk up to Nicole and hug her.
Pequod, here we go.
She looks at her. How are you, Istram?
Icy will turn around and immediately Eskimo kiss Davy.
She returns the Eskimo kiss. Can I just say, you look glowing as always.
I honestly don't think I look that good, and I'm terrible with makeup. God. Oh, she doesn't need it. All those Zenovian women look like they were boar from Valhalla itself, Julie.
Yeah, no, I know, but She probably just wants a way for them two to like connect and stuff. Oh God. He just pinches the bridge of his nose. Fucking favoritism shit.
Clear our favoritism. I see, it was such a long day, so much paperwork.
Oh, darling, are your hands feeling okay? Do you want me to massage them for you?
Nah, just hold me.
Oh, of course. She will pick her up and smile at her. I have just. She pulls out from her pocket a little like makeup case and will pop it open. Do you want me to put just some like eyeliner on you or something?
I should look good for dinner tonight.
Oh, of course, darling.
I get to sit next to you and Dad, right?
Of course,
Clapping intensifies from
of course, my Istro. You'll get to sit next to us. She smiles at her, and she'll start to put some eyeliner on her. Very pretty, like, even with different colors that Davian thinks will suit her.
taking her over here. Benny, I don't see how your sister doesn't see she's the favorite.
Elizabeth sighs. Well, neither do I. She looks at Benny. Mom would never do that for me, I think.
Benny looking back at Elizabeth. Nah, I don't think so. But you know what? I'll do it for you. That's what counts.
She starts to blush slightly. You would do my makeup for me?
It wouldn't look as good as you could do it, but yeah, if you wanted. He smiles at her, kisses her.
Doesn't matter if it looks good or not, as long as you do it for me. I think it looks spectacular.
You know the dumbest thing though? None
What's
of
that?
you rainfall women need makeup, especially your aunt. Especially you, because I don't even know why she wants makeup. Looking down at Icy, you don't need it.
No, I don't think any of us do either. Just
Actually, that's not true. Mama Land could use quite a bit, but let's just keep that between us.
Elizabeth starts laughing very heartily.
Definitely Mama Land, right, Jace? Looking down at Jace.
As soon as Mama Lan is mentioned and Benny just shifts his focus onto Jace, it looks like Jace has a 1,000-yard stare.
Poor Jace.
Oh yeah, she probably definitely gave him some like smooches and stuff before we came here tonight.
She likes her boy. Picking Jace up, you can hold him. That'll help him.
Oh, hi there, Jace. He seems like he snaps out of it and he just sort of waves at her. In all the kids' heads. Oh, thank God. I thought it was Mama Lan for a split second.
Pequot will clap her hands. Jace! Samantha's kind of busy right now, but Sasha's down here. Sasha's eating.
He'll look at Elizabeth and tilt his head, and she'll nod. All right, fine. I'll bring you over to her. Just give me 1 second, love. As she will bring little Jace over to Sasha, and then we'll go back over to Benny.
I'll take him. You want some kisses?
Jace nods.
But you can start with my right cheek.
He'll start to kiss her right cheek.
If you want to be a good boyfriend, you always listen to direction of your women.
Woman. He nods. Will tap his head and do like a key locking thing. Like, that's locked in, don't worry.
And for that, I'll give you a kiss on the lips. But you gotta kiss my left cheek first.
He'll kiss her left cheek.
He's quite attentive, isn't he, Towns? Towns nodding his head. You've earned yourself one kiss. She'll kiss him.
He does like a little fist bump thing in the air, and we'll get
Did
her.
he just fist bump Carter?
I think he did.
I think my mother's right. He's a gigolo.
Jesus Christ, I think he is.
She's right. She's not just being overly harsh.
No, she isn't. How many times have you kissed a baby on the cheek or like the lips or anything and saw them fist bump in the air?
Oh, never. Looking at him. Fine, you can have one more. She'll kiss him on the lips. What's he do?
He does the fist bump thing again.
What the fuck? Everyone watching.
And as she pulls away from the kiss, his hand goes out and boom, right in front of his face.
Oh god, he's doing that hand. She'll kiss his hand. Is that what you want?
Jace tilts his head and then nods.
You want another one?
He nods.
You want another one? She'll keep kissing his hand. Oh my god.
He will just continuously nod. Carter leaning over to Memory Hand. I think it looks absolutely fucking stupid, but for a little kid like that, goddamn does it work.
I hope he outgrows that, though. In adulthood, he would just look mentally challenged, you know?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it isn't necessarily fair to judge a 3-year-old. I mean,
Is it, though? He's fist bumping at attention and kisses from a beautiful woman.
that is true. That is very true.
It's fair, trust me. Glaring at Jay.
Carter looks over at his mother-in-law. You don't think those two will have like a rivalry in the future, do you? Because from how she's looking at him, I definitely think they will.
I don't know. Looking at Jace. I just hope he doesn't break any girl's hearts like some rainfalls.
Carter opens his mouth and closes it. I trust your teachings and my sister's teachings will teach him otherwise.
Siletta nodding her head. Clive, if we're going to have another child, that child will not be dating in the family, if you catch my drift.
You mean Jace?
Yes.
Clive nods.
Well, I mean,
If you'd like a child, that's the condition you must meet. I'm sorry.
I will gladly meet that condition.
They'll bring somebody outside the family in. You know what I mean, Clive? It's for the best.
No, I understand. Don't worry. I would love to have another child with you, and if that's what you need, then that's what I will provide for you.
She puts some meat in her mouth, chewing it slowly, studying Jace. As Krellin picks up a piece of lamb shank. Wow, me have meat bone, Dad. Look at me. Me Skylander, this me weapon. Got
Julius covers his mouth. Yeah, but it looks great on you, Mr. Skylander over there.
yeah, he's the whatever Skylander means. Looking at him, rubbing Julius's chest.
Julius shakes his head. I got no clue. Do you think it's like a Star Child thing?
I think it's. Oh my god. Sky Marshal? What if it's their equivalent to Sky Marshal? That was an old rank back in the day when we were in the Headhunter.
Oh my god, it was, wasn't it?
Sky Marshal Krell.
Sky Marshal Honey, I love my son very much.
I could see Sky Marshal Carter, not Sky Marshal Krell.
Yeah, if I saw Krellin as my SO, I would not be very happy, I gotta be honest.
No, I would think, well, if we ever go into combat, we are going to probably die.
Oh, for sure. I'll be completely honest, I'd probably go back a little bit to Headhunters, Julius, with how disgruntled I'd be.
How disgruntled you'd be. Rubbing his abs.
He pumps his eyebrows once. Yeah.
The family jewel. Just checking on the family jewel.
Oh, of course. You check on him all you want, honey.
Lorelai will come ding a spoon off the wine glass in front of JJ and Samantha to begin the dinner. The Rainfalls have the best dinner they possibly can. And we'll flash to the next morning. JJ's bags are packed. He's had his final breakfast with Samantha. It's very early in the morning. 5 in the morning. And it's time for him to leave.
JJ looking. I like to imagine he's looking in the mirror. Maybe I could just break my leg and get out of it. No, got to go through with it. Pequod would be disappointed in me after all. Let's get this over with. He'll pick up his bags and will come through the door.
First to greet him, Julius and Pequod. But Pequod will let Julius go first.
Julius looks at him. We'll pull him in for a hug. Tight hug. Pat him on the back a couple times.
I'm proud of you, kiddo. You got some real guts doing all this, and don't you worry for a second. We're gonna take care of Sam while you're away. Don't let that be on your mind, okay? And he nods. I love you, Julius. I love you too, JJ. He'll let go of him, and JJ will walk up to Pequod.
She'll put her arms up.
He'll hug her.
Sometimes in life, we have to set out on a course that's incredibly difficult. But no matter how hard it gets, JJ, stay the course. Every drill instructor at your basic training will be wanting you to quit. And let you quit. You know that, right?
He nods.
Stay the course. You probably heard my freak out last night in the apartment. I don't believe saying sorry is ever enough. Stay the course. She'll hands on his shoulders, push him away a little bit, and lock eyes with him. And I promise you I'll make it up to you and set you and Samantha up in a way that you never have to be separated again. Plans are already in place. Ask Julius. It'll be a surprise, though.
He smiles at her. And he'll actually put a hand onto her cheek. I just need you to know that I don't hold this against you for a single second.
She chokes up slightly. Just like your dad, good with words.
He smiles. I learned a thing or two from him, I think.
You'll be set up better than you can probably imagine in that head of yours. Just keep that in the back of your head through the next 6 months and you'll get through.
Trust me, the only thought I need is seeing Samantha again.
She'll be here when you get back.
Thank you, Pequod. He'll smile at her, give her a wave and another quick hug, and we'll walk up to Laz, who Oz knows she's been crying since this morning.
Oz comforting her, rubbing her back, holding her. JJ's here, honey. Come on.
Laz will immediately give him a tight hug. You know, you've been like my best friend for a long, long time, our entire lives. We grew up together, so it's a little difficult to see you leave. But hey, don't you worry. She leans back, putting a finger onto his chest. They all can see JJ starting to tear up. Don't you worry for a single second. We're gonna take care of Sam, me and Oz. We got her. Through thick and thin, we got her. And then when you get back, you're gonna see that she's A-okay because Laz and Oz had her, okay? And JJ smiles at her slightly. Did some tears start to fall from him? Okay. He pats her cheek a couple times. Okay. I trust you on that one. Smiles at her. She lets go, wipes her tears, and he'll walk up to Oz.
He'll put his hand out for a handshake.
He shakes his hand.
Going to miss you, partner. I was never very good at making friends. I'd like to think I made a great one in you. So I am very sad to see my friend go.
Mate, we're always gonna be partners in crime. Don't for a second think we're not.
Unfortunately, not for the next 6 months.
Oh.
I'm going to miss you. Wiping a tear. Don't tell anybody I cried.
He will take the handshake and pull him in and give him a hug, pat him on the back. You know, I'm the one who's supposed to be crying here, mate.
It's gonna be a long 6 months wrangling those children without you.
Oh yeah, what are you gonna do without Combat Squad Dad?
I don't know. But when you come back, you'll be around all the time. So, still hugging JJ. Like, I think she covered. Well, we will cover. We'll take care of Samantha. That, you have my word.
Of course, mate. He pulls back a bit. And it's okay to cry. He smiles.
I think that's a lesson my brother had to learn the really fucking hard way. I don't want you to learn the same way. It's okay to cry, Oswald. Don't forget that.
I'll have some tears of joy waiting for you when you get back from fucking base.
He smiles. Can't wait, mate. He will move on to Towns.
Towns putting his hand out. Last chance, we can get you to our place.
He looks down at his feet, smiles, sadly. I'm a bit ashamed to admit that I'm actually starting to reconsider that offer.
Towns shaking his hand. Ain't no shame in it. Sasha, give me a hug.
He'll walk up and give Sasha a hug.
Oh, I'm so sorry our daughter is acting like this.
Oh, don't say sorry. It's okay. He whispers to her. You know, for a fact I knew what I was signing up for.
Oh, you know, Townsend, I appreciate everything you've done for her, and still do.
Of course, she's the love of my life. I should treat her as such.
I do think, pushing JJ away slightly, kind of like Peakwood, you will look really good in a beret.
Oh, yeah? Most definitely. Especially when Icy, makes me not have a buzz cut anymore.
Yeah, we'll get that amended ASAP. We set up special transportation. There's no graduation, nothing. The second basic's over, you'll be brought right back to Gateway. And then right down here. No matter the time of day.
She sees him look down at his feet, thin his lips, and she sees a couple tears drop onto his boots as he looks back up. It's always nice to have the Ranger General in your corner.
When I cry, I look so ugly because don't use much makeup, but the eyeliner definitely starts to run. Is it running? And it is.
It is, but don't worry, he pulled it off.
Thank you for taking such good care of our daughter. She'll hug him again, and Towns will hug him. Good luck.
Thank you. He'll nod at her and at Towns, and then he'll move on.
Elizabeth, Benny is crying.
He puts a finger up to Elizabeth before she can go, and he just walks up to Benny and gives him a hug.
He's kind of slobbering. He can't really talk.
Yeah, hey, you're all good, mate. You're all good. Let it all out. He just sort of starts to chuckle a bit, looks back at him, pulls him away, looks at him.
Your mom ruined everything, Elizabeth.
Trust me, I know. He'll let go of the hug, walk to Elizabeth, and put his hand on her head, rub it a bit. While I'm away, you have to be the best child you can to Mom and Dad. You sure you're up for that? You won't have me backing you up anymore. And Elizabeth sort of rolls her eyes. Yeah, I got it, mate. Okay. Good on you. He'll put his arm around her head, pull him in for a hug, and she hugs him back. You're gonna do good out there. No matter what you do, Elizabeth. He'll get on his knees, reminding anyone who's looking a lot of Hunk.
Ooh, Blaze is watching intently. He doesn't know. He just
Puts his hands on her shoulders. Don't ever let anyone call you an underdog. Don't ever let anyone call you small. Because you big up here, puts his hand on her head, and you big in here. And he puts his finger over her heart area. And you know what? That's all that fucking matters. And honestly, you could probably, there's a good chance you could probably kick my ass if we really went at it. Especially right now. But once I get back from basic, I'd kick your ass so hard. She starts to laugh. She wipes some slobber and snot and tears away from her face. Okay. I won't let anyone call me small, don't worry. Good on you. His lip quivers a bit more. I'll see you both later. I love you, Benny.
Now we'll do Soul and Colt first. I don't know. It's up to player discretion if she's out of the chair or not.
She's out of the chair for this.
Thank God.
She looks at him up and down and smiles. You got this. If there's anyone that I believe in that has this, it's you, JJ. He smiles at her, takes a step closer and gives her a hug, and then he grabs Colt by the collar and pulls him into the hug as well.
He will hug JJ. Gonna miss you.
Don't worry, I'm gonna miss you too. He pulls back, looks at the two of them, looks at Colt specifically. I'm proud of you. So fucking proud of you. And I'm happy that you're married to my niece.
Thank you. Looking shocked.
He smiles at him, looks at Soul. And I'm proud of you too. You might be an idiot sometimes, but who the fuck isn't? You just keep being you and treat this boy right. You understand me, Soul? Soul smiles and nods. I understand you, sir. Good. He gives her a kiss on the top of her head. He gives Colt another pat on the back. You two be good now.
When you get back, I'll have a couple tricks up my sleeve for you in combat when you're part of the squad officially.
Oh, I bet you would, and I can't wait to see your guys' child.
Well, neither can I. Looking down at Soul as Blaze face me.
He'll about face and face him.
Wipe off his shoulders, fix his shirt, because it's a little crinkled up. You know, and I've been here since the beginning, infants notwithstanding, if there was any rainfall offspring I was most proud of, it would coincidentally be JJ Rainfall. Locks eyes with JJ when he says that, for what it's worth.
He starts to see JJ blinking very quickly.
And this is just another step towards making me proud. Continues fixing his shirt.
Thank you, Uncle Blaze. I always enjoyed hanging out with you, you know that, right? Just watching your stories and everything like that.
I do think Laz is the greatest child of Julius, I do. But I think you are the greatest child of Hunk, and in my book, that counts for a lot more. Whispering into his ear.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. He gives him a wink.
I'll take a hug. Sorry.
You will give him a hug.
Farewell. Patting him on the back.
Farewell, sir. See you in about 6 months.
He'll let go, and O'Keir puts his hand up like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Be waiting for when you get back. I can probably learn a thing or two from you. And don't worry, if Samantha's really down in the dumps, I'll just bring an ice cream bowl down to the lane and let her crack me over the head a few times.
He smiles and nods. I have Ricky really piss her off and have her kick him in the nuts.
Yeah, I would much prefer that, honestly.
He starts to laugh, does the Arnie and Dylan thing from The Predator.
I'll be here waiting for you when you get back. Nod.
Can't wait, sir. He gives him a nod, and we'll walk up to Memory Ann.
Yeah, she's sobbing in Carter's chest.
He will look at Carter. Carter nods. He, with only one of his knuckles, moves some hair off of her cheek. Hey there, ma'am. How are you?
I'm sorry I ever asked for Samantha to be part of our squad. We caused this.
Will put a hand onto her cheek. Don't ever apologize for that. You know, he looks up at the ceiling. Without that, I would still be miserable. Down in the dumps all the time, way too focused on work. He thins his lips. Basically just floating in the void. Don't ever apologize for giving me the love of my life. I won't have that, Memory Ann.
I'm still sorry it has to happen to you two. If anybody, all the trouble we cause, it should be me.
It should be me, honestly.
He shrugs. I'm sure many people have said the same exact thing. But this is how it is. There's no way we can change it. We accept the punishment given unto us and we take it in stride. I'm sure Atlas, as he was holding up the sky and the world, was thinking, God damn, I would rather be doing anything else right now. And honestly, I'm thinking right now, God damn, I would rather be doing anything else right now.
She starts crying into Carter.
Oh God. JJ also starts to cry and he hugs onto the both of them. Carter will hug him. I'm gonna miss you a lot, dude. Trust me, I'm gonna miss you a lot too. You treat each other well. You pulls each other back, especially you son of a bitch. I don't want to have to go fight off raptors again. And he looks at her. And you keep on punishing the boy. I think he deserves it.
I'll try.
He smiles. You won't try. You'll do.
She'll weakly smack Carter's face when he says that, but no energy.
He'll take the slap and will hold Marianne's hand and kiss it for her. He'll take a step away. I'll see you guys when I see you.
She starts wailing, crying. Frederick is the first to grab JJ for a hug.
He pulls him in. Oh, JJ. Will we miss you, man? I'm gonna miss you too, Frederick. Oh, God. He pulls back. I'm sure you've heard this 1,000 times. More than 1,000 times, even. But I think out of all the kids, I think you deserve it the least. Hell, me, Samuel, and Quellen deserve it more than you do, I think. But that's neither here or there. You're being mature about it, and I respect that. But just know this is a good time to cry, because you're still surrounded by your family. And by God, we don't judge people who cry in this family, don't we, Quellen?
Krellin nodding his head, Samuel with a handkerchief up to his eye port hugs JJ. Lets out a low beep. He say goodbye.
Oh, so they hear his voice crack a bit as he looks away and nods, looks at Samuel. Goodbye, buddy. I'm gonna miss you. Don't worry, I'm gonna be coming back.
Krellin, me hug JJ.
Oh, get in here, mate.
Krellin hugs JJ. Me get to watch you since little boy, remember?
JJ starts to bite his lip as tears start to flow.
See you wandering around apartment all time, looking for mom, then find mom, pick you up, baby you, take good care of you. This was honor to me. Holding JJ really tightly. Great honor for me. See you grow. Very proud of you, no matter what you do.
JJ puts his face into Krellin's chest and starts to bawl his eyes out.
Human, elf, dwarf, subspecies to star children, always more impressive than me.
Krellin feels him nodding.
You mother, very brave woman. Change my opinion of you species. You, do the same. Patting him on the head.
JJ pulls back, wipes his eyes and nods. I'll do just that, mate.
We take care of Samantha. Make her laugh with me, be stupid.
He smiles. If anyone can change someone's frown to a smile, it's you guys.
Bye-bye, JJ. Looks down at the ground.
Bye-bye, Krellin. Fredwick will step out of the way. Bye-bye, JJ. Bye, Fredwick.
Make sure to greet father or say goodbye to father. He waiting for you.
Of course, I'll say goodbye to Father Goodscar.
Father Goodscar is actually out of the wheelchair, standing, saluting, waiting for JJ at the door.
JJ will walk up to Father Goodscar. We'll give him a salute back. I'll be seeing you when I see you, Father.
Father blankly stares at JJ.
JJ thins his lips a bit. Good amount of comedy for the time being, I suppose.
Laura and Jasper cry, posed in positions of crying. Clive sees JJ.
As JJ's like patting the two dolls' heads, JJ turns around, looks at Clive. Clive will walk up to him, shake his hand. You know, I'm the newest addition to the Rainfall family. So maybe my opinion means a lot to you, maybe it doesn't. That's up for you to decide. I just gotta let you know, mate. You're one of the best men on this lane, in my opinion. For what you're doing, what you will do, and what you did. And I respect that to hell and back, mate. Thank you, Clive. Jesus Christ, everyone's trying to make me cry today. Well, it's a good time to cry. Anytime's a good time to cry, really. Sometimes you just gotta let it out. He smiles at him and will take a step back so JJ can go up to Scar.
Scar, his hand out for a handshake.
JJ gives it to him.
Pull him in for a hug. I'm, kind of the epitome of manly man from an outward appearance, wouldn't you agree?
Sure, Uncle Scar.
The flannel shirt, the cigarette, the beers.
Yeah, real Marlboro man.
Oh, you don't see me joining basic training or fighting on the front lines or anything like that, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
Nope. When the chips are down, Uncle Scar's good for building a house and fixing up the place, not protecting the family. Remember that? That's what makes a real man, kid. Patting him on the back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna miss you. God.
Gonna miss you too, Uncle Scar.
Thank you for not creating the drama that others created. And we will do our part in helping Samantha. That you have my word on. I swear on my only good eye left.
He smiles at him. Well, goddamn, that means a lot, then.
He'll let go of JJ. Good luck, buddy.
Thank you. He'll walk up to Soletta.
Memory.
Oh, well, Auntie, come here. He puts his arms out.
She hugs him. Your mother failed you, but it's partially my fault too. I tried everything with your mother, and she just never listened. If I had found a way to reason with her logically all those years ago, we wouldn't be here, but your mother is too stubborn for her own good, putting it nicely. I don't know. I gave up trying to understand.
He starts to pet the top of her head, leans in, and whispers into her ear. Do not apologize or confess to the sins for which you have not committed. He leans back and smiles at her. And shrugs. This is what I gotta do. And that's okay with me. I held it against my mother slightly, I have to be honest.
Any normal person would, JJ.
I know. He puts a hand onto her cheek. But please don't apologize for that. You did the best you could. Isn't that everything anyone can ask of someone?
She really busts out crying. Clive!
JJ smiles, nods over at Clive, and will move out of the way so Clive can come over and start comforting Suletta.
He does. He has to carry Suletta over here, who's wailing. Scar will just light a cigarette and look down at the ground. Puts her arms out.
Hey, sister, what is up? He will hug her.
Gonna miss you, dork.
I'm gonna miss you too. Honestly, I can't even think of a funny nickname for you right now.
Istram.
Oh no, God, I'm never gonna call you that. That's Mom's thing.
Just one.
He looks up at the sky. Istrom.
See? Rolls off the tongue naturally.
Oh yes, so naturally. He smiles at her, gives her another hug. You know, it would be pretty funny if every so often you would just flash an image into my head of, like, Julius getting punched or something. Who knows, you know?
Julius getting punched. Zap claiming Mom tried to kill him in some various way.
Oh yes, must have. Or just something mischievous you or the kids get up to, please.
Arnaki.
Oh yes, please, Anaki would be great.
Maybe a couple flashes of your beautiful wife, too.
He smiles. That would mean more than the entire world for me.
I will do it every day for you.
Thank you, sister.
Before I let you go, dork. God. It's hard to understand if you're not a spellcaster, but one of the reasons I find our mother so cool is because she's just a woman with swords. And she does what she does, and she's brave. I couldn't do what you're doing without my powers backing me up. And that's the time deity telling you that. She'll kiss him on the cheek.
Oh, the time deity giving me some props. He smiles. That might sound like sarcasm, but that does mean a lot. I see.
Nerd. I'm gonna cry now.
Alright, go ahead, crybaby.
Bitch! Walks over here to help comfort Suletta and Clive.
JJ chuckles. He looks at his mother and father.
Mom first.
Will walk up to his mother. Her lip starts to quiver and she hugs JJ. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that you have to do this, and I am so sorry for that. JJ hugs her tightly. Turn the other cheek. Forgive and forget. So on and so forth. It's gonna be a rough 6 months. God damn. But I'm gonna make it through it. I know I can. He leans back. You adopted me. You gave me a family, you gave me a life, you gave me a mother. You've done so much. It's okay, Mom. He puts a hand onto her shoulder, and Davian her lip starts to quiver even more, and she starts to tear up. It's all good. Don't let this, eat away at you. And Davy nods. I'm gonna help out with Samantha as much as possible, darling. As will your father. We'll both help out as much as possible, as much as we can. He smiles. I'll feel better knowing that you two are there for her. He'll give his mother one last hug, a kiss on the cheek, and then he'll step up to his father.
Hand out for a handshake. The Chad moment.
The Chad moment commences as...
It's a pretty weak grip.
Feel pretty weak right now, gotta be honest, Dad.
I would too.
He just pumps his eyebrows and nods, bends his lips a bit. I've never really felt powerless in a situation like this.
I'll start hugging JJ. I feel just as powerless as you do right now, believe me.
He chuckles. It's good to know I'm not the only one in that boat then.
You know, no matter what, I was proud of you no matter what you did. Whether it was a girl or a guy, or you worked at the academy, or you went into the military, or you were a fucking car salesman.
He nods. That's because you're the best dad on the lane.
Not good enough in this instance to save you from this.
That's okay. You don't need to save me from anything. He smiles at him. We all have to take our licks eventually. Deservedly or not. This is just one of those licks, yeah?
When your licks are over, we'll have the yacht waiting for you and Samantha.
Trust me, that sounds like the best thing in the universe right now.
Goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Dad.
He'll let go of JJ and step out of the way, comforting Davine for Mr. Snuffles and Samantha, who Mr. Snuffles can't. He just off sobbing.
JJ watches him leave and nods. In his head, he'll think, I'll see you later, Snuffles.
He just hears sobbing.
JJ watches him leave, chuckles a bit, and then turns to Sam.
She crosses her arms, looking right at JJ. You don't have to go. My mom and dad can get you out of here.
Puts a hand onto her cheek. I have to do this, my love. For us. For the family. For everything, I have to do this. I'm sorry, but I do. I'm going to think of you every single day, every single hour, every single minute, every single second. I'm going to be thinking of you and your beautiful amber eyes and your cute nose.
He starts choking up, crying.
And your very kissable lips. He smiles at her. He starts to tear up. For we might be away for some time. But distance makes the heart grow long. And when the heart grows long, when it comes back together, it is all the more beautiful, is it not?
She kisses JJ very hard.
He returns the kiss, arms around her waist, pulls her in close to him.
She'll hold the kiss there. Pull away from JJ and the weakest punch ever into his shoulder and storm off crying very loudly. Not a strong punch at all. You would think coming from her it'd be strong, but it's weak as fuck.
JJ holds where she just punched. He looks over at his father. Shit, this ain't walking away, because it's just fuck feels like it. Jesus.
Stroking his chin. Son, I am not the expert. I tried my best every day for your mother, and I'm not the one with a PhD in it. I don't think it should happen to anybody. I don't think it is. I would categorize it as not, but ask your mother. I don't know.
Davine will walk up to him, take his face in her hands, his cheeks. You are not. It's a difficult time for her, that's why she reacted that way, but you are not walking away from her. I don't want that thought crossing your head during basic. Not once. Hell, I'll have Istrum check in on you every so often, just to make sure you aren't thinking that. She pulls him in even closer, resting her forehead against his. You are better than me, my son.
amazing. And she knows every single second of the day that she feels like she's lucky to have you. And she just doesn't want you to leave. This is not walking away. You are merely providing for her. As anyone who was raised by hunger rainfall would want to. She pulls away from him. I'm proud of you, my boy. I'm so fucking proud.
Just make it to bed every night, JJ. Taps her temple.
JJ looks at her, nods. I'll make it to bed, don't worry. He smiles at everyone. He takes a step forward, then turns around to see everyone. And Hunk and Davine see him start to tear up as he turns around, bag over his arm, and he starts to walk away.
Yes!
And we'll cut